Chapter 063, Straying Big Mist Garden and Life as a Betting Chip. This is a really long flight of stairs. You could do some stair exercise here. Hikaru. I was making really stupid comments as I went down, and I finally catch sight of the end. It at the very least felt like there was a lot more distance here than going from the highest floor of my school to the lowest floor. I think I went down more than 100 meters. This is impressive. It is a sight that I would find hard to believe is inside a dungeon. The first floor was impressive as well, but this one is on a whole different level. Wonder who made it? Hikaru. There was a green garden at the end of the stairs. The sky is cloudy. No. It isn't exactly a sky, it is just that it looks that way from the mist covering the ceiling. There's a strange light source, and it isn't as dark as the second floor, but the whole floor is ruled by a dense mist. The field of vision is bad. I can only see around 100 meters ahead of me. I see, so this is why it is the Straying Big Mist Garden. I currently can't tell if it has good compatibility with my abilities. Now then, let's begin the exploration. Hikaru. I am commenting in a light-hearted mood, but the truth is that I am pretty scared here. An unknown floor. I purposely didn't even research what monsters show up here. I haven't prepared a barrier stone either. Betting my life is the only way I can think of to get viewers after all. For now, let's search around the area close to the stairs. Hikaru. The third floor is far brighter than the second floor. Refria and Grateful said that this floor has good compatibility with my abilities, but I feel like it would look unnatural if I were to activate dense darkness. Won't it instead be bad compatibility? I feel like that's the case. I take out my freshly baked short sword, take stance in a way that I would be able to enter battle at any moment, and slowly advance. The Straying Big Mist Garden is just as the name states, a vast garden. There were traces of a water fountain made of stone on the way, and structures that were around 10 steps of stairs, a floor that's made like a western garden. When I went a bit further, the stairs I went down from were now out of sight. With this, even if someone were to be mapping things, they would still end up getting lost. Also, I am obviously not mapping. There's something there. Hikaru. It is a monster. Also, a pretty big one. There's the chance that the other party will notice me if I close the distance too much. It is important to observe your opponent at a certain distance. There's no knowing what kind of enemy it is after all. That apostrophe s. A big fat man. I have not investigated the monsters of the third floor beforehand, so I don't know what kind of monster it is, but it is big. And looks strong. A club that looks like a log. If I were to get hit by that, I would die instantly. Hikaru. There's big papers posted in the guild that have all the traits of the monsters written in it all the way to the 5th floor, so everyone can check it out. For the guild, monsters mean spirit stones. There's no point in withholding that information. The most efficient ways to fight them are also written down, so it might take away the sense of achievement. I heard about this from Refria, but I purposely didn't look at that information. It is not like I am underestimating the dungeon. Me learning about that information means that my viewers learn about that info too. If you know everything beforehand, would that make an adventure interesting? Would it be fun to watch me easily avoiding dangers? There's no way that's interesting. An adventure that has a proper margin of safety would fall into the level of a neighborhood walk. It seems like the weak point of monsters is in general where the spirit stone appears. That would be the base of the neck. It is hard to tell when the monster doesn't have a set shape, but for monsters modeled after vertebrate animals, their weak points are easy to tell. Hikaru. This is something I learned from Refria. I have been attacking the neck that looked like a weak point unconsciously, but to think that actually was the weak point. I was surprised when I first learned about this. I don't know why that place is their weak point. I should ask Refria one day. Now then. How shall we challenge this? It will be impossible without abilities, so I will try doing it the same as usual. Hikaru. I approached the monster while still covered in darkness. The opponent is a giant man around 2 meters tall. I am around 170 centimeters tall, so I am at a height where I can barely manage to aim at the base of the neck. If a monster bigger than this one shows up, it would be better to ask the guild how to fight it. Now then, let's see if this is a guy that can notice Hikaru, whether his senses are sharp or dull. I won't be able to tell unless I test it. It would be easier for me if all monsters were dense though. It noticed me. Hikaru. Darkness getting closer must have been too unnatural. The other party directed its curiosity here. If I were to be hit by that 50 centimeters club, I would die without being able to do anything. It is a big man that is packed with thick flesh all the way to its face, but its red shining eyes were sharp, and it was clear that it had its guard up over here. Now then, what to do? I move and away as if drawing a circle with the monster at its center, but the giant man wasn't taking its eyes off as if it could see me. Even so, it isn't proactively attacking me. It seems to be plainly in wonder. Now then, the problem is how to fight here. From the nature of my attack, the chances of being hit if a monster goes wild is high. Just by swinging the weapon in circles, I, who had approached in the darkness, would be blown away without much I could do. That's why there's the need to carry the situation in a manner that it doesn't end up that way. I dramatically increase the radius of my darkness and swallow the giant man. The monster was surprised by the sudden darkness and looked around restlessly, seeking for light. I saw that reaction and steel myself. I wring out courage, and with trembling feet, I dash in order to clash with the opponent. The monster noticed my footsteps and tried to blindly attack me, but in that instant, shadow bind. Hikaru, the darkness wrapped around the giant body of the opponent, and restrained its movements. In the end, the deciding ability is this one. I spread the darkness of darkness fog, dashed to my confused opponent, and when I approached till close range, shadow bind. Bind is an ability that opens up for a deadly blow in its effective time. Hikaru, I raise a shout and kill the instinctive fear I had towards the 2-meter giant. I rush to it straight on as if crashing my body onto it, and stab my short sword onto its throat. The 35 centimeters short sword managed to reach the weak point of the monster, and deal a critical hit. The giant perishes, and a decently big spirit stone falls. An earth spirit stone. It was scary, but I managed to defeat it. Shadow bind is really useful. Hikaru, my voice was trembling even when commenting. Even if it was inside the darkness, I attacked a giant opponent straight on. There's no way I wouldn't be scared. My defense is like paper. Even with one punch, it could have been fatal. Shadow bind doesn't last for long. It is because I practiced the timing with referee a whole lot that I managed to apply it to myself. If I had been off a single second, there would have been the chance of my attack being blocked. When that happens, I will get countered and lose. An attack that I must not fail. On the other hand, when it succeeds, the effects are enormous. My new weapon packed quite the good punch there, and it was easy to use. The weapon I ordered from the blacksmith really was nice. Hikaru, more so when the short sword doesn't feel like it would break despite having been cheap. I have no other means aside from defending with my weapon if I get attacked, since I don't have a shield, so just having the option gives quite a lot of comfort. Or more like, it probably would be better to prepare a small round shield. Now then, let's continue the exploration. Hikaru, the straying big mist garden is pretty vast. When speaking of dungeons, I normally think of a labyrinth that has clear turns, but the first floor is a city and the third floor is a garden. There may be places that are impossible to traverse because of plants and structures, but it is mostly an open space. The corridors are spacious, so you could say it is a place where you can enjoy encounters with monsters. I can somehow understand why there's more explorers that enjoy fighting in the third floor than the second floor. More so when this place isn't as dark as the second floor. Not needing stuff like lanterns and torches makes it pretty comfortable. I have found a monster, a big goblin, and what is it? A monster that looks like a small fiend. Hikaru. 3 goblins, big, were crying "Gi-gi" loudly. The small fiend had small wings, so it looks like it could fly. I am thinking of checking things out with my summon ability. Summon. Night Bug. Hikaru. Thanks to Night Bug having increased in tier, the number of bugs I can summon in one go have increased. Each individual hit is light, but the violence in numbers can create a good attack. Moreover, it can divert their attention. By the way, Night Bug has plenty enough killing power against weak monsters, and it is possible to defeat goblins and orcs with just that alone. How about the goblins, big, and the small fiend? The night bugs rush to the monsters and scrape away at them. Looks like the goblins, big, and the small fiend are not that big of a deal. There's the feeling that damage is being dealt. I even felt as if I would be able to win from afar by consecutively shooting them out, but the small fiend did something I wasn't expecting. Gravel mist. To my surprise, it used a spirit ability. The spirit energy rose as if answering its voice, and small rocks and gravel appeared in the surroundings of the small fiend. It is the earth spirit ability that I saw an explorer use before. Seriously? So there's those that can use spirit abilities too. Ha, Hikaru. The night bugs were crashing onto the many small floating pebbles and disappeared. They are fast and small, so it is hard to hit them with attacks, but they are weak against small and plentiful obstructions. They were instantly reduced to only a few. If it had been only the goblins, big, I might have managed to defeat them only with the night bugs though. Looks like I should deal with that small fiend as quickly as possible physically. I increase the range of my darkness fog and dash. Shadow bind. Hikaru. The goblins, big, and the small fiend were suddenly covered in darkness and didn't know left and right. I added bind on top of that, and the danger disappears almost completely. After dealing with the small fiend, I defeat the goblins, big, in order. I was surprised by the monster using spirit ability, but there doesn't seem to be much difference in terms of body sturdiness, so it doesn't seem to be that dangerous of a monster if I just tread with care. I pick up the spirit stones that are bigger than the ones of normal goblins, and walk deeper and deeper into the dungeon. My exploration has just begun. Looks like I'm lost. Hikaru. Chapter 064, Straying in the Mist and Conviction. I might have gotten lost. I don't know where I am at all. Hikaru. I muttered this to the viewers in this big garden that was covered in dense mist. After that, I defeated 2 zombie-like monsters. Their movements are slow, and I managed to defeat them easily by using Shadow Bind. But I lost my way in this big garden that has similar structures all around. Being called Straying Big Mist Garden is no joke. There's no such thing as worlds you can see from afar, or peculiar buildings. Even if I try to be really careful and check the position of the structures here, it would be hard to accurately tell the exact location you are in. I don't have points, so I can't exchange them for a map of the surroundings. I am thinking about heading to the entrance somehow. Hikaru. I mutter this, but I am actually calm internally. That's because I already knew beforehand from Rifria that the 3rd floor is a place that one can easily get lost in. In other words, I aimed for this to increase my viewers. If I can reach the outer wall, I could just trace the wall all the way till I find the stairs. For now, I will make finding this my objective. On this floor, even when I use darkness fog, the monsters notice me, so I can't avoid battles. I have fallen into a pretty dangerous situation, but I will do my best. Hikaru. Getting lost in the dungeon all alone when you don't even know what monsters can be showing up is without doubt a suicidal act. It is a situation that wouldn't be by any means strange if I were to be dead after 30 minutes. I understand this, but seeing the viewers increase drastically, I felt certain that this is the correct choice. This is the price to obtain the life of Nanami, so of course the thing I should be betting with is my life. The sky was maintaining faint light, and was the complete opposite of the second floor. Your normal explorer would understand that this floor is an easier place to fight in. Dangerous. Notice. While I was walking to the stairs, I heard a voice somewhere. The next instant, a powerful impact came from my side. What? Hikaru. I fortunately managed to guard it with my gauntlet, so I avoided a direct hit, but I rolled and bounced on the ground, and my clothes and skin were mercilessly scraping against the stone pavement. A strong pain ran through my left arm. A bone might have broken there. When I raised my head, what was there was a tree. No. It is a tree monster. Looks like I didn't notice its camouflage and approached it to the point that I was right by its side. Its branches rustled as it moved, and from how slowly it advanced, I honestly don't think it is that strong, but it is size and hits hard. And the reality is that I suffered quite the damage with one single attack. I didn't expect there to be a tree monster like that. I have almost no armor, so I might have broken a bone there. Hikaru. Even so, I still had the leeway to talk. My left arm was pulsating in intense pain even while talking, and blood was flowing out from the scrapes. Contrary to the alarm bells my body is ringing. A part of my heart was saying this is fine, this is a good happening. I take a stance with the dagger using my already wasted left arm too. I am against a giant tree monster. I don't know where the joints are, but it is moving its branches like arms, and the tips of those branches are sharp, and it would be bad news if I were to get stabbed by those. Did it come out from the earth? Or maybe it was originally like that to begin with. The roots were moving like an octopus, and was slowly approaching me. This is the first time I have encountered an enemy that darkness fog doesn't work against. I think it is detecting me with something other than eyesight. Hikaru. I may be talking as if I am calm, but cold sweat is covering my whole body. Shade shift. Hikaru. A dark clone of myself appears. It is just a means to distract for a moment, and I don't know how effective it will be against an enemy that doesn't rely on eyesight, but it is better than nothing. Phantom warrior. Hikaru. A dark warrior appears, and it attracts the surroundings by loudly hitting its shield with its sword. It fortunately seems to be sensitive to sounds. Its attention was slightly diverted there. I circle it and take the back of the monster and immediately activate an ability. Shadow Bind. Hikaru. The moment the tentacles of darkness tied up the branches, I stabbed with my dagger hard. Hikaru. It is different from a monster that has a humanoid body. This one is a literal tree. Stabbing a short sword there is most difficult. In the first place, I lack the physical strength. I greedily attack it again, but it is not showing any signs of reaching its weak point. While I was doing that, the binding was losing its effect. Summon. Night Bug. Hikaru. I summon night bugs and take distance. It is impossible with one arm. I take out a mid potion that I bought in the guild from the shadow storage and splash it on my wound. Maybe because of the adrenaline from battle, I couldn't feel the pain anymore. I can feel the numbness going away. I thought my left arm wouldn't heal unless I used a mid-scroll, but the sensation was slowly returning to me. Maybe this is the blessing amidst the misfortune. It isn't broken. Goodamoo. The monster that was having its branches and trunk whittled away by the many insects raised a roar and shook its branches. What's going on? Hikaru. A new presence from the surroundings. No, more precisely, I am hearing what seems like the cries of something. Could it be that it has called its comrades? Hikaru. That feeling of mine turned out to be correct, and two big men holding giant clubs were heading this way from the other side of the mist. I knew plenty well that a development like this could happen if I were to get stuck too long in battle. Should I run? But, Hikaru, fortunately, they are monsters that are not too fast. If I were to run away while shooting around abilities, I should be able to escape without any issues. Running away, that option is naturally available. But what would it achieve? I came here alone prepared for death. I decided to get first place, That resolve shouldn't be so frail that I would turn tail and run away from this. I came here alone. I even got lost on purpose. It was definitely not for the sake of running away when I fell into peril. I came all the way here seeking a situation like this. I can somehow move my left arm now. 3 is a lot. But I will do it. Hikaru, after reaching that decision, it felt as if a switch flipped inside my head. I ignore the tree monster for now and run towards the giant men. Darkness fog works on them, Hikaru. I spread the range of the darkness at once, jump the instant their movements were sealed by shadow bind, and stab into their weak points. I did that twice in a row and finished the giant men. My body moved so well it surprised even me. My concentration might have increased by being conscious of death. I leave the fallen spirit stones that fell from the giant men just like that, and head to the tree monster. No matter how hard the monster, in the end, it is a tree. I had the phantom warrior attract its attention. I myself moved to the back, and attacked after sealing its movements with shadow bind. Using 3 abilities for one attack is pretty rough, but I don't know any other method. If Refria were here, I could have been able to fight with only darkness fog, so doing this alone really is pushing it a bit. But that's what I signed up for. It is because of the danger that I am doing it. It is because it is dangerous that it is good. On the 3rd exchange of attacks, my short sword finally managed to penetrate. The tree monster turned into a spirit stone. It was a monster I had terrible affinity against, but thanks to that, I managed to get over 400 million viewers. Not bad. I have been wounded a little bit, but this has been good battle experience. Now, let's go to the next one. Hikaru, I make a face of being fine even if I have to force it out. My body is beginning to heat up because of using spirit energy too much. It is impossible to do more strenuous fights like this one. After that, I walked around searching for the exit, and defeated 15 goblins, big, 8 zombies, 5 small fiends, and 5 giant men. It seems like tree monsters don't show up that often, so none have shown up after that. For the other monsters aside from that, darkness fog was effective, and if that's effective, it is possible to reduce their battle power greatly. I just have to calmly take their lives. Of course, there's the need for quite the effort, but that is giving me a good amount of experience. By defeating monsters, I take in spirit energy bit by bit, and I could feel that the power in my body is increasing. I think I am getting the hang of how to fight with dark spirit abilities. Don't know what would happen if even stronger monsters were to show up, but I am beginning to understand why Refri asserted that it would work in the 3rd floor. Hikaru. I talk as I go up the 10-step stairs that I remember seeing before. I walk straight ahead just like that, and see the opening where the stairs leading to the 2nd floor were. It is true that I got lost, but I actually have a lot of confidence in my sense of direction. If I know the whole time in what direction I came from, you basically can't get lost for real. But from the perspective of the viewers, it should have looked like I luckily got back to the stairs. It is the exit. What a relief. I was close to my limit, but it looks like I can go back alive. Hikaru, even while commenting, I myself felt that was shameless. Calling me an actor would be an insult to the trade. I am sure that I will be found out by the sharp viewers, but well, commenting in itself is basically just an extra. In the end, I just have to show by action. Now then, today's solo exploration ends with this. I will be exploring with a party from tomorrow on, so please look forward to it. Hikaru. I ended the commentary with this. I cover myself with darkness, and run through the dungeon. Honestly speaking, getting lost and wandering in unknown floor was taxing in both body and mind. The fact that I managed to despite that might have been because I felt death right by my side the whole time in that forest. Anyways, let's splurge today and eat something tasty. Today's exploration was done mostly in the darkness while commenting, so it might not have been that fun to watch, but I managed to get over 500 million viewers in the end. I am now in spot 14 on the tentative rankings, As expected. I wasn't wrong. Me putting my life in danger becomes an explosive, and it allows me to rise in the rankings greatly. And this result is also proof that my death is desired. Chapter 065. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 3675, Anonymous from Earth. That feeling of Rifria-sama wanting to be together with him as much as possible reached even me. So cute. Or more like, Hikaru is beginning to look like a brusque boyfriend. Minus 676. Anonymous from Earth. The short sword is so cool. Minus 677. Anonymous from Earth. Black-bladed knives can be seen often, but there might not be that many that are forged. Minus 678. Anonymous from Earth. Japanese swords normally are just the same color as the metal, so they don't become black. Minus 679. Anonymous from Earth. In other words, it is cool. Minus 680. Anonymous from Earth. The new weapon is nice. I would like to sell my own weapons in an isekai. Minus 681. Anonymous from Earth. Black clothing and a ninja sword. That's completely a ninja. Minus 682. Anonymous from Earth. He is super popular with the foreigners. So ninjas did exist in Japan. Minus 683. Anonymous from Earth. The handle is on the long side. Minus 684. Anonymous from Earth. They said it doesn't get dirty in the dungeon. What does that mean? Minus 685. Anonymous from Earth. The Milliter's Great Dark Church is where those twins are? Minus 686. Anonymous from Earth. The defeated monsters become spirit stones and their bodies disappear. Of course the things sticking to the blade will also disappear, so there's no need to wipe it. Minus 687. Anonymous from Earth. What's the business that Hikaru has, even though he has to get as many viewers as possible? Minus 688. Anonymous from Earth. 685. The place where the twins, evil, are. Yeah, it is pretty far away in terms of distance, but they are well known. Minus 689. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he is aiming to increase his number of viewers by fighting solo. Minus 690. Anonymous from Earth. If he were that narcissistic, he wouldn't be having this tough of a time. Minus 691. Anonymous from Earth. He even has his own personal weapon. Hikaru-kun is finally looking like an explorer. Minus 692. Anonymous from Earth. If he were blessed with party members, he would be able to live off being an explorer using his dark spirit abilities as much as he wanted. Minus 693. Anonymous from Earth. With the power of Hikaru, can't he even be scouted by the number one party of the city? He can even double as a porter. Wouldn't that route be better in terms of increasing viewers? Minus 694. Anonymous from Earth. It is a world where magic tools can provide the same effect as a shadow bag, so I don't know about that. Minus 695. Anonymous from Earth. Is he seriously going to be acting separately from Rifria-san? Minus 696. Anonymous from Earth. The sad face of Rifria-san. Minus 697. Anonymous from Earth. I feel bad for Rifria-sama. 693. What did you smoke to think that Hikaru has that level of communication capability? He even looks like he has his hands full with Rifria. Minus 698. Anonymous from Earth. Is he maybe going to the guild to gather information? Minus 699. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't this the first time he has bought a potion in the conventional way? Minus 700. Anonymous from Earth. He didn't have the leeway in money at the beginning after all. Minus 701. Anonymous from Earth. Alex is properly using the guild often, and most if not all the information of the dungeon has been displayed. They're called dungeon explorers, but the reality is that almost all of the floors up to the 5th floor have been completely explored. The real explorers are diving the 6th floor or lower, and they are apparently a real low percent. Minus 702. Anonymous from Earth. Most of the explorers are more like just monster hunters rather than explorers. Or more like, is Hikaru going to be dungeon diving now? -703. Anonymous from Earth. Also, since you become stronger by fighting monsters, there's benefits in the future. You can switch to being a bodyguard or a mercenary, and you can go as high as a Templar. -704. Anonymous from Earth. I knew it. Ane, you idiot, is what they said, but why is Hikaru being insulted? -705. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it simply because he is trying to dive alone? The fact that he is keeping it a secret from referee must mean that he is most likely going to be doing something unreasonable. -706. Anonymous from Earth. When he uses darkness fog on the second floor, I really can't tell where Hikaru is on the screen. -707. Anonymous from Earth. Commentary. So awkward. -708. Anonymous from Earth. Third floor. On his own? Isn't Hikaru still a third floor virgin? -709. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't this dangerous? The third floor isn't a darkness stage, so it won't go as smoothly as the second floor. This ain't a game. -710. Anonymous from Earth. Even Alex in a party of 3 is having decent difficulties with it. Both of them are chosen, so I don't think there's that much of a gap between the strength of Alex and Hikaru. -711. Anonymous from Earth. He may be the great dark mage, but there's limits. He might be okay if he stays hidden in the darkness the whole time though. But in terms of viewers, that's not so fun to watch. -712. Anonymous from Earth. Moreover, what's dangerous is that he hasn't investigated beforehand. There's the treant that camouflages ingeniously, or the gremlin that can use spirit abilities. There's even ghouls that can paralyze you if you get bitten. -713. Anonymous from Earth. Paralysis is really bad news. If you get hit by that when alone, it is without doubt game over. -714. Anonymous from Earth. If you were to encounter 2 trolls, he would no doubt die. No matter how you think about it, he won't be able to defeat them with just your summon. Nightbug. -715. Anonymous from Earth. He does have his trump card that is Create Undead, and that's actually super strong. If I remember correctly, he still has the Stone of the Mantis, so when push comes to shove, maybe he plans on resolving it with that. -716. Anonymous from Earth. He obviously is strong if you were to call the Mantis, but just because you managed to overcome one battle. -717. Anonymous from Earth. He may be able to use dark spirit abilities on a high level. His weapon is that sure sword, right? There's a reason why Referee-sama uses that obscenely big weapon. Using a sure sword on goblins and orcs would be one thing, but it would be plain reckless in the third floor. -718. Anonymous from Earth. If a garden panther shows up, he is definitely dying. Alex and his party encountered it once, and barely managed to come out of that with their lives by throwing dried meat at it. -719. Anonymous from Earth. Damn, you guys are actually worrying here. So kind. Here I am, excited about what's to come. -720. Anonymous from Earth. It is because there's people like you that Hikaru is trying to be reckless here. He doesn't open his messages, so no matter how many messages we send, it is just wasted. This is seriously bad. -721. Anonymous from Earth. He can use shadow storage now, so isn't he basically already the ultimate form of a porter? He could enter any party he wants. -722. Anonymous from Earth. If he comes back alive, that is. -723. Anonymous from Earth. Phantom Warrior is so damn good. -724. Anonymous from Earth. Even an ogre with a weapon is instantly killed. EA. -725. Anonymous from Earth. An ogre with a weapon is a monster that even a full party of explorers avoids depending on the situation. minus 726. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that impressive? He just now defeated that as if nothing without Shadow Bind. Isn't he stronger than Zhang Chan on a 1v1? Minus 727. Anonymous from Earth. No. At first, I thought this ability would be pretty strong against humans, but maybe it would instead be seen through? It is unnaturally dark, or other stuff like that. Minus 728. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know. Let's have him use it on Alex and check. Minus 729. Anonymous from Earth. Alex is a real scaredy cat despite his looks, so please don't. Minus 730. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so kind that it would be suicidal to fight against Zhang Chan. In the time he is hesitating, he would get instantly killed. Minus 731. Anonymous from Earth. Is Zhang Chan a killing machine or something? Minus 732. Anonymous from Earth. No idea. The person herself says, I am simply a gamer. Minus 733. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe only Zhang Chan got transported to a game world? Minus 734. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is going to be going down to the 3rd floor. Minus 735. Anonymous from Earth. This Isekai was a game that Zhang Chan had played in the past. Minus 736. Anonymous from Earth. I understand now that Hikaru is strong. But even with that, exploring the 3rd floor is bad news. It is on a completely different level from the time when he was spamming the 2nd floor. Minus 737. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are barely talking now. So it really does seem like he is pushing himself here. Minus 738. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. I am happy for the commentary and all, but your voice is trembling. Minus 739. Anonymous from Earth. That's the brother of Celica and Karen for you. Even if you've got the objective of reviving Nanami-chan on your back, you normally wouldn't be able to act this firmly. Minus 740. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru barely has any points, right? If I remember correctly, he's got no barrier stones. Minus 741. Anonymous from Earth. Even if we send him messages, he doesn't read them. He is getting all cornered by himself. The chosen that have been dying have decreased by quite a lot, but is the count going to increase today? Minus 742. Anonymous from Earth. I am sure he is just gonna hide in the darkness and check the place around. Well, that in itself is still pretty reckless. Just hope the viewer count doesn't endorse this act of his. Darkness doesn't show well on the screen, so I guess it should be okay. Minus 743. Anonymous from Earth. Anai-chan thinks that he is being hated, so he thinks that the ones who hate him will be happy if he were to be reckless. And that's why he is doing something like this. Even though we are all worrying here, the two should think of a way for Hikaru to open the messages as soon as possible. Minus 744. Anonymous from Earth. So Hikaru thinks that if he were to push himself, there will be people watching in joy and saying, can't he just die already? The vast majority will be watching in worry and saying treat your life with more care though. Minus 745. Anonymous from Earth. Have Alex bring him our message. There's still more than 10 days left in the viewer count race. At this rate, Hikaru is going to die. Minus 746. Anonymous from Earth. Is he seriously going in without any prior knowledge? Minus 747. Anonymous from Earth. Seriously. As someone who has been watching Hikaru the whole time he has been awake, I will tell you there's no doubt about that. Minus 748. Anonymous from Earth. Is your life okay? Minus 749. Anonymous from Earth. He sucks at commentating, but that in turn makes it feel more real and pitiful. Seriously, don't push yourself. Minus 750. Anonymous from Earth. Darkness fog really does have bad compatibility with this place. The 3rd floor is mostly whitish, so it stands out like crazy. It is nice to be able to tell where he is for a change, But that in turn means that the monsters can also tell. -751, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru suddenly encounters a troll. Moreover, one with a weapon. -752, Anonymous from Earth. I want to be that one guy that's sticking on the wall and saying turn back and leave. -753, Anonymous from Earth. He obviously will avoid it. A troll with a club is the second strongest monster in the third floor, right? -754, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? He intends to fight it? -755, Anonymous from Earth. A comrade of Alex has been left in a critical state because of the club swinging of a troll. -756, Anonymous from Earth. The incident where Crabble was foaming on his mouth and had become a crab. -757, Anonymous from Earth. Instant kill. -758, Anonymous from Earth. Huh? -759, Anonymous from Earth. So damn up. -760, Anonymous from Earth. You got to be kidding me. -761, Anonymous from Earth. SSS. So SSSS scary. 762, Anonymous from Earth. His courage is impressive. With that sure sword, you would have to be practically sticking to your enemy to defeat them. -763, Anonymous from Earth. It could also be the other way around. The reach is short. And that's why he managed to defeat an enemy with a long club. A bare-handed troll would go for a fast slap or something. -764, Anonymous from Earth. Why can't we see inside the darkness? Do your damn job, management. -765, Anonymous from Earth. Humans can't see inside the darkness. -766, Anonymous from Earth. I hear sobbing from my speakers. -767, Anonymous from Earth. They are crying. Don't cry, Celica, Karen. -768, Anonymous from Earth. You tilde h. Why are you being this reckless? Anna-chan, you idiot. Everything will be over if you die. Him being unable to calculate on those fronts is clumsy and cute though, but this really is just pushing it. 769, Anonymous from Earth. I am sorry to admit that I thought that was cute. -770, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is indeed an idiot. However, there's times when a man has to do it even when knowing it is foolish. Celica. Karen. -771, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru isn't showing any signs of leaving. He has already encountered hobgoblins and gremlins. -772, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is defeating second-floor level monsters without any difficulty. -773, Anonymous from Earth. Gremlins can use Earth Spirit abilities, so they should be decently problematic though. -774, Anonymous from Earth. Even with Nightbug rendered useless, he didn't panic at all. -775, Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru is going deeper and deeper though. Isn't that place really easy to get lost in? It is on the level that Alex and his party had a detailed map. Yet, they got lost. -776, Anonymous from Earth. A ghoul showed up. -777, Anonymous from Earth. Instant kill. -778, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so strong it feels as if he is playing a different game. -779, Anonymous from Earth. Ghouls have paralyzing poison in their claws and bite, so they are pretty dangerous. But this is basically if it doesn't hit, get beat. -780, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has poison resistance. -781, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, I might have gotten lost. -782, Anonymous from Earth. What's with his composure? From where did this op character come from? Where is our Hikaru Kyan? -783, Anonymous from Earth. Did his brain fry at some point in time? He is so calm it is unsettling. -784, Anonymous from Earth. I would have fainted. -785, Anonymous from Earth. Of course, he would get lost if he just treads on without even mapping. You can already tell that with the name Straying Big Mist Garden, right? -786, Anonymous from Earth. He is obviously getting lost on purpose. -787, Anonymous from Earth. Even if he is going for the style of cornering himself more and more to get viewers, isn't he overdoing it? We don't wish for this. Just give me some romance with Rafria-sama. -788, Anonymous from Earth. So you say, but the viewers are increasing more and more. -789, Anonymous from Earth. Why are you doing something like this? You were partying with Rafria-san. You were getting an increase in viewers by fighting safely. We will definitely have you get first place, so you could have just done what you usually do. Celica is flipping out here. -790, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are doing their best, and yet, it isn't reaching his brother. So pitiful. -791, Anonymous from Earth. The viewers were increasing well, but he is aiming for nothing less than first place. It can't be helped that he would think it would be impossible to obtain if he doesn't push himself. -792, Anonymous from Earth. Didn't Alex get an explanation from the guild saying that there's quite a lot of parties that have gotten lost in the third floor and haven't returned? Isn't Hikaru in real danger here? You can't deal with a lot of stuff when you are alone. -793, Anonymous from Earth. Treant. -794, Anonymous from Earth. This is bad, real bad. -795, Anonymous from Earth. This is probably the first time I see Hikaru getting hit. -796, Anonymous from Earth. Darkness doesn't work on treants, even though it is weak against fire spirit abilities. -797, Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are panicking to unprecedented extents. It really is rough to watch a family member be in this state. -798, Anonymous from Earth. Obviously, depending on the circumstances, he could die. If he dies, nothing will be accomplished. -799, Anonymous from Earth. They weren't doing real-time commentaries in the time at the forest after all. If they had, they probably would be panicking even more than now. -800, Anonymous from Earth. They were panicking plenty enough in the audio commentary of the edited version too though. -801, Anonymous from Earth. I might have broken a bone my ass. Run away already, treants are slow. -802, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like he intends to fight with the full course of the dark spirit abilities. It has been a while since I have seen Shade Shift. -803, Anonymous from Earth. One of his arms really is useless now. Treants are weak against spirit abilities, but they have high physical resistance. -804, Anonymous from Earth. It called two trolls. Isn't Hikaru way too unlucky? -805, Anonymous from Earth. He is dead. -806, Anonymous from Earth. I will do it. Hikaru? His resolve is crazy on a lot of fronts. Is he going to be using Create Undead here? -807, Anonymous from Earth. He was the same type as Zhang Chan. -808, Anonymous from Earth. Anikuan. Don't dee. 809, Anonymous from Earth. If a family member of mine were to do something like this, I would also be bawling my eyes out. -810, Anonymous from Earth. Raise your hands. Give him our energy. That's the only thing we can do for him to come back alive. -811, Anonymous from Earth. -812, Anonymous from Earth. -813, Anonymous from Earth. He insta-killed two trolls. -814, Anonymous from Earth. You gotta be kidding me. -815, Anonymous from Earth. The moment I thought the darkness had spread, 10 seconds later, the trolls were already spirit stones. I don't even believe my own words here. -816. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is so cool, I am crying here. -817. Anonymous from Earth. 2 trolls are enemies that Alex and his party would normally just avoid. -818. Anonymous from Earth. If it were a normal rebounds per game, those would be monsters that would show up in mid-game. -819. Anonymous from Earth. What kind of battle happened inside the darkness? -820. Anonymous from Earth. Judging from the speed, he is striking the spirit vein with one hit. -821. Anonymous from Earth. That's a ninja. -822. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is seriously a critical hit artist. -823. Anonymous from Earth. Damn. -824. Anonymous from Earth. He is a bad match against a treant, but he managed to defeat it in the end. I'm beginning to feel stupid for worrying. -825. Anonymous from Earth. Even Celica and Karen were speechless. -826. Anonymous from Earth. I have seen the muddy battles Alex's party has had, so it really accentuates how abnormal Hikaru is. -827. Anonymous from Earth. This has been good battle experience, my ass. Just how worried do you think Celica and Karen were? -828. Anonymous from Earth. I am beginning to fear Hikaru here. He really is the brother of those twins. He was by no means your regular high schooler. -829. Anonymous from Earth. Fighting against beings that are clearly superior to you with a sword or a spear is something that only a person with screws loose could do. Even other chosen have said that often. Alex is actually on the side that's doing pretty well. Hikaru and Jean are outliers. -830. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is beginning to fight the next battle as if nothing, and this time he instantly killed the gremlin. What's this? What are we watching here? Bring out the guy that said Hikaru only shines in the second floor. -831. Anonymous from Earth. Ikakin is fighting in a way that appeals to viewers, and yet, even he doesn't pull stunts like this and runs away when he has to. But that's the normal reaction of a human. Not just anyone can fight life or death battles in close range. -832. Anonymous from Earth. I have read this before, but no matter the training a soldier undergoes, only a handful of them can actually fight in the battlefield. -833. Anonymous from Earth. Being able to do that without hesitation is a crazy valuable attribute for warriors. Huh. -834. Anonymous from Earth. This ain't a game. If you get wounded, it hurts. The enemy will come at you with the intent to kill. Fighting them off and killing them isn't as easy as in games. -835. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is a loved one, right? Being attacked by great spirits is a demerit, but the advantage of shooting these many abilities is outrageous. -836. Anonymous from Earth. I thought I had understood how impressive he was when he was defeating the monsters in the second floor, but man, this is crazy. I am beginning to understand why Rifrisama was so enthralled by him. -837. Anonymous from Earth. The tempo of the battles is nuts. It is like he doesn't even take an action for a battle stance, or like he is killing them as he passes by. -838. Anonymous from Earth. Search and destroy. It is also because they would call for reinforcements if you take your time though. -839. Anonymous from Earth. BRB, gonna become a dark spirit user. Where was the church again? -840. Anonymous from Earth. He is gonna get scouted by the Assassin Guild with this. I don't know if there's one though. -841. Anonymous from Earth. Me.Millieasters. -842. Anonymous from Earth. No, You normally wouldn't be able to hunt with this tempo in the 3rd floor. He insta-killed everything aside from the treant. I do understand that his battle style isn't suitable for a normal exchange of blows, but this? -843. Anonymous from Earth. It is seriously crazy that he can instantly kill a troll too. -844. Anonymous from Earth. It is also because the weapon is well made. But what really stands out here is how abnormal the person himself is. -845. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has only defeated goblins and orcs in the 2nd floor. He only began fighting ogres when he met Rafria, and the mantis was defeated after Rafria had weakened it. That's why we didn't understand his potential in solo battles. Compared to Rafria, he has weak physical strength. And he does give the impression that he is weak, so that's why we thought that going down to the 3rd floor was nothing but suicidal. His abilities are strong and create undead can serve as a trump card. Even so, if the person himself is weak, it would only serve to buy time. But what do we get after opening the lid? To think we would be witnessing the arrival of a warrior on the same level or higher than Zhang here. I was seriously trembling there. -846. Anonymous from Earth. It really was goosebump-inducing. In the first place, spirit abilities are strong, but the ones of Hikaru are all support abilities. If it were to run away, it would be one thing, but I thought it would be reckless to fight with them. -847. Anonymous from Earth. Even while we are talking here, he is turning monsters into spirit stones. That smoothness in storing the spirit stones into his shadow storage is impressive. -848. Anonymous from Earth. He has really mastered his abilities. I was calling him the Great Dark Mage as a joke at first, but I can't make fun of him now. -849. Anonymous from Earth. The exit. What a relief, Hikaru says with a straight face. -850. Anonymous from Earth. Anai-chan has had an outrageous sense of direction since forever. So he probably wasn't that lost. If he really had been lost, it would have shown in his face more. Well, whichever the case, he is okay. I hope this is the last time he does this. 851. Anonymous from Earth. Celica was quite the emotional roller coaster there. -852. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't that just a communication technique? The type that would increase the affection of others if she were to show her emotions in her face. Isn't she like super calm out of camera? -853. Anonymous from Earth. You expect a 12-year-old to go that far? No. Maybe she is? -854. Anonymous from Earth. The viewers really did increase. He went all the way up to 14th place. -855. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru probably doesn't notice that his viewers increased because they were dumbstruck by his battle power. -856. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he will meet up with Rafria-sama tomorrow and tell her let's begin exploring the 3rd floor as if nothing happened. -857. Anonymous from Earth. He probably will. Hikaru is one evil guy. -858. Anonymous from Earth. So we have to watch Rafria-sama act like a senpai there with a smug face. Ha. -859. Anonymous from Earth. It would be impossible even for Rafria to explore the 3rd floor solo after all. She was close to wiping out with a mantis. -860. Anonymous from Earth. The discussion of who is the strongest now is heating up like a storm. Hikaru was strong in his abilities to begin with, so he was up there in the ranks, but he has suddenly jumped up to the probability of being the strongest. -861. Anonymous from Earth. In terms of plain strength, there's no discussion. If he is this strong even in a bright place, then that means his strength at night is on a whole other level. -862. Anonymous from Earth. He managed to do this much in solo battle, and on top of that, he can use summon night bug. He even has create undead if things get hairy. -863. Anonymous from Earth. This is nuts. -864. Anonymous from Earth. Stop sending messages to Jean saying, Hikaru is stronger than you. Umao. Despite how Don-chan looks, she is a stickler when it comes to strength. -865. Anonymous from Earth. I was pretty worried about Hikaru dying here, but what's this? I thought watching Chosen was in bad taste and was wondering what God was thinking, but is this what they call the potential of humans? -866. Anonymous from Earth. I am glad I was following in real time. Gotta thank Twin Sis for that one. -867. Anonymous from Earth. It has been a while since I have been this excited by something. I am taking a break from work tomorrow. -868. Anonymous from Earth. No, go to work. Chapter 066 to 067. Excuse and comparing answers about monsters. The next day, I met Rafria early in the morning at the guild. I plan on going to the 3rd floor with Rafria and Grateful. It is of course a secret that I went to the dungeon yesterday. Moreover, to the 3rd floor by myself. Hikaru, what's with that wound? Your clothes are also in tatters. Rafria ran towards me and touched my cheek with her fingers. Looks like I had a wound left. I thought of the chance that it wouldn't be found out, but she suddenly pointed it out. I was going to throw an excuse for the tattered clothes, but there's no mirrors at the inn, so I didn't notice I had a wound that could be noticed at a glance. There might actually be a pretty noticeable one remaining. Maybe I should check in the mirror of the guild. Anyways, the mid potion that the guild sells isn't that great even though it is so expensive. Where did you go after that? Rafria, well, actually, I went to the port and fell down pretty bad there. I went there wondering if I could fish. Hikaru, fishing? Why do that? Rafria, hobby. Hikaru, hobby? Rafria, it became a nonsensical excuse, but it looks like Rafria has bitten on the fishing for some reason. I managed to muddle my way out. Maybe fishing isn't something people do much as a hobby over here, or it might just be Rafria not knowing much about the outside world. By the way, it is true that fishing is one of my hobbies. Well, I immediately went back and rested though. I don't have fishing tools after all. Hikaru, really? Immediately? Around what time? Rafria, I wonder, now that I think about it, I might have spaced out for quite a while at the sea. Hikaru, is that so? If you were going to go out to play, you should have invited me. Rafria, what? Hikaru, nothing. Now, let's go. Rafria, I acted as if I didn't hear it and somehow managed to fool her. Well, no matter how you cut it, there's no way Rafria would know that I went by myself to the dungeon. I was the one who proposed the break, and I haven't told her yet my real reason as to why I am dungeon diving. After we hired Grateful at the Links Mutual Aid Association, we entered the guild and had our entry permit issued. Normally, I would be waiting outside, but we will be challenging the 3rd floor for the first time, so I was told to check the data in the guild. It is easy to get lost in the 3rd floor, but aside from that, there aren't that many things to watch out for. However, please take a look at the information about the monsters. Rafria, this. I see. There's a lot more types of monsters than in the 2nd floor. Hikaru, the traits and names of the 3rd floor monsters have been posted here with quite the good illustrations. Goblins, big, are hobgoblins. The small fiends are gremlins. The zombies are ghouls, the giant men are trolls, and that tree monster is a treant. Yeah, the monsters aren't that big of a deal, but we have to be careful when they come in groups. You can't move when you are paralyzed after all. Rafria, have you gotten hit by that? Hikaru, one time. I was saved by my party members and somehow managed to escape danger. Rafria, if I had been hit with paralysis yesterday, I would have died without doubt. Were the viewers watching and wishing for me to get bitten by a ghoul? If that's the case, I should have tried to show myself having a harder time with them. The viewers must have watched the explorations of Alex too, so I think they have information about the third floor. It might be hard to bring fresh content unless I dive to the fourth floor and below. The weakness of Treants is spirit abilities. Especially fire spirit abilities. Looks like attacks with weapons won't work well. Hikaru, not really. It wouldn't be that difficult with my weapon. In the case of monsters with weapons, a clash can't be helped, but a treant also flails its branches around, so it would be like lumbering. Refria. Lumbering. Hikaru. Well, it is true that it was only flailing around with its arms. Refria must be a good match against it. When that shows up, I will leave it to Refria. The strongest one is the garden panther. Have you fought it before? Hikaru. No, I haven't even encountered one. There's talk that it is so fast there's no knowing if you can even run away from it. So we have to be careful. Refria, the panther can suddenly attack you. Nyan. You have it eat dried meat and run away in the meantime, or use smoke bombs to run away. The other option is to use spirit abilities. But maybe this party can defeat one. Naya. Grateful. Monsters eat meat? Hikaru. I haven't seen them do that even once though. Or more like, monsters are mysterious creatures that turn into spirit stones when defeated. Wait. That's the same for humans in dungeons. Monsters are born with an empty stomach, so they are always hungry. Giving them food to run away is a basic of explorers. Refria. Then, do monsters die from starvation? Hikaru. The dungeon is filled with spirits, so they won't be dying from starvation. Even we don't get hungry that much inside of it, right? Refria. That was because of spirits. Hikaru. I am full of things I don't know. It is true that I thought I didn't get that hungry when inside the dungeon. I thought it was from the tension, so I didn't pay it much mind though. Anyways, I only have one dried meat, so we have to be careful about the panther. Refria. Yeah. It would be rough if it were to hit us with a preemptive strike. If it goes straight for me, it would be the end. Or more like, I will prepare some myself too. Hikaru. I didn't encounter a garden panther yesterday. I knew that there would be the danger of getting attacked by surprise, so I ended up using darkness fog from beginning to end. But it might be better to do the same today. We can buy dried meat for escapes in the guild, so I buy 3. By the way, there's apparently no problem with humans eating it, so it serves as emergency food as well. At any rate, let's try and see if the strategy we used in the second floor works there. Refria. Right. Also, Refria, do you think you could defeat this droll thing without any support? Hikaru. I can. It is like a mature ogre after all. I am a worse match against fast types like the mantis. Refria. Then, the only one we have to be careful about is the garden panther. Hikaru. Yeah. Also, you should at least be careful about the gremlins. They can use spirit abilities. About the panther. It might be hard to get a hit in without your support. Hikaru. Refria. In a party with 3, the fighting style changes. I am serving solely as the support, and have the flashy battle style of Refria be the focus. The more flashy she is, the higher the viewers. 3 days of diving and 1 day to rest. In that 1 day, I explore alone. When diving in a party, I gather viewers with a steady fighting style. I will aim for first place with these 2 plans. Even if there's 1,000 chosen, to be precise, only around 700 are alive. It is not like all of them are living in a way that gathers viewers. Even living requires money. It is not like everyone can put their everything to get viewers. Chapter 067, Frog Plaza and Mankind's Untrodden Lair. Already found 1 Nyan. 1 Hobgoblin. What will you do, Naya? Grateful. Let's do this. Make this one quick. Hikaru. We went straight to the 3rd floor. Refria and Grateful apparently explore in the 3rd floor mainly. They've got their own handmade map packed with memos, and you apparently can begin seeing the peculiarities of the structures once you get used to them and can travel without getting lost. That one hobgoblin was easily split apart by Rafria. She has astounding attack power as always. Don't get lost, okay, Hikaru? It would be the end if you get lost on this floor. Rafria, is it really that bad? Hikaru, well, there's nothing you can do if you can't go back anymore. It is impossible to fight monsters the whole time, and there's only the two of us. 3 counting Full-chan. Rafria, according to Rafria, it is pretty reckless to explore the 3rd floor with a party of 3. A scout doesn't serve as a fighting force, so it is technically 2. Rafria is a warrior that is the means to heal herself, and I can serve as a porter. In that sense, you could think of us as a party worth 5 people. That's because there's normally 3 warriors on the front and the remaining 3 are backup. After walking for a while, we arrived at a plaza that's around 100 meters in diameter. There was a statue in the middle of around 2 meters modeled after what looked like a dancing frog. A frog statue. Naya. Will you be hunting here today, Nyan? Grateful, right. This is the first day, so I would say yeah. There's the need to walk around and get used to the 3rd floor to a certain degree, but let's leave that for tomorrow. Rafria, then, I will go take a look for a bit. Nyan. Fine with any monster? Grateful, let's avoid only the garden panther. Rafria, got it. Nyan. Grateful. Rafria and Grateful were forming the plan for today. I personally want to fight a garden panther too, but this is still the first day, so I will follow their lead for today. Hikaru, this place is the Frog Plaza. It is the biggest plaza in the 3rd floor. As long as you arrive at this place, you just have to walk in the direction that the frog is facing and you will arrive at the exit. So at the very least try to remember this place. Also, there's a lot of explorers that fight or take breaks here, so it can serve as a base, and you can get help if something happens. Rafria. I see. There's stone paving closely packed in the ground, and it is suitable for spirit stone hunts. There's also no other structures around, so there's no obstructions. It might be convenient for Rafria who swings around a big sword. By the way, I came here yesterday too, so I remember this place. It might have been too plain for the viewers, but having a place this open inside the dungeon is pretty mysterious. Logically speaking, this place should be deep underground several hundreds of meters down. It means that that city has a dungeon like this existing below it, and yet, there's air, and there's no gas that would bring harm to the body of a person. It is truly like a place that exists only to be conquered by people. Moreover, there's still more to this dungeon, a troll. Nyan. It is only one though. What do you wanna do? Grateful. Let's do it with the same fighting style as usual. Hikaru, I sink the monster into darkness, bring it out from the darkness on signal, and shadow bind it at the same time. Rafria comes in there with a full power hit. It is a method that works even by myself with anyone aside from the treant. There's no problem at all, and the reality is that we managed to defeat the troll without any issues. The exploration continued without any problems just like that. We are not a 3rd floor level party. I am physically weak, but I can use abilities quite well, and Rafria excels as a warrior. Grateful must also be a pretty skilled scout herself. She is properly guiding us while searching for monsters in a way that we don't encounter several monsters at once. It seems like her tier is slowly increasing from fighting monsters every now and then. It was possible to defeat a hobgoblin in one hit by hitting their weak point. Looks like we will be able to manage somehow in the 3rd floor. Well, the earning isn't that different from the 2nd floor though. Hikaru, there aren't that many monsters after all. Even so, it would be scary to go to the 4th floor and 5th floor, so I would say our right difficulty is here. Rafria, you have gone down to the 4th floor, right? Hikaru, only a bit though. Rafria, the 4th floor, the Rain Dragon Grand Waterfall, is apparently a cave that has a giant waterfall. The fourth floor isn't that suitable for exploration. Water spirit users and fire spirit users are necessary. If possible, a light spirit user would be useful as well. Rafria, sounds like a pain. Hikaru, it is a pain. The monsters are strong. The ground is slippery. You get wet from the water. It is cold, dark, and monsters suddenly come out from weird places. Rafria. I see. In contrast, it is easy to fight in the third floor. There's mist, but it is not to the point of dampening, and it is not cold or hot. The ground isn't bad, and the monsters aren't that strong. Most of all, it isn't dark. Speaking of that, the information of the dungeon you can get only goes up to the 5th floor. What's with the 6th floor? Hikaru, the furthest the parties in this city have reached is the 6th floor. Rafria, in other words, the 6th floor is still in the process of being cleared. Hikaru, there's apparently explorers who have reached all the way to the 7th floor. Those are only rumors though. There's also no information shared about it. Rafria, the 5th floor is the Helter Glory and the 6th floor is the Dawn of the Gold Plain. The 5th floor, the Helter Glory, is pretty problematic. There's apparently a lot of explorers who lose their lives there, but Rafria said that the 4th floor is also really rough. In other words, the 4th floor, 5th floor, and 6th floor aren't floors that one can go to with a half-baked party. Is there information about the 6th floor? Hikaru, I wonder. The guild might have, but the guild doesn't recommend going to the depths. Rafria, they don't? Even though it is our job to explore? Hikaru, it is because spirit stones themselves can be gathered plenty well all the way to the 5th floor. It would be more of a loss if they were to push further into the depths and lose skilled explorers. Rafria, so that's how it works. It is true that there's not much aside from spirit stones. Hikaru. However, if the depths are not explored, the density of the whirling chaotic energy increases too much, so there's the need to hunt monsters in the surface levels at quite the high pace to compensate. Rafria. What can be gained from the dungeon? You obviously get spirit stones, but putting it the other way around, you only get that. Of course, there's the gift of the divine beast, but that's not something you get often. And I even got it on the 2nd floor. It probably has nothing to do with the floor. Even so, you can get quite the amount of money if you sold it, so it would be really profitable. I think. Of course, you can't trade them in the dungeon, but it is possible when you go outside. Also, you can bring worth in raising your deer from fighting, but that might be slightly special for explorers. Everyone is exploring for the sake of their livelihood. There's no need to go to the depths and poke your head into danger. There's 2 gremlins and 1 troll mixed party Naya. They are a pretty problematic bunch if you don't fight it well. What will you do, Naya? Grateful had come back from scouting and we headed to battle. Rafria dealt with the troll, and I dealt with the 2 gremlins. In that way, we managed to dispose of mixed parties easily, and in this way, we managed to finish the first day in the 3rd floor with the party. Chapter 068-069, Shrimp Thermidor and talk about family. It is juice, but cheers. Hikaru, it is a shame it is not alcohol, but cheers. Rafria, I can't drink anything alcoholic, so I am happy with juice. Nyan. Cheers. Grateful. The celebration after finishing the exploration. We can't go close to a church, so we entered a diner that's in a safe location. Recently, we have been purposely trying out a variety of eateries. Maybe because I am originally Japanese, I don't really have that many things I can't eat. There's a lot of things that can be eaten in this world, and Rafria likes eating. It seems like Grateful normally doesn't eat anything decent, so she gets happy every time we treat her, so it in turns makes me happy too. And I think there's a lot of viewers who like this sort of situation after an adventure. I don't think there's anyone happy seeing me eat, but I don't think that's the case for Rafria and Grateful. If you hate the boss, You hate the company. There's the chance the two are also hated though. Even so, I feel like having only adventuring scenes would take out the excitement of it. There's the need for tension and calm. Going to a new establishment really makes you nervous, right? Refria. Yeah. It was recommended by the guild? Hikaru. The guild does about everything. Refria. Well, the guild must want to keep the explorers as close to their hands as possible. It is solely a business move, since they wouldn't be able to do anything without explorers. Even so, this smells really nice. Cheese and shrimp, was it? Hikaru. It is. I have never eaten shrimp before. Is it something that can be caught in the sea? Refria. If it is the small ones that can be caught in the rivers, I have eaten them often now. They have a peculiar taste. These ones are big, so they must be from the sea now. Grateful. Judging from the ones that are being brought to other tables, it is more like lobster or spiny lobster. They are pretty big shrimps. I have eaten them. A pretty decent amount before being transferred. My youngest sister likes crustaceans, and would buy an astounding amount from the money she earned in her mysterious internet part-time job. The food was brought to us after a while. Looks like the middle part is opened up with sauce poured in it, cheese on top, and baked in an oven. It was written at the entrance that the name of the dish is shrimp thermidor, but it didn't click with me. Shrimps, this is normal in this world, are twice as big as the ones from Earth. If this had been spiny lobster, it would have gone for an incredible price. What an extravagant meal. It is piping hot and looks tasty. Hikaru. Isn't this expensive? Is it okay to have this much now? Grateful. It is okay. Food tastes better when eaten with everyone. Hikaru. She says expensive, but it is around 1 silver coin. I still have the spirit stones I got when I dove alone yesterday. There's no point in leaving money in the middle of the viewer count race, so I want to use as much as possible in order to increase the viewers. Using money to buy food might unexpectedly gain some returns. I do remember watching somewhere that cooking and animal programs are pretty popular. I use a fork that has pretty big spaces in between, and eat the shrimp. The sticky melted cheese and the somewhat strong flavored tar mixed and created a dense tastiness. The tar here must be using the broth of shrimp. This is pretty tasty. It goes well with bread too. Hikaru. It is a taste that makes me want to have rice to accompany. That I end up thinking in that way whenever I eat food with strong flavor might come from being Japanese. Yum tilde, I am melting now. It is totally different from the river shrimp nyan. Grateful, it is that tasty. Alright. I am eating it too. Refria. Refria made a serious expression in front of the giant shrimp as if she had resolved herself. Well, it is true that a shrimp has the appearance of something that would require courage to eat the first time you see it. I knew quite a lot of people in Japan who couldn't handle shrimp, but I wonder what will be the case with Refria. I hope she doesn't end up hating it without eating it. Refria. Refria places the shrimp flesh in her mouth. Well, eating something for the first time requires courage. Duh. Refria. Duh. Hikaru. Delicious. Refria. Refria's face shines in an instant. I am glad to see it suits her taste. I am currently moved to think I lived without knowing such a tasty thing existed. Munch munch. Refria. There are people who really do like their crustaceans after all. My little sister likes it a whole lot too. Hikaru. Oh, you have a little sister, Hikaru? Refria. Yeah. Unlike me, she is a really capable little sister. Hikaru. Wonder if Celica and Karen are watching me talk about this. I think those two believe that I wasn't the one who killed Nanami, but that's exactly why I feel like they would suffer more from the pressure of others. It would be easier for them if they just said, I can't believe there was a killer in our family. We are victims too. But the two of them wouldn't take that choice. I don't want them to fight society and get hurt in the process. I see tilde. But you are strong in battle. can give proper instructions, and can even utilize abilities precisely. I think you are incredibly competent yourself, you know? Rufria. I am happy you say that, but the competency of my little sisters is not in that realm. I don't know how to explain it though. Hikaru, my two sisters were already fluent in English by kindergarten. How to say it? Their desire to challenge new things and their brains capable of absorbing everything in their way was second to none. Even before elementary school, they were already famous as prodigies. They have appeared on television a number of times, and they were the pride and joy of my parents. Is that so? Your parents must be proud too. Rufria, my heart jumped by the casual remark of Rufria. Right. Hikaru. I answered shortly and thought about my parents for a bit. My parents are strong people, so even if society were to slander them because I am labeled as the killer of Nanami, they wouldn't be bothered that much. In the first place, I don't know if my father and mother are watching me and worry. I couldn't really picture that in my mind. I was in an outrageous situation where I was suddenly thrown into a forest the moment I was transferred, so I honestly think that my family was at least worried about me at that time. But now, Hikaru, are you okay? You are making a real pained expression there. Rufria, sorry. I was thinking about my family for a bit there. Hikaru, so you have your circumstances. Well, most explorers do. Rufria, I thought she would pry into it, but not touching those things might be a rule. Well, my circumstances are way too special. There's a high chance she wouldn't understand me even if I told her. Once the viewer count race is over, I am thinking about telling Rufria and grateful anyways, but right now is not the time for it. I also have a little sister. She is a really proper girl. Fufu. Same as you, right, Hikaru? Rufria, me too, me too. We are a family of 5 sisters. Nyan. Grateful, as expected of the catfolk. The amount that is born at one time is high. Maybe I ended up thinking this with no ill intent, but their names might be stuff like Orange Full, or Lemon Full. No way, huh. The shrimp thermidor was a delicacy, and with the fact that we were hungry, we ended up eating it all. We even ordered extra. Your appetite apparently increases as your tier goes up and the monstrosification advances. So this is how it looks like, huh. The better we can fight, the higher our food expenses might be. Chapter 069, Spirit Energy Vein and Rufria's Circumstances. By the way, why is it that the weak point of the monsters is the base of their neck? Hikaru. I remember what I was curious about and asked Rufria. I thought it was because the spirit stone is at their neck. Hikaru, that's not it. It is because it is the place where the spirit veins meet. In the first place, spirit stones are proof of having lived. So it is something that's born at the center of the veins when you die, and it doesn't exist while you are alive. Rufria. Is that so? Wait, what are these spirit veins you speak of? Hikaru, there's soul veins that have spirit energy flowing in them inside your body. Rufria, according to Rufria, people and monsters have spirit energy flowing in their body, and they concentrate at the base of the neck. When that part is destroyed, you can't do anything but die. That's why I ended up getting warned that I should at least protect that part with armor. I did get scared just hearing about it, so once I have gotten a good amount of money, I should have armor be made. Now that I look closely, Rufria and Grateful also have complete protection on the base of their necks. So someone like me laying it bare is rare. Huh. I thought you had a reason why you didn't have armor there. To think it was actually because you didn't know. Looks like you need to study more, Hikaru. Rufria, is there something like the basics of an explorer book in the guild? Hikaru, I am better than any book. I will teach you, so you will be okay. Ask me anything. Rufria smacks her chest. It is honestly a great help to have someone teach me. This is a different world. The common sense here is so different that, if I am not taught, I don't even notice the differences. Truly the feeling of not knowing what I don't know. That's the state I am currently in. By the way, I have been thinking this after dungeon diving with you. But are you an explorer, refrier, or a Templar apprentice? Should I take it as you training here until the exam because you are aiming to become an official Templar? Hikaru, I asked this while eating the extra that had been brought over. If prying into personal matters of explorers is not allowed, this is quite the bad question, but I want to know more about her. Honestly speaking, Refria is pretty different amongst the explorers. The veteran adventurers that I see every now and then have good equipment like Refria, and dive into the dungeon with unfaltering faces. But she is simply a mid-level explorer that mainly goes to the third floor. I understand that she has good equipment because she is a Templar apprentice, but I don't understand why she would have to act as an explorer. Or more like, I can't connect them. You must have your own objectives to be here, and I am having you help me out here, so I was wondering if I could help you in some way. If it was a bad question to ask, it is fine to not answer. Hikaru, objective, I did have two when dungeon diving. One of them was money. Dungeon exploration is dangerous, but that makes it profitable. Refria, and the other one? Hikaru, I told you that I am a Templar apprentice, right? It is that. Refria, yeah, is that connected somehow? Hikaru, I see. You don't know about Templars either. Refria, are Templars common sense in this world? A Templar is one job of the many. I don't think it would be so common knowledge that it would be common sense though. Templars. These knights that protect the churches that worship the Great Spirit Summers are required to have two strengths. First, plain battle prowess. This falls into the battle arts and the tier. The other one is spirit abilities. I am aiming to become a Templar of the Light Great Church, so I must choose light spirit abilities. Refria, then don't you already fulfill that condition? Your tier should be pretty high too. Hikaru, yeah, my tier and battle prowess is appropriate. But you can tell, right, Hikaru, I can't use my spirit abilities well. Refria says slightly pained. She said I would be able to tell, but I don't really. There weren't any moments where they had to be used, and things could be managed with my abilities, so Refria has only used them a few times at the beginning to show me, but she hasn't used them in the explorations. Maybe she assumed I thought her spirit abilities weren't adequate enough for battle? No, that might actually be the case. It is true that it is hard to say darkness and light mesh well. In other words, your spirit abilities don't reach the requirement to become a Templar Knight? Hikaru, that's right. In order to become a Templar, I need to be able to use the fourth ability, Photon Ray. My household has produced Templar captains for generations, so it is expected from me, the eldest daughter, to become one as well. But even when I am this old, I am a failure that hasn't even become a Templar. Refria. Hikaru, I didn't even know this, and have been using her as a warrior. I am a failure as a party member. My little sister is incredibly good at spirit abilities, and her dazzling abilities have earned her the name the Splendorous Flora. Compared to that, I am the dark grey Refria that can't shine. Refria, as for me, it wasn't my effort, but because of my cheat powers. There's no way I can easily comfort this girl who was born and raised in this world with her honest worries. That's why there's only one thing I can do. Refria, is it okay to just have you learn the fourth ability? Hikaru, yes. But I have been using them the whole time, yet it didn't work. It has been 1 year since I entered the dungeon, you know. Normally, even the tier of my abilities should have gone up by now. Refria, no. It is too soon to give up. I have been feeling bad for having you help me out. There's only 9 days left, but in that time, I will help you out in reaching the fourth ability. Hikaru, help, you say? I reach my limit with only 5 casts. Refria, I don't know if she knows, but abilities work on a proficiency system. In other words, they get stronger the more you use them. On top of that, it is easier to raise the proficiency when used in battle. For example, Even if I were to use my darkness fog to just hide in the darkness, the proficiency doesn't increase at all, but if I use it to cover the enemy in battle, there's times when it goes up. It should be possible to train the abilities of Rafria in that way. I think she has only used light as a light source. If you don't use it in battle, it is hard to increase your proficiency. Anyways, let's test it out. By the way, how do you learn about your abilities and your tiers? Hikaru, maybe they all have status boards. We are told by the Great Spirit Sama. Wait, you can't do that, Hikaru. Ah, I see. It is rough being a loved one. Rafria, no, that's fine then. No problem. Hikaru, so great spirits are so convenient? A god that tells you your level, huh? This really is a fantasy world. Eh? But you said your revelation was in tier 4. How did you know? Rafria, I will eventually tell you. Hikaru, if I tell her about that, I would have to begin from the part that I was transferred to this world. I will tell them when it is all over. While we were talking, Grateful, who didn't join the conversation and had a full belly, was fast asleep. She really is a cat. Regarding the concept of days, this world works with the same system of 1 week's being 7 days. Chapter 070-071, Revelation of Light. And in battle the next day, we entered the dungeon early in the morning. We will be hunting today as well, but I am thinking about increasing the proficiency of Rafria's spirit abilities too. Hikaru, proficiency? It is true that I have heard spirit abilities increase in tier 1. You use them often, but I have used them quite a lot, you know. At the very least, more than my little sister. Rafria, there must be a difference between people. Hikaru, I don't even remember well what my 4th ability was, and then it suddenly came to me. I don't know why Rafria's ability acquisition is bad. However, if she properly uses them and uses them over and over, the path should open for sure. Or more like, that's the only thing we can do. First, the light ability. I think it is the revelation of light. Let's use that in full. I myself used the revelation of darkness fog, the whole time, and a whole lot of abilities popped from that. Hikaru, I see. It is true that I didn't use light that much in my explorations, and have been using Cure Glow the whole time. Rafria. It is natural to use a healing ability instead of light that serves as a substitute for a torch, but maybe that's the source of the mistake? Hikaru. Especially now that we have advanced to the 3rd floor. There's no situation where she can use light. She is gonna end up using Cure Glow even more. It is like me using Shadow Runner the whole time without using Dark Mist. Thinking of it in that way, the proficiency doesn't increase, and you don't learn other abilities. This is solely from feeling alone, but I had some strange confidence in it. That's because the sensation I get from using Darkness Fog and the other abilities is different. It is hard to put into words, but it is as if Darkness Fog is the only one that cools dark spirits. No. It is kinda like creating them. But I have been using light pretty often too, you know? It is convenient in the 2nd floor after all. Rafria, didn't you use it as a substitute for a torch? Hikaru, yeah. Rafria, it really must be better to use it in battle. For now, let's test it out. Rafria, you can use abilities 5 times a day, right? Hikaru, why yes. Rafria, then, before going to the 3rd floor, let's use light to defeat monsters in the 2nd floor. Maybe an ogre will do? Hikaru, after deciding this, we moved. We ignored the 1st floor and arrived at the 2nd floor. Now that I have experienced the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor is dark, damp, and makes me understand why it is called an underground prison. Well, this does give the feeling of a dungeon though. Then, I would like to ask this first, but is light only bright? Is there like damage because of heat or something? Hikaru, it is only bright. It is just like your darkness. It isn't tangible. Rafria, then, We might be able to create some great effects if we coordinate her abilities with mine. Speaking of that, when I first met you, you used light to erase my darkness. Wasn't that because your ability was stronger than mine? Hikaru, no way that's the case. If that's how it worked, my ability wouldn't be able to erase your ability at all. That's the rewriting of elements. Light and darkness are opposing elements, so the one that comes after always wins. Light and dark spirits are apparently the same, and it is apparently related to that. Refria. The one that comes after always wins? Seriously? Hikaru, I am more surprised that you don't know that, Hikaru. Refria, I thought spirit abilities were strong and convenient, but that's an unbelievable weakness. Having darkness fog erased can be counted as fatal for me. Even so, I feel like there aren't that many monsters who would have the light element, so that might be a saving. There's no need to worry that much. The only ones that can be overwritten are the abilities of the same type, you know? The same types of light and darkness are revelation, falsehood, and cool. Well, the falsehood one is an ability that creates only a clone of yourself, so the overwrite doesn't matter though. Refria, I see. Hikaru, it is a relief that the other abilities don't get easily erased, but the fact that light can certainly erase darkness fog should be something that I should always keep in mind. Darkness fog is literally my lifeline after all. We defeat orcs and goblins on the way in whatever way we see fit, and find an ogre too with weapons. Quite the strong opponents. I will confirm this again. You don't get affected by the effects of your own light, right? Hikaru, why yeah, I don't. I do get the benefit of seeing things brighter, but not to the point where I feel it is too dazzling. Refria, then, I will just give you the signal, so match the timing and cast light on the ogre, and then attack with your sword. We won't be able to tell unless we actually do it, so let's test things out a whole ton. Hikaru, oh okay. Refria, I use darkness fog, and while still hiding in the darkness, I approach the two ogres close together, and swallow the two by widening the range of my darkness. Even though the monsters are walking around the dark second floor, they rely on their eyesight, and can't deal with the pitch-black darkness of darkness fog. I think dark mist wouldn't have had much effect at all. The ogres had their vision obscured and were panicking. Ogres hesitate to swing around their weapons when they have comrades, so they unexpectedly might have camaraderie. Darkness fog has an effective radius of 10 meters at most. I get away from the ogre to the very limit, that is 10 meters, and give Refria the signal. Right now. Hikaru, yes. Light. Refria, at the same time as the darkness fog was erased, a dazzling ball of light appeared in front of the ogres. Yuka. The two ogres were burned by the sudden light and were writhing. It is working. Hikaru, just as expected, it seems to be effective against monsters that rely on eyesight. Light and darkness are two sides of the same coin. If darkness works, light should also work. That must be how their relationship works. The ogres were thrown into a state of confusion and were on the verge of dropping their weapons. It is like suddenly looking straight at the sun after coming out from a pitch-dark room. A human would be blinded by this and wouldn't be able to see for a while. It is a way too fatal opening in battle. At this point, the winner has been basically settled. By the way, I covered my eyes with my arm, so I am somehow okay. Shadow bind. Hikaru, there's no problem, but I bind the two ogres just in case. Bind normally only works on one, but it is possible to widen the range. However, when I do, the binding is weakened greatly, and an ogre could break free from them in around 2 seconds. But 2 seconds is enough. Not only are their eyes fried, they also can't move. So Refria ended them with 2 continuous swings. It ended up with an expected result, but with this, even without my abilities, it should be possible to stun them. I think it is a pretty useful ability, but when it comes to Refria who can defeat an ogre on her own, She probably didn't think of using her abilities in this way when she only has 5 uses each day. Well, it is similar to how we usually do it. But that's how it is when using abilities in actual combat. You will probably be able to increase your proficiency quite a bit if you do this every day. Hikaru. It is not like I have the qualifications to be acting like a senior here, but I have the status board that can show me the proficiency, so you could say I have more information than her. And I also know what conditions make it easier to raise them. True. I do feel like I have properly used my ability. I haven't even thought about using this ability in combat. I thought everything aside from Photon Ray were all like extra support abilities. Refria, extra, you say, Refria. It is not like I have seen that many other abilities myself, but Revelation is like the most important and fundamental ability, and I feel like the other ones are the extras. For my abilities, I wouldn't be troubled without the others, but I would be if I didn't have Darkness Fog. Hikaru, right, I see. Refria, now that I think about it, the first time I met Refria, she said light was a plain ability or something to that effect. Maybe that's where the misunderstanding started. No wonder the light spirits don't lend her their help. Chapter 071, Training and Wrap Back. Is training with your abilities something you do on your own? Doesn't a teacher or something like that give you hints? Hikaru, I have felt that using Revelation in actual battle is the best way to raise your abilities as a whole. But maybe there's an even better training method. The research of abilities in this world must be more advanced than what someone like me who just came to this world can bring out after all. No. They say that the inspiration you get with the spirits comes from the qualities of the individual. So they don't share much information about it. My little sister is a prodigy, and she obtained Photon Ray 1 month after her contract. So I didn't think that it could be raised more efficiently depending on the method. Refria. Even though it is a world that relies this much on spirit abilities, there's a view like that? Hikaru, maybe the Light Great Church was a bit special in that respect. How to say it? They are a bit confined. Refria, according to Refria, there aren't that many churches of the Great Light Spirit, and her homeland Silshan is a city that was built with a church in a place where the Great Light Spirit was in before. It is different from this city where there's 4 great spirits gathered and contracts are being made left and right. That's basically how it is. However, I kind of understand why Revelation isn't being given much attention. If I were a proper warrior, I would most likely be using Shadowbind the whole time. Well, whichever the case, let's do what we can. There's a limit of times you can use it in 1 day anyways. Hikaru, there's an orc there Nyan. What will you do? Grateful, defeat it and find another ogre. Hikaru, got it Naya. Grateful, doing ability training on orcs and goblins feels lacking. Refria is so strong that it would just end up with a slaughter. And so, we train the light spirit abilities of Refria with ogres. Refria can defeat an ogre one-on-one. She is stronger than an ogre even with just her raw strength. If darkness, fog and light were to be added to that equation, she can manage to defeat them in 1 hit. Even by just basking them in light without the use of darkness, fog managed to stun the ogres plenty well. It's so strong that it is hard to believe it is on the same level as Dark Mist. Light apparently has a strong attack ability called Photon Ray, and has healing abilities, so I feel like light is a lot more directly effective compared to darkness. Well, darkness fits me well, so I don't mind though. It is really exhausting to use 5 of them. Refria's face was red and her breathing was rough. For the people that haven't obtained the affection of spirits, it looks like even using spirit abilities 5 times is pretty rough. I have already used spirit abilities more than 5 times before reaching the 3rd floor, so the discrepancy in feelings here is on a whole other level. I operate the status board in a way that the 2 don't see it, use 3 crystals, and buy a spirit energy potion. Refria, drink this. Hikaru. What is this? Juice? Refria, juice that recovers spirit energy. Hikaru, maybe because of how casually I gave it to her. She took it as a joke or something. Refria drank it in one gulp while she was laughing. Thank you very much. That was taste. Wait, why? Refria. The feverish feeling is drawing away, right? Hikaru. This was an actual spirit energy potion? Refria. I said that. Didn't I? Hikaru, but a spirit energy potion goes for as much as 5 silver coins. Refria. I had them by chance, so don't worry. Hikaru. It is more expensive than a mid potion. 1 for 5 silver coins is pretty high. Well then, let's go down to the 3rd floor and continue our training in spirit abilities. Refria. Hikaru. We are continuing? You are pretty strict, Hikaru. Refria. We don't have that long after all. Gotta learn photon ray before that. Hikaru. So you were serious. Refria. The viewers are watching. The more events the better. Also, she is accompanying me here, so she should get her own merits. I will get 1st place and bring Nanami back. Refria will learn photon ray and will pass the Templar exam. Grateful can earn more than usual, and her tier is increasing bit by bit. Those small things won't be able to serve as atonement for using them. But if they do, think even if for a bit that they benefited from it as well, it will make me feel better. In the 3rd floor, by basking them with light after darkness fog, most monsters would get heavily stunned. 2 spirit energy potions, counting the ones she could use from the very beginning. For a total of 15 times. Her limit isn't that high, so I don't know if she will manage to acquire the 4th ability in that time. But Refria herself is feeling the progress. It might work out somehow. And so, the hunt in the 3rd floor continued for 3 days. The garden panther didn't show up in the end, but in terms of constant hunting, we earn more in the 2nd floor. I myself have been proactively defeating all monsters aside from trolls, so my tier must have increased. I think my body feels lighter and it is getting used to battle. Right now, I think I would be able to defeat goblins and orcs in the 2nd floor without spirit abilities. So Hikaru, tomorrow is a break, right? I will be going to the Great Spirits Shama to check my tier and whether I can use new abilities now. Refria, I see. Great Spirits can tell you. It would be great if you can use photon ray. Hikaru, ahaha. There's no way I can use it in only 3 days. Refria, really? Hikaru, the spirit users in this world don't know if they have gotten a new ability, so they ask the great spirits close by. They also ask for the tier, so I am looking forward to the results. I have the status board, so there's obviously no need to go there to ask. Even so, the status board is a cheat in itself. It has a clock, can set an alarm, and can get a world map function with 3 points. 7 days left in the viewer count race. It has been exactly 1 week, meaning that already half of the event has passed. I am far from 1st place. Tomorrow. I will go down to the 4th floor, chapter 072 to 073, 4th floor solo and creation. 8th day of the viewer count race. Today is a break day and I am entering the dungeon alone just like on the 4th day. The viewer count is increasing constantly and I have reached 600 million, but my rank is still 8th. If the population of Earth is around 7 billion, my viewer percentage is 8.5%. It is a high number. No, it is a shocking number. But 8th place is 8th place. My viewer numbers were low when it started, so I have to get an even more overwhelming number of viewers in order to get 1st place. It would be better to think that it would be hard to get 1st place if I continue doing the same thing. I only have half of the time remaining. I need something special, something that a chosen has achieved for the first time among all the others. The modern era is an information era. If someone achieves something, that news will spread like wildfire in the world. More so when it is about an Otherworlder. However, I can't think up that something. That's why I am putting my life on the line. Today, I will be going down to the 4th floor. The Rain Dragon Grand Waterfall. I can ignore all the monsters till the second floor, but I have to properly deal with the monsters of the third floor as I advance. That's because advancing by hiding with the darkness fog that has worked in the first and second floor doesn't work in the third one. If I forcefully advance, I could end up dragging all the monsters I meet along the way. If I am going to be incurring such risks, it would be safer to kill them as I encounter them. I bought a map of the third floor in the guild. Judging by how cheap I bought it for, it is most likely distributed freely. There's no point to withhold this type of information for the guild. The more explorers, the better. The less deaths, the better. I have a good sense of direction, so I didn't have any problems with taking the shortest route. However, the fourth floor stairs are practically at the very opposite side of the floor, so it ends up taking time no matter what. Moreover, I have to think not only about the going but the return as well. I understand why Referee said it is hard to dive to the fourth floor and lower. Anyways, I reach the stairs to the fourth floor and take a break before it. I can use spirit abilities a pretty good amount of times and still be okay, but that's not the same for my body. I can't confirm my own tier. In other words, my level in the status board, so I have a hard time telling if I have gotten stronger or not. Should I try asking God? That if this world works on levels, to make it so we can tell ours. Hikaru, you can apparently tell your level by asking a great spirit, but I myself can't do that, so I don't know what level I am. Levels are like an evaluation of yourself, but that evaluation is unexpectedly pretty important. And it is to the point that the guild has a recommended tier before going down the fourth floor. By the way, the recommended tier for the second floor is 6, third floor is 10, fourth floor is 20. Moreover, this is an estimate for when you have a party of 6, with all of them being able to use spirit abilities. They are basically telling you that you have to do your best in raising your tier, find comrades, and save money to make a contract for spirit abilities. The recommended 6-people party is 3 warriors, 1 healer, 1 scout, and 1 porter. And so, my tier. The old blacksmith said I am tier 9 when seeing my swing. I have taken physical strength up level 1, so I would say I was tier 4 to 6 at that time. It hasn't been that long since then, so realistically speaking, my tier should be at most 10. In other words, I am at a level where I can finally go to the third floor with a full party, and here I am, going alone. This is completely reckless, but I will do it. That's why I am doing it. Now then, I will be going down to the fourth floor. The fourth floor's danger level is apparently a lot higher than the third floor, so I would like to concentrate. I don't want to die after all. Hikaru, if I die, reviving Nanami would go down the drain right then and there. I have to not die, but also have to put on the best of performances. I don't use darkness fog as I go down the stairs. Being careless is the last thing I want to do, but monsters apparently don't appear in the stairs. Of course, even if it ends up with that wasn't the case, no one will be coming to rescue me. So this might be quite the risky action. I am going to be shouldering all those risks here, so you could say it is a bit late for that. The recommended level in the fourth floor is apparently level 20 when you are in a full party. I don't know what level I am, so I can't really say for sure, but I am at least sure that I am not 20. Hikaru, I speak as I go down so that it is not a completely silent broadcast. The monsters that appear in the fourth floor are giant crabs, slimes, mantises, sahajins, lizardmen, lamias, and silers. In terms of enemies I am a bad match against, I would say it is the slimes and the lizardmen. Even if I hide in the darkness, they apparently still attack regardless. Quite the crude monsters. Hikaru, this time around, I gathered information at the guild. Viewers will increase if I end up on the verge of death from going down to the dungeon with no information, but if I place my death for being my first time and the number of viewers that would increase from this on a balance, I judged that information about the fourth floor was necessary. The fourth floor monsters are apparently a lot stronger than those of the second floor and third floor as a whole. I would say I need to be careful about slimes. They are apparently weak against spirit abilities, so I have no choice but to go with the mindset of search and destroy. Lizardmen can be snakes or lizards. If they are the snake type, their eyesight is weak, but there's the chance that they have an organ that allows them to perceive heat. If that's the case, it would be really bad. When talking about monsters that darkness doesn't work on, it would be the treant in the third floor, but that monster moved slowly, and it wasn't as if its attack power was high. But a lizardman screams strong, and they look fast too. An opponent that I can't escape from even inside the darkness should definitely be avoided. By the way, the lamia has the lower half of a snake and the upper half of a human, so they don't have heat perception. Probably. Whichever the case, there's the need to test out which monster the darkness works on. The one classified as the strongest monster there is the Scylla with its lower half that are not long tentacles. Her legs are weapons, so just getting close to her is difficult in itself. Moreover, you can even encounter 3 to 4 lamias, so in those cases, even veteran high-level parties would be wiped out. Even the guild recommends to throw as much dried meat as possible and scatter smoke bombs to escape at once. There's a lot of information posted in the guild, but according to that, monsters are apparently ones that have received the influence of chaotic spirit energy. The more mixed that figure of theirs is, the higher the degree of influence they have gotten from the chaos. Lamias are a mesh of snake and human, lizardman of lizards and human, sahuagin of fish and human, mantis of praying mantis and humans. Those kinds of monsters apparently have a high chance of dropping a chaotic spirit stone. Hikaru. Normal monsters can drop chaotic spirit stones at a set percentage. Actually, since the time of my solo exploration and in my explorations with Vrafuria and Grateful, I have actually gotten a few in stock. I am thinking of using Create Undead. There's a dark spirit ability like that, and if I have chaotic spirit stones, I can create a monster based on the stone. Hikaru, I am going to be exploring the 4th floor alone. Moreover, different from how it has been until now, there's a drastically low amount of parties that explore the 4th floor. There shouldn't be much worries about using Create Undead and being seen. Chapter 073, Dark Scents and Giant Crab. There's the sound of water now. The humidity level feels like it is increasing too. Hikaru. The flight of stairs went on for as long as the one in the 3rd floor, but to think there would be a space like this underground, it is a bit hard to believe. The stairs reached an end after a while. Do-do-do-do-do. A thunderous sound was echoing in the place. The ground is damp from the spraying water. The air has water mixed into it, and my clothes were dampening just from being here. What incredible scenery. It is to the point that it is a shame that only an explorer can get the privilege of seeing this. Hikaru. When I went down the stairs, there was a gigantic waterfall that really looked like a dragon twisting its way up. I am most likely around the midpoint of the waterfall. The water seems to be coming from a pretty high place. Maybe it is a water vein. I have confirmed the map of the 4th floor just in case, but it is a 3-dimensional floor, so I couldn't tell clearly from the map. I see, so you wouldn't be able to tell if you don't walk around it yourself. It might even be 100 meters in height. If you were to fall into the basin, it would be deadly. Hikaru, even when speaking like this, I am unsure if my viewers can even hear me. The noise the waterfall is making is just that loud. I can't see the basin of the waterfall, but if you don't have a safety measure, a way to avoid slipping, or a rope around you, you could end up just slipping and falling right down. It is a dangerous place that wouldn't be strange for something like that to happen. I kind of understand why the 4th floor is dangerous and isn't recommended for exploration. It is possible to not notice the presence of monsters with the loud noise. Hikaru, and in reality, in a silent space, Sounds like footsteps and breathing can provide a lot of information. If that's being erased by the noise of the waterfall, I should consider the possibilities of getting hit by surprise have increased drastically. Now then, I will begin the exploration. Before that, I will try out my new ability. Hikaru, my view of darkness has reached tier 3 and has become a new ability. My dark vision that allowed me to see in the darkness has changed into dark sense. Let's try it out. Hikaru, my current proficiency is like this. Dark Spirit ability, Tier 2 ability Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, Proficiency 4 Casket of Darkness, Shadow Bind, Proficiency 74 Call of Darkness, Summon. Night Bug, Proficiency 69 Tier 3 ability View of Darkness, Dark Sense, Proficiency 0 Transformation of Darkness, Phantom Warrior. Proficiency 6 Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Storage, Proficiency 5 Tier 4 ability Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 88 Special Technique Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 1 The Tier 1 is finally gone. You could say they are being raised well. I personally am looking forward to the next stage of Night Bug. It is my only attack ability after all. So I say. But judging from the amount of times I have used it, Night Bug falls into the category of the ones that are hard to raise. At this rate, Bind will be getting to tier 3 first. Now then, here I go. Dark Sense. Hikaru. The moment I activated the ability, a wave of perception felt as if it spread around me like a radar, scanning the darkness. The 4th floor is a lot darker than the 3rd floor. I would say that it is in the middle of the 1st floor and the 2nd floor in terms of darkness. It is a strange sensation. My vision spread around the darkness I can see around, and I managed to learn about the terrain and even the monsters that are hiding in them. If dark vision is an ability that allows me to see in the darkness, then dark sense is an ability that lets you find the ones in the darkness. The two are similar, but pretty different. Being able to find enemies actively is big. Moreover, the O is big, and it is possible to control for around a radius of 100 meters. It spreads spherically with me as the center, so being able to search three-dimensionally is big too. With this, I can even find the ones hiding in the water. I explained this out loud as I walked towards the monster that I found with dark sense. It is a cave that you could say is filled with wet bare rocks. There are many places where monsters can easily hide in, like in uneven walls and ceilings. And even when I knew where they were in a shape that is hard to find. There it is, a slime. There's one sticking in the wall. Hikaru. It is 20 meters away from here. I don't know if it has noticed me, but that figure of being half assimilated into the rock could make you miss it. Summon. Night Bug. Hikaru. Night Bug is an attack ability that is long range. They are bugs, so you could say that's natural. The summoned dark insects made buzzing sounds and rushed to the slime all at once. The attack means of a slime is to wrap their bodies around their target and dissolve them, or suffocate them. But against opponents like the dark insects there's no knowing if they even have any solid form. It is not that effective. The insects munch onto the spirit vein center, and the slime changes into a spirit stone in a few seconds. It would be a troublesome opponent if you don't find it, but as long as you notice it first, there doesn't seem to be any problems. I safely defeated it. It really is important to get the first strike. Looks like Dark Sense will be doing work in the 4th floor. It has an effective range of around 100 meters after all. Hikaru, even if the 2nd floor is as dark as this place and the vision is bad, it is a floor that is filled with artificial-looking constructs in the whole area, and the ground, walls, and ceiling are made of stone. That's why, on places like corridors, you would only need to be careful about your front and back, and there would be no problems, but that won't go the same in the 4th floor. I can understand why Referee doesn't like the 4th floor. Now then, I would like to explore a bit. I have confirmed the map of the 4th floor just in case, but it is a 3-dimensional floor, so it doesn't help much. I will just learn my way around. Hikaru, I give my clumsy commentaries that I don't know if they have any point at all. Move away from the stairs a bit, confirm the terrain, and return. I repeat this process a number of times. With just written information, I can't really tell well just how the monsters come out, what kind of senses they rely on, or how fast they attack. In the end, I have no choice but to learn in actual practice. Last time, I had prior info that the 3rd floor isn't that difficult, so I could be slightly reckless, but if I were to pull that on the 4th floor, I really would die. It wouldn't be that amusing for the viewers, but this is as much as I can compromise with. Dark Sense. Hikaru, after walking for a while, Dark Sense detects a monster that is outside of vision. I am using Darkness Fog as well, so I don't think the chances of being attacked suddenly are high, but I shouldn't lower my guard. I don't have a scout, and this is my first time on this floor, so I won't waste my abilities. There's 2 giant crabs deeper in. They are bigger than I thought. Hikaru, Dark Sense is convenient since I can tell by feeling the shape of the monsters it detects even without seeing them. Giant crabs are literally as the name states, and on top of having pincers that can split a human in half, it is covered in a hard shell. This looks like a monster that is a bad match for me. Most of all, it is big. It is the size of a van. Is going a bit too far, but it does feel like it is something close to that. If it is Refria with her gigantic weapon, it might be possible to fight it, but fighting it with a normal weapon might require some real work. By the way, I have investigated where the spirit vein center of this monster is at the guild, and it is in between its eyes. Honestly speaking, fighting 2 giant crabs with my combat capability is a bit difficult, but I can't withdraw here. I will do it. Hikaru, I unsheath my short sword from my waist, and arrange my plan inside my head on how to fight it. Fighting in a style that relies on dark spirit abilities can corner me into a fatal situation with one irregularity. More so when I am alone. No one will be saving me here. Even so, no, that's why I am doing it. In order to attract even more viewers, I have to create situations where the people watching can expect this guy is going to die. I have already decided on this path. Chapter 074, Lizardman and Return of Darkness. I slowly approach the giant crabs. With darkness fog around me. Looks like they are not the perceptive type. Even when I approach them to a distance of 20 meters, there's no sign of them noticing. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru, I hide in the shadows, and have a Phantom Warrior appear. Using this guy is difficult in a sense. There's a side of it that invalidates the chance of a surprise attack. However, in terms of certainty, this one is around the top. The Phantom Warrior hits its shield with its sword while slowly walking towards them. The giant crabs immediately notice it, stand up, and get ready for battle. They are unexpectedly fast, Hikaru. They make saka noises as they move, and the crab attacks the Phantom Warrior in a way so that it can grab it in between its pincers. On top of being pretty aggressive, the speed of its attacks are far more than I imagined. Honestly speaking, I thought giant crabs were ranked as weak amongst the monsters in the 4th floor. But it looks like I will have to adjust my information. The 4th floor really isn't being hated just for show. I approach the crab, who is fighting with the Phantom Warrior, while in the darkness I am so nervous I can hear my own heartbeat. My hands holding the short sword are trembling, and it felt as if I would drop it at any moment. I get at a distance of 3 meters, spread the range of darkness fog, and swallow the 2 giant crabs in it. At the same time, I seal their movements with shadow bind. Dark tentacles wrap around the limbs of the crabs and I dash towards the monsters while it happens. 1, 2, Hikaru. I stab in between the eyes of the giant crab. At the same time as I felt as if I broke through a part with a thin shell, my short sword sunk, and I cut the spirit vein. After defeating one, I bring down the other one with that same move. Clack! The sound of somewhat big spirit stones falling announced the end of the battle. Ha. Dark sense. Hikaru. I checked the surroundings with my spirit ability, and after confirming that no monsters were approaching, I picked up the stones and stabilized my breathing. I defeated them. In terms of result, I managed to defeat them the same way as the monsters in the third floor, but it was draining to another degree. It was the first time I fought those monsters, so you could say that's a given though. According to my experience until now, once a strategy works the first time, it will almost always work well on the monsters of the same type. It might be a different story once monsters with more intelligence come out though, but that will be for when that happens. Fighting alone is really risky, but the returns when it goes well are high. One transparent and one water spirit stone. I am sure this size would sell for pretty high. The fourth floor is difficult, but the earnings might just be proportionally as good. Hikaru. I return to the stairs for now, and begin exploring a different direction. There's a giant waterfall at the front of the stairs, so I can't proceed in that direction. No, I might be able to, but I want to avoid slipping and dropping headfirst into the basin of the waterfall. It would be better to not get close to it. There's paths left and right, so I am going to check those directions first. I advance while getting rid of the slimes with my summon ability, and I detect a new monster. I can confirm it with eyesight too. There's a lizardman. There's only one, but it looks crazy strong. Hikaru, how to say it? It is big. It is as big as a troll, 2 meters tall. Moreover, different from the troll, this one has an armor of muscle in its whole body. I can even feel its strength just from how it walks. On top of that, it has a sword and shield. Lizardmen might have sensory glands that are different from ours. Snakes have pit organs that allow them infrared detection. If it is the same as that, there's a chance it will detect my heat and attack me. However, from what I can see, it is more similar to a lizard, so I don't think I have to worry about that. Hikaru. If it is the type that attacks after detecting heat, it could become my natural enemy. There's a need to investigate it. I bring out the Phantom Warrior at a pretty far away location. This Phantom Warrior can also move in a way that doesn't make a sound. I take even more distance, in a way so that I can take shelter at once close to the stairs. The Phantom Warrior is silently approaching the Lizardman. The Lizardman has noticed the Phantom Warrior. The battle has begun. Looks like there aren't only pit organ types. Hikaru. If the Lizardman hadn't noticed the Phantom Warrior, it would have been bad. If it didn't notice it, that would mean it detects others through heat, or some other sense. There's the possibility of having both, but at least I have a bit of hope here. Ha. Now then, I am going. Hikaru. I take a deep breath, and steel myself. There's the chance of this becoming a life or death battle against a monster I have fought for the first time, so I am preparing myself for that. Without a steady heart, I won't be able to move when irregularities happen. I will always imagine the worst as I move. We are inside a dungeon like this, so this is natural. That monster is stronger than a giant crab, and it is obviously stronger than me. That's the feeling I get. I hide in the darkness and approach the lizardman that is still fighting the Phantom Warrior. I have long taken out my sure sword. Summon Night Bug. Hikaru. I bring out the night bugs to distract it as much as possible. It won't have much effect against an enemy of this level though. The night bugs were flying around and were pretty annoying. It is also dealing with the Phantom Warrior, so it also has to pay attention there as well. I don't see it directing its attention at me who is slowly approaching it inside the darkness, but I felt intense pressure from this enemy that I haven't felt from any opponent until now. It is covered in harder-looking scales, and I am feeling anxious as to whether my sure sword can go through those. But I have to do it. I have come this far, Hikaru. If I can't even defeat a single lizardman, exploring the fourth floor is impossible. There's even the chance of encountering a sailor after all. Shadow bind. Hikaru. I spread the darkness and bolt out. At the same time, the dark tentacles tie up the limbs of the lizardman. I can do this, Hikaru. An attack from the back. I will defeat it in one hit, just like the time with the troll. It was supposed to go like that. However, the lizardman moved with brute strength even with the binds, and spun its body slightly. With just that alone, the trajectory of my sword was diverted, and ended up stabbing into the left shoulder covered in scales. This is bad, Hikaru. The hope within the misfortune is that the effect of bind isn't zero yet. However, the strongest effective time of bind must have passed. The lizardman makes a side sweep with its sword. I let go of the short sword that's still stabbed into its shoulder, and reflexively take the hit with the gauntlet. Hikaru, an impact strong enough to feel as if my arm broke. Jumping back by reflex helped me mitigate the damage, but it looks like my paralyzed left arm won't be able to bring out strength for a while. Even though the effect of bind should still be present, it still managed to bring out such speed into its swing. If that had been in perfect shape. And if I didn't have the Dark Knight gauntlet, I would have been cut down for sure. I give my thanks from the bottom of my heart to the divine beast, Lilith, who gave me this wonderful present. The lizardman is blindly swinging its sword. Looks like it can't see inside the darkness. Knowing that alone is a relief. I can run away just like this, but my short sword is still stabbed into its left shoulder. I want to get that back. Guess I'm using it, Hikaru. I bring out the chaotic spirit stone from the shadow storage. The stone of the mantis. It is weaker than the lizardman, but it should serve as a temporal comrade. I hold the stone and chant the ability. Create, undead. Hikaru. Chapter 075, Mantis Zombie and Teamwork. Light overflows from the spirit stone. The chaotic spirit stone, that was as if stars were scattered inside of it, pulsed and life burned in it. The radiance burns ever so brighter, and melts. Lights of many colors overflow from the stone, and with a mysterious pulsation, the heat emanating from the stone increases as if it were alive. This is my second time using it, but it is like I am giving life to a stone. Hikaru. It truly is as if life is being poured into the stone, and the spirit energy that's being sucked out from my body can't even compare to what I use with a normal spirit ability. The hot and overflowing light gathered, and swelled densely. I let go of the stone. The stone began to knit a green statue, and shaped into the single form of a monster. The mantis zombie stood silently there. The swaying of spirit energy rising up must be because of the ability. When I undo darkness fog, the mantis begins to walk slowly to the lizardman. The lizardman soon takes a battle stance. I don't know what logic works behind it, but it seems like it understands that the mantis zombie is an enemy. Looks like I can't use this as a way to fake that they are both comrades. And then bam! Get them by surprise. The two monsters begin close-range combat, and in that instant, shadow bind. Hikaru. The lizardman had its body restrained from the shadow tentacles, and with a combo attack from the mantis's sickles, it collapsed in a second, and changed into a spirit stone. It was so anticlimactic that I ended up a bit surprised by the result, but the mantis has higher individual battle power than Refria, turning it around. That would mean that if the team of me and the mantis doesn't bring a result like this, it would be impossible to come down to the 4th floor with Refria. It is as simple as that. The battle ended, but the mantis zombie was still there. At the time with the flame orangutan, it disappeared really fast, but maybe because my spirit abilities themselves have gone up, or because the dungeon is a special environment, the ability has been strengthened. Whichever the case, they are reliable comrades. I pick up my short sword and the spirit stone of the lizardman, and check my surroundings with dark sense. There's a giant crab over there. Let's go. Hikaru. The mantis is super silent, but it looks like my words are getting through. It is silently following. And then, Even though we haven't practiced in battle at all, our coordination was perfect. We easily defeat a giant crab. Is it because I created this undead? Hikaru, most likely, even if I don't say it out loud. My intentions are transmitted to it. You could say that's quite the big advantage in a battle where there's changes at every second. After that, we defeated a number of lizardmen and giant crabs, but it seems like there's only those guys and slimes close to the stairs. The remaining monsters that show up in this floor are Sahuagin, Mantis, Lamia, and Scylla. I wanted to fight a bit with the Sahuagin, but they are half fish, so they probably hide inside the water. Also, I was scared to encounter a Scylla if I were to go too deep. Scyllas are the strongest monsters in the 4th floor. I wouldn't be able to win against it even if it were to be doing a handstand. Well, I am already pushing myself to the brim though. Hikaru, even when I mutter this, the mantis zombie doesn't respond. A loyal warrior that exists only for my sake. The dark element is honestly pretty plain, but I once again confirmed that the 8th ability really is a special one. The mantis zombie disappeared on the 6th battle against a monster. It has been around 1 hour, I suppose. You could say that was quite the valuable support for one chaotic spirit stone. It isn't the 8th hidden ability for nothing. By the way, I got one chaotic spirit stone from the lizardman I defeated together with the mantis. When things get bad, I can call it an ability that can call a proper warrior. Moreover, disposable, the value of it is unmeasurable. It has begun getting cold. I kind of understand what Refria said. There's the temperature as well. But it is mostly the water spraying from the waterfall, raining around and dampening my clothes. Hikaru, since coming to the 4th floor, I have only been exploring the vicinity of the stairs, and yet, my clothes are completely wet, and combined with the low temperature of the surroundings, my body has gotten pretty cold. I relied on the mantis zombie when it came to the battle itself, so there's also the fact that I haven't moved my body much. I might catch a cold like this. Going down from a fever in the viewer count race wouldn't even serve as a good joke. Well, I do have disease resistance, and I could buy some type of potion if something happens, but I should change clothes just in case. I use dark sense to confirm if there's any monsters around, and change into my spare clothes. Refria said fire or water spirit abilities were necessary here. They can't just go changing every instance they get wet, so they must be dealing with the water with fire or water spirit abilities. I don't know if there's such abilities in the fire and water elements though. When I checked in the status board, only 1.5 hours had passed since I came to the 4th floor. I want to continue hunting for at least 4 hours more. I am fine with hunting alone, but I am thinking of using Create Undead once more in order to get accustomed to the 4th floor. Hikaru, I bring out the chaotic spirit stone of the lizardman. Create Undead. Hikaru, the sparkling chaotic light brings back the lizardman. A muscular warrior. It is mysterious how it is equipped with a sword and shield. But that must be how monsters work. Now then, there's a time limit with undead, so I will keep going. Hikaru, I don't think I will be able to maintain the lizardman zombie for long. It would be handy for short decisive battles, but using it while moving on fields would be wasteful. Chaotic spirit stones rarely show up, but judging from the probabilities, the chances of strong mixed monsters like lizardmen and mantises dropping them are decently high. I utilize dark sense as I go deeper and deeper. Lizardman 2.0. 3. That does look dangerous. Hikaru, with 2, that doesn't really mean it is 2 times stronger. It normally gets several times more troublesome. Make that 3 and the chances of losing shoot up. Even ogres and trolls had at most 2, and yet, to think 3 would pop up with lizardman. I will defeat one and the other one. The undead lizardman will defeat it. Can we defeat the last one with the momentum? Hikaru, I formed that plan. No, it isn't such a cool thing like a plan. You could even say this is super rough on the edges and riddled with holes. Darkness fog. Hikaru, there's no choice of not fighting. If I were alone, I would avoid it. But I have the undead lizardman with me. If I run here, there would be no point of using the chaotic spirit stone. I advance through the darkness together with the lizardman. It was the same with the undead mantis, but it looks like even the undead that I create can see inside the darkness. They are properly following me, so some sort of spirit energy path might be linking us. A warrior that can see in the darkness is practically invincible, but there's the chance that it is simply following me close by. Having it fight inside the darkness would be a bit too risky. I should have tested it out on weak monsters. One of them is slightly separated from the others, so I will aim for that one. Hikaru. It is only distanced from the others by around 10 meters, but the difference is big. The sounds of the waterfall echoing in the cave were hiding the sounds of our footsteps and breathing. The fourth floor is overall dark. There's a mysterious light source close to the waterfall, so it is as bright as the first floor, but if we go into the side tunnels, it is as dark as the second floor. In other words, I can almost perfectly hide my figure with darkness fog. A single mistake in judgment here won't be forgiven. My opponent is superior here. I have to bring out the most advantage of a preemptive strike here. Summon Night Bug. Hikaru. I create bugs, and when the three lizardmen were confused, I sink the three into the darkness fog. The lizardmen are the type that can't deal with darkness, so this will at least buy a few seconds. Shadow Bind. Hikaru. At the same time as I bring out one from the darkness bind, the undead doesn't miss a single beat in cutting the spirit vein center. 1. Hikaru. Bind can't be used in the time the effects of bind still remain, but the story is different. If the enemy dies, it can be used immediately after. Approaching the lizardman without bind is honestly speaking too scary. However, with this, it is now 2 versus 2. The two lizardmen were swinging their swords around at the night bugs, so it is dangerous to carelessly approach them. I control the darkness even more, and bring one close by out of the darkness. The battle against the undead began immediately. They are both lizardmen, but it can still instantly identify it as an enemy. Just what logic is at work here? Does it smell rotten or something? Shadow Bind. Hikaru. The instant it made the motion of attacking, the tentacles jumping out from the darkness bind the limbs of the lizardman. No matter how robust of a monster it is, as long as a weak point exists, show 1 single second of an opening and you will get hit by a deadly attack. With the stab of the undead, the second one perished, and a spirit stone dropped. I will deal with the remaining one. Hikaru. I have the undead stay in place, hide in the darkness, and observe the lizardman. It still can't grasp the situation, and continues attacking the night bugs that are flying around. The speed of its sword is sharp, and if I were to be hit directly by that, I would be split in half in an instant. I am in the category of if I get hit, I will die on this floor, but that goes the same for them. If I get a good hit in their weak point, I can defeat them in one hit as well. There's no reason I can't do this. The risk is the same for the other monsters. A hit from an ogre, a hit from a troll, a hit from a crab. If I were to get hit in full by any of them, I would die instantly too. Shade Shift. Phantom Warrior. Hikaru. Shade Shift is just for comfort, but I use it just in case. I control the darkness so only the Phantom Warrior can be seen, and I circle it slowly to its back. The lizardman stops swinging its sword to prepare for battle against the lizardman, and takes a stance to fight back. I silently approach it from the back, use Shadow Bind, and take away the freedom of the lizardman. And then, right at the spine, I stab with all my might onto where the spirit veins gather. Silently, in a way that my presence doesn't get detected. Every single action performed in complete silence. The lizardman also changed into a spirit stone without making a sound and fell flatly onto the ground. It is a chaotic spirit stone. With this, I have regained what I spent. Hikaru. I am trying to speak calmly here, but my heart is drumming out of my chest. The bind is not absolute. There's always the chance of breaking out of them and getting hit. The only way of knowing if the lizardmen noticed or not, or if they truly can't move from the binding dot, is to defeat the opponent. If that doesn't happen, then I pay with my own life. From the 3 lizardmen, I got 1 chaotic spirit stone and 2 water spirit stones. The 4th floor is a waterfall stage, so there might be a lot of monsters that drop water spirit stones. After that, without going too deep, I would battle alone and would sometimes call a lizardman with create undead slime, giant crab, lizardman, Sahuagin. For lizardman, if it is one-on-one, I have gotten good enough that I can defeat them with certainty, so I would say this is plenty good enough as a preview of the new floor. Sahuagins jump out from the water, but thanks to Dark Sense, I can tell where they are, so it was easy to deal with them. Their strength is on the same level as a hobgoblin, but they hold tridents, so they are probably somewhat problematic. Because of the consecutive hard battles, I couldn't bother about how the others looked at me, but my viewers have increased quite a bit. Getting hit the first time by that lizardman must have gotten a good reception. I can't go dying, so acting in a way that I won't die is the priority here. But I don't have the leeway to begin with. Even so, I got to first place in the real-time rankings. My total ranking is still far from first, and there's not that many days left. I need one more explosive element here. Or maybe I should rush through the 4th floor using the darkness and go down the 5th floor? Or is there another method? I don't have much time left. Dark Spirit ability, Tier 2 ability Falsehood of Darkness, Shade Shift, Proficiency 12 Casket of Darkness, Shadow Bind, Proficiency 93 Call of Darkness, Summon, Night Bug, Proficiency 77 Tier 3 ability View of Darkness, Dark Sense, Proficiency 8 Transformation of Darkness, Phantom Warrior, Proficiency 14 Deposition of Darkness, Shadow Storage, Proficiency 6 Tier 4 ability Revelation of Darkness, Darkness Fog, Proficiency 92 Special Technique Return of Darkness, Create, Undead, Proficiency 4 Progress of all the chosen in the viewer count race, chosen number 1000, Kurose Hikaru. Real-time rank, 1714. Total rank, 4714. Chapter 076. Exclusive chosen bulletin board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 3214 689. Anonymous from Earth. He went to the guild alone again. Is he really going to the 4th floor? -690. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the 4th floor where Alex and his party were so overconfident they went there, and ended up running away with their lives barely hanging? -691. Anonymous from Earth. Right. This is where you can see that event, video link. -692. Anonymous from Earth. The legendary Crabble vs Scrab, 693. Anonymous from Earth. The Crab one, -694. Anonymous from Earth. The guy that even Dora E would have a decent hard time too, -695. Anonymous from Earth. Crab so big, -696. Anonymous from Earth. If it weren't a monster, you could have a feast with that, -697. Anonymous from Earth. In that world, there's no border between monsters and living beings, so if they aren't from the dungeon, you can actually eat them, -698. Anonymous from Earth. The meat should be really tight and tasty. No, it definitely is tasty, -699. Anonymous from Earth. It is a relief that it isn't an enemy that increases their defense with a spell. Ha. Alex, -700. Anonymous from Earth. When they saw the lizardman from afar, they went, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, and retreated. And in reality, even when looking at a lizardman from afar, they give that feeling of being super dangerous. That's practically a dragon, -701. Anonymous from Earth. The mantis are pretty dangerous themselves, but the lizardmen go above that. They even have a shield. -702, Anonymous from Earth. The 4th floor is bad news. You can't tell where the slimes are. And if you don't notice, they can fall on you from above. Alex has a party of 3, so they somehow manage, but Hikaru is alone, right? This time for sure he is gonna die. -703, Anonymous from Earth. If you get your mouth covered by a slime, your spirit abilities are sealed. -704, Anonymous from Earth. That's death. -705, Anonymous from Earth. The viewers are certainly increasing, but is this what we wanted? -706, Anonymous from Earth. It looks like, this time around, he is going to go there after properly confirming the information of the monsters and the map. Good job, Hikaru. -707, Anonymous from Earth. Diving to the 4th floor alone is not praiseworthy at all. This is the most rash action in recent history. -708, Anonymous from Earth. There's a special program about the incident of Nanami-chan. They are also touching a bit about Hikaru. -709, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? What terrible timing. How many things should we watch at the same time? -710, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru missed Alex and his party that were in the 3rd floor by a hair. When explorers meet each other, they normally don't get involved with each other, but Alex has gotten a good amount of messages regarding Hikaru, so I want him to tell Hikaru quickly already. -711, Anonymous from Earth. Alex also has his hands pretty full right now with his own matters, so he doesn't seem to have the leeway to think about others. Most of it is him wanting a girlfriend though. -712, Anonymous from Earth. Why are there only 3 in the party of Alex? -713, Anonymous from Earth. Crab and Joel were originally friends, and Alex rolled in. -714, Anonymous from Earth. They are 3 unpopular guys, but as explorers, they are the talk of the people as a group of 3 energetic rising explorers. Heavy warrior Crabble, spear warrior Alex, water spirit user Jordan. Jordan's family is actually pretty loaded. There's rumors that he is a noble. 715, Anonymous from Earth. Jordan is strangely high performance. Even though he looks scatterbrained, he can use 5 different abilities, and has a lot of uses. -716, Anonymous from Earth. Rifriasama can use them 5 times a day, but Jordan can easily use 20. There's quite the difference in power despite being spirit ability users. -717, Anonymous from Earth. Rifriasama will grow from here on. -718, Anonymous from Earth. Celica. -719, Anonymous from Earth. What are you doing, Celica? -720, Anonymous from Earth. What? -721, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is providing comments on the special TV program about Nanami-chan. -722, Anonymous from Earth. If Funai-chan gets first place in this viewer count race, he is definitely going to be bringing back Nanami-chan. In order for this incident to not weather, please bring my brother to first place. She says. I see, so she came out in order to raise the viewers as much as possible. -723, Anonymous from Earth. It is a feed from overseas, so even if it is to make an appearance on TV, it doesn't take much time. You can say whatever you want, but the TV has its effectiveness. -724, Anonymous from Earth. The culprit has still not been found yet. Even though all the fingerprints and footprints are all left, they still don't know. What is the police doing? -725, Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of inquiry in that area as well. But if it is just as Hikaru says, the culprit is an underage person. It is the custom to be decently careful when apprehending an underage person apparently. -726, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it still hasn't even been 1 month yet after all. My sense of time has gone weird since the ice kite transfer. minus 727, anonymous from Earth. Then, has the police already pinpointed a culprit? Minus 728, anonymous from Earth. As if we would know. Minus 729, anonymous from Earth. The house of Nanami-chan and the house of Hikaru are just standing there empty. That's the dark side of the ice kite transfer. Minus 730, anonymous from Earth. In the end, they didn't get the fingerprints of all the students. It was this big of an incident, so they should just push the full force of the law here. Minus 731, anonymous from Earth. The police are stupid, so they are probably going, isn't the culprit that guy Hikaru? Minus 732, anonymous from Earth. The programs on TV normally go with the drift of is Kurose Hikaru the culprit? It may be to heat up the TV program, but what's with that? Doesn't Celica snap at that? Minus 733, anonymous from Earth. That was the script I wrote and sent. I would say it wasn't that bad. You really are thorough in everything you do, Celica tilde. They said, what's Celica doing? Minus 734, anonymous from Earth. Their work is way too expansive. Minus 735, anonymous from Earth. A 12-year-old with connections to TV stations. Minus 736, anonymous from Earth. They have shown up on TV a number of times before, so they must have gotten the business card of a producer at that time. Even so, I can only say as expected when it comes to making use of those connections. Minus 737, anonymous from Earth. They said before that they have shown in overseas TV programs a good number of times too. Having a mastery in many languages is strong at times like this. Minus 738, anonymous from Earth. While we are going on about this, Hikaru reached the 3rd floor, but this really is abnormal. Him going through the 3rd floor as if he is having a walk in the park. I can't help but laugh. Minus 739, anonymous from Earth. He has increased his skills even more in the 3 days of exploration. It is also because he has defeated a good number of monsters and his tier has increased though. Minus 740, anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. Minus 741, anonymous from Earth. Look, the trolls are like trash. Minus 742, anonymous from Earth. No, trolls are normally dangerous monsters, you know. If you fight them up front, they even block your attacks, and their attacks are fast, so it is hard to avoid them. In the first place, in order to defeat them one-sidedly without getting hit at all requires quite the high skills, or it would be impossible. Source: an influential person on TV. Minus 743, anonymous from Earth. The TV programs where they bring karate masters or boxers to give their analysis are pretty nice. Minus 744, anonymous from Earth. I feel like a sword fight champion would give a more accurate analysis though. Minus 745, anonymous from Earth. Hikaru Kyan walking at the very center of the path watching out for treants is cute. Minus 746, anonymous from Earth. Hope he doesn't encounter a garden panther though. That's on a whole other level, right? Minus 747, anonymous from Earth. He should be able to manage with dried meat, right? Minus 748, anonymous from Earth. Gremlins, hobgoblins, and ghouls seriously don't even put up a fight. Minus 749, anonymous from Earth. Spirit abilities are strong to begin with. Rather than calling Hikaru strong, what's abnormal is that he can use them as he wants without bothering about running out of uses. Minus 750, anonymous from Earth. Even gravel mist would be crazy strong if you could spam it. Same goes for light and fireball. Minus 751, anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is good at defeating trolls. He is an artist at it. Minus 752, anonymous from Earth. All the exp for himself. Minus 753, anonymous from Earth. His ninja moves have completely taken shape now. Minus 754, Anonymous from Earth. Diving a dungeon solo is the art of a ninja after all. -755, Anonymous from Earth. I would like the Divine Beast to give him a question mark. Weapon. -756, Anonymous from Earth. I don't think a shuriken would be that strong. -757, Anonymous from Earth. Shurikens are on the iffy side compared to a Muramasa blade. -758, Anonymous from Earth. Shadow Walker tilde. Is the fourth floor the stage where Hikaru shines? -759, Anonymous from Earth. Even if he managed to dominate the third floor, the fourth floor apparently spikes in difficulty. -760, Anonymous from Earth. He managed to get to the stairs with almost no problem, but there's also the return. Too bad you can't use Evark. I am glad he didn't say he is going to rush all the way to the fifth. -762, Anonymous from Earth. The advertisement of Celica and Karen has increased the viewers by quite a bit after all. His total ranking is 8th, but his real-time ranking is 4th. He will probably go up to 2 or 3 in the real-time one today. -763, Anonymous from Earth. That means he would have been more reckless without the publicity of the twins. That's a good job then. -764, Anonymous from Earth. The fifth floor is a floor that no Earthling has seen, so it is true that it would have attracted a lot of eyes. -765, Anonymous from Earth. Doing that would be risking your life way too much. -766, Anonymous from Earth. Going down to the fourth floor solo is already caught in death. -767, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan is too strong. She marched onto the hideout of a bandit group, slaughtered them all, and saved a village girl. A mental fortitude that I wouldn't believe comes from a person of the modern era. -768, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan has perfected the one stay at the inn, one mission accomplished. The type where the story begins once you say, I am hungry rumble. 769, Anonymous from Earth. That sounds like a Shonen Jump protagonist. -770, Anonymous from Earth. But Zhan Chan has already finished the most attention-grabbing moments. She is already leaving the village, so Hikaru has an opportunity here. Zhan Chan doesn't seem to have much interest in the viewer count race. -771, Anonymous from Earth. Honestly speaking, just training Rafria has the potential to get him to first place. He does have the bomb that is the promise too. -772, Anonymous from Earth. There's a layer of people that is dying in anticipation for that promise. -773, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria-chan is sexy after all. -774, Anonymous from Earth. Karen has made an advertisement video, but there's a Rafria-centric version and a Hikaru-centric version. She really gets it. -775, Anonymous from Earth. What about the Grateful-centric version? -776, Anonymous from Earth. None. -777, Anonymous from Earth. As if they would make one. -778, Anonymous from Earth. If they create too many, it would just scatter the audience. -779, Anonymous from Earth. It hasn't been that long since he has formed a party with Rafria, but Hikaru is good at giving orders. Rafria herself has said it before, but is it normal to be able to fight while giving orders like that? -780, Anonymous from Earth. They talked about that in the celebration. Now that I think about it, the twins also talked about that. What was Celica and Karen's reaction at that time? -781, Anonymous from Earth. That was a rare moment of them having a serious tone. -782, Anonymous from Earth. There seems to be an unexpectedly complicated relationship hidden there, and it was a bit scary. -783, Anonymous from Earth. Celica has been decently scary from the beginning. -784, Anonymous from Earth. It is true that we are talented, but if Anai-chan wasn't there for us, I think we wouldn't have ended up how we are now. But that in turn ended up being shackles for Anai. We are idiots, so we were late in noticing that. Just as Karen said, we are idiots. We were so concentrated in what we were interested in that we didn't even know who was being sacrificed in the shadows for it. That's why we will slowly pay back our due debt for the rest of our life. That's what we pledged to do, and yet, the fact that we can only pay it back to him in this way is just so vexing. But it is not like everything is over. God's system has a tendency to function towards the strength of a person's emotions, so there will definitely be a time when we will overthrow this situation. And then, we will get back both Anai and Nanamin. 785, Anonymous from Earth. What in the world happened? -786, Anonymous from Earth. Their love is way too deep. -787, Anonymous from Earth. I am going to check the vid. -788, Anonymous from Earth. 779. You normally can't do it. The vessel of a shogun. -789, Anonymous from Earth. Even Celica and Karen, if they didn't have strong feelings, they wouldn't be able to pull something like this off. Being prodigies and having the decisiveness to act in these kinds of situations are two different things after all. -790, Anonymous from Earth. I was somewhat happy about knowing Karen likes crustaceans. I would like to send her some hair crabs I got from my homeland. -791, Anonymous from Earth. 788. From a ninja to a daimyo. -793, Anonymous from Earth. He is the elder brother, so he is good at putting in order the ones below him. Probably a trait that the youngest child doesn't have. -794, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really must have been pretty tossed about by the twins. -795, Anonymous from Earth. He was naturally pulling Rafria and Grateful along after all. -796, Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Rafria-sama an elder sister too? -797, Anonymous from Earth. Rafria was probably the leader in her previous party. -798, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is commentating again. -799, Anonymous from Earth. This awkwardness does have its own charm. -800, Anonymous from Earth. Right, Hikaru doesn't have a way to learn about his level. They should have added a function like that in the status board at least. -801, Anonymous from Earth R. So he properly got the information of the 4th floor beforehand. That's a relief. Slimes are first-timer killers after all. -802, Anonymous from Earth. What Hikaru is talking about is almost all known information though. He doesn't open his messages, so he doesn't know how much information the viewers have. He is explaining the monsters of the 4th floor, but Alex has already done that too. -803, Anonymous from Earth. A database has already been made after all. Even so, Alex and his party have only fought the crabs, slimes, and Sahajins. If he meets other monsters aside from those, it would be the first time. -804, Anonymous from Earth. Lamias are worth shooting on camera. -805, Anonymous from Earth. Silas as well. Lamias and Silas don't show up unless you go pretty deep though. -806, Anonymous from Earth. Silas are technically octopus women, right? No matter how you cut it, Hikaru is a pretty bad match against them. Lamias are also dangerous. -807, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru finishing after being constricted in the snake body of a Lamia. -808, Anonymous from Earth. He is going to be finished in the true meaning of the word. -809, Anonymous from Earth. Superb view. -810, Anonymous from Earth. The 4th floor is wondrous. I would like to see it in real life. -811, Anonymous from Earth. I am watching it on a big screen, and it is the best. -812, Anonymous from Earth. The more desperately Hikaru does his best, the worse I feel about enjoying it with snacks and juice at my house. -813. Anonymous from Earth. God is at fault. God is. Munch munch. 814. Anonymous from Earth. The twins are strangely silent. So they have finally entered praying mode. -815. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't read messages after all. They have no choice but to pray. -816. Anonymous from Earth. The noise is crazy. You wouldn't be able to tell if there's a monster with all this noise. -817. Anonymous from Earth. Dark sense. That's so damn useful. -818. Anonymous from Earth. It totally invalidates slimes. -819. Anonymous from Earth. An effective radius of 100 meters, he says. The standing of scouts. -820. Anonymous from Earth. The upper tier abilities are just too good. -821. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't the weakness of slime's fire spirit abilities? They get instantly killed by Nightbug too. -822. Anonymous from Earth. They must be weak against spirit abilities in general. They are strong against physical attacks after all. -823. Anonymous from Earth. BTW, slimes can be easily defeated with a torch too. It is a monster whose issue is whether you can find it or not. -824. Anonymous from Earth. Crabs showed up. Crab. -825. Anonymous from Earth. They are that big? -826. Anonymous from Earth. Those are the pincers of hell. -827. Anonymous from Earth. The type that definitely comes to split your body apart. -828. Anonymous from Earth. It should be impossible to fight against two at once, right? Maybe fish them one by one with nightbugs. Get it? Fishing? -829. Anonymous from Earth. I want to drive them to near death and eat their meat. -830. Anonymous from Earth. Crabs are pretty strong. You can actually die from a punch of a crab that size. -831. Anonymous from Earth. They are so fast. Phantom Warrior is a really good ability to tell the unknown potential of an opponent. -832. Anonymous from Earth. Insta-kill. -833. Anonymous from Earth. No way. -834. Anonymous from Earth. Is this real life? Is this just fantasy? -835. Anonymous from Earth. That's the crab that Alex and his party almost died to kill one, you know? -836. Anonymous from Earth. So they are not that different from trolls? Well, yeah, you could say they aren't that different from trolls if you can kill them in one hit though. -837. Anonymous from Earth. The spirit vein center of the crabs is in between their eyes, right? Alex and Crabble were shouting while fighting the whole time between the eyes. Between the eyes. Like he was possessed after all. But that means you have to attack them from the front, so I think it is a bit different from a troll that you can attack from the back. -838. Anonymous from Earth. He is a brave one, but it looks like the kind of dangerous courage that doesn't fear death, the type that would lose their lives easily with one mistake. -839. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't have any armor, so if he gets caught in those pincers, he can get cut in half easily. -840. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru really is in danger here. Someone stop him. -841. Anonymous from Earth. No. We are all watching in so much suspense here. That's why viewers are increasing. And that's exactly what Hikaru wants. I don't want to say that what Hikaru is doing is right, but the result is there. -842. Anonymous from Earth. Lizardman. It really looks strong. Even on a big screen, I can tell just how dangerous it is. -843. Anonymous from Earth. I hear Runai-chan, Please stop. Anya-chan, please stop. Anya-chan, please stop. Anya-chan, please stop. Chanting from my headphones. -844. Anonymous from Earth. Lizardmen have broadswords and shields, so in a sense you could say a proper warrior monster has appeared. By the way, Alex and his party were so scared of it they avoided battling it. Hikaru should run away too. -845. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru knows a lot about pit organs. Well, the guild didn't show information about whether the monsters have heat detection or not after all. -846. Anonymous from Earth. No matter how you look at it, that's a lizard. No, maybe a dragon? -847. Anonymous from Earth. If I were to be told that's a dragon subspecies, I might believe them. Their tail is packed as hell. -848. Anonymous from Earth. I am going my ass. -849. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is killing his fear and putting his life on the line to revive his childhood friend. Is that bravery, or foolhardiness? Or is this a trial given by God? May blessings arrive to this small hero. -850. Anonymous from Earth. A bard came. -851. Anonymous from Earth. This is definitely a regular of Jean's stream. Lol. Don't come asserting yourself here. Lol. -852. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe he will unexpectedly defeat it easily. He did defeat Mantis. -853. Anonymous from Earth. It didn't work. -854. Anonymous from Earth. This bad. -855. Anonymous from Earth. If he didn't have his gauntlet, he would have been sliced in two. Run. -856. Anonymous from Earth. His trump card is here. -857. Anonymous from Earth. Create undead. -858. Anonymous from Earth. Against enemies that darkness works on, you can buy time for long cast abilities like this, so darkness fog really is strong. You can't use the other basic abilities in this way. -859. Anonymous from Earth. Create undead is so flashy. I like it. -860. Anonymous from Earth. He is completely looking like a dangerous mage. -861. Anonymous from Earth. Mantis zombie. -862. Anonymous from Earth. So broken. -863. Anonymous from Earth. So cool. LMFAO. -864. Anonymous from Earth. Instakill. -865. Anonymous from Earth. The zombie isn't disappearing. Wasn't it the type that disappears after one battle? -866. Anonymous from Earth. It might have a duration. Isn't it close to summoning magic? -867. Anonymous from Earth. This should be considered a cheat ability, right? It is a cheat. -868. Anonymous from Earth. Aside from the fact that you need a catalyst, you could call this the strongest ability. We are talking about the sealed 8th ability here, you know? -869. Anonymous from Earth. The crab was insta-kid too. So absurdly strong. -870. Anonymous from Earth. It looks like the mantis can act decently well inside the darkness too. Do the mantises have night vision? -871. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know, but their vision might be linked to the caster. Or more like, it is a dark spirit ability, so wouldn't it make sense that the ones that come from it are residents of the darkness? -872. Anonymous from Earth. This mantis is the one that defeated Rafria one-on-one, right? That means it is stronger than Rafria. -873. Anonymous from Earth. Lizardmen are insta-kid too. What happens to the XP here? -874. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know, but shouldn't it all go to Hikaru? -875. Anonymous from Earth. When the spirit vein is cut and the spirit energy forming the body crystallizes, A part of it overflows and streams into the body of the person that defeated it. In other words, in this case, it shouldn't be flowing into Hikaru, right? -876. Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about the 8th ability here that has no reference to go to, so we can't say anything for sure here. -877. Anonymous from Earth. If summoning abilities are okay, undead should be okay too. -878. Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean you gotta deal the finishing blow? -879. Anonymous from Earth. Then what do archers do? -880. Anonymous from Earth. They apparently can get exp through their arrows. There were people who verified that. -881. Anonymous from Earth. The Dark Twin said that the spirits transfer to the person that killed it. -882. Anonymous from Earth. Meaning that they are not stealing the spirit energy, exp, from the one they kill. It is moving on its own. -883. Anonymous from Earth. Spirit energy has a lot of mysteries. -884. Anonymous from Earth. At any rate, the mantis is strong. Or more like, didn't Hikaru obtain a chaotic spirit stone from the lizardman just now? -885. Anonymous from Earth. One more trump card. -886. Anonymous from Earth. When Hikaru teams up with a warrior, he obtains peerless power. He is strong alone too, but his low attack power was an issue. -887. Anonymous from Earth. The mantis is disappearing. -888. Anonymous from Earth. It managed to fight that much, so I would say it was worth it and more. He did get a chaotic spirit stone of a lizardman too. -889. Anonymous from Earth. He is going to continue exploring, isn't it enough? -890. Anonymous from Earth. Suddenly raw footage of him changing. -891. Anonymous from Earth. The blatant increase in close-ups from the camera made me laugh. God is doing too much work, Umau. -892. Anonymous from Earth. There's a part of me that's finding Hikaru sexy. -893. Anonymous from Earth. They do say water does wonders to make you look better. -894. Anonymous from Earth. Rec. 895. Anonymous from Earth. He also changes in the inn, but that mysterious sense of depravity when doing so in the dungeon is nice. The rugged rocks contrasting the white skin of Hikaru is just. -896. Anonymous from Earth. Someone is getting wet, and it is not Hikaru. This is content that turns earthlings into peepers. What is the objective of God? -897. Anonymous from Earth. He is going to resume after changing his clothes. So he really plans on continuing. -898. Anonymous from Earth. This time it is a lizardman undead. Could it be that Hikaru is enjoying fighting quite a bit? -899. Anonymous from Earth. We as spectators have already begun growing numb too. -900. Anonymous from Earth. Yeah, but even with that, it should be impossible to go against 3 lizardmen. -901. Anonymous from Earth. Instakill. -902. Anonymous from Earth. Well, he had a lizardman undead, so it should be -903. Anonymous from Earth. -904. Anonymous from Earth. He had the lizardman stay on standby and plans on fighting it himself. He definitely is enjoying the battles. -905. Anonymous from Earth. Ninja. -906. Anonymous from Earth. His critical hits are a work of art. -907. Anonymous from Earth. Overpowered. -908. Anonymous from Earth. Even if a weak point exists, lizardmen have their scales and other defensive measures, so if you don't go all in, it would be impossible to defeat them in one attack. Even Alex and his party fight while 100% aware of the weak points, and yet, They still suffer in their battles and can't manage to defeat their enemies sometimes. -909. Anonymous from Earth. He is way too specialized in the assassin style, lol. He is so strong it is funny. -910. Anonymous from Earth. Dark spirit abilities are up. So damn cool. -911. Anonymous from Earth. If I get chosen to be transferred to an Isekai, I want to be an overpowered character with dark spirit abilities. -912. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is the star of all otakus. -913. Anonymous from Earth. There's no otaku with twins, brokens, FYI. -914. Anonymous from Earth. There's whisperings about a second batch of transfers. I definitely want to be chosen next. -915. Anonymous from Earth. But I would be careful about choosing affection of the spirits. Would it work well enough with just spirit energy up? -916. Anonymous from Earth. Abilities are fine and all, but I would like to swing around a heavy weapon with physical strength up. -917. Anonymous from Earth. Thinking about it calmly, spirit stones are bought at a pretty high price, so Hikaru is having big gains here. Maybe he is one of the biggest turners amongst the chosen? -918. Anonymous from Earth. Currently up there. There's special cases like the Dark Twins, but even chosen who have Earth marketing knowledge can't earn that much. Also, his power ranking must be first place, right? -919. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru-san wasn't even fazed by the appearance of the Sahugan. He has some nerves of steel. -920. Anonymous from Earth. Steel X2. -921. Anonymous from Earth. No, being able to defeat Elizabeth in one hit makes him a seriously dangerous guy. It hasn't been that long since Hikaru began dungeon diving, right? -922. Anonymous from Earth. It is all about how much of the benefits from God are at work here. -923. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has only taken physical strength up though. -924. Anonymous from Earth. So it is the affection of spirits being strong, huh? -925. Anonymous from Earth. No, it is strong. Yeah, but the other chosen are also on the same playing field. That there's still this much of a gap between them is all about the individual. -926. Anonymous from Earth. First place. -927. Anonymous from Earth. He did it. -928. Anonymous from Earth. He got first place in the real-time rankings. That's impressive, Hikaru. -929. Anonymous from Earth. His total ranking is still fourth though. He is climbing up there. He might get first place with this. -930. Anonymous from Earth. The revival of Nanami-chan is looking more realistic. -931. Anonymous from Earth. My chest is burning. -932. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, when he was changing, his real-time ranking was flickering to first place. -933. Anonymous from Earth. Karen posted on Twitter, "Congratulations." Real-time ranking first place. For some reason, the pic they posted was the one with Hikaru's sorrowful expression while he was changing. Half naked. -934. Anonymous from Earth. Karen's Twitter has such a peculiar selection of photos it is amusing. -935. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, I am glad to see that the reckless exploration this time ended safely. Or more like, Hikaru is so crazy strong. It made me question, was there a need to even worry? -936. Anonymous from Earth. He may be strong, but accidents happen. -937. Anonymous from Earth. If Nanami-chan comes back to life, I think she could eat for a lifetime by speaking about her experience after death. -938. Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about humanity's first resurrection after all. -939. Anonymous from Earth. My chest is burning. Chapter 077 to 078. Remaining 6 days and the scary-looking guy once again. The next day I dove alone. We met in the morning, and we are going to be exploring the dungeon again. Rifria, what do you think about the 4th floor? Do you think we could manage? Hikaru, I try asking on the way. I somehow managed when it was in the vicinity of the 4th floor's entrance. We have been able to hunt in the 3rd floor with almost no problems. The 4th floor? It is not like we can't. But is there that much of a need to hurry? You did say you had your circumstances, and it is true that your spirit abilities are strong, but getting too ahead of yourselves in the dungeon can cost you your life, you know? Rifria. I haven't gone to the 4th floor either, so I wouldn't be of much use. Nyan. Grateful. The two were apprehensive about the idea of going to the 4th floor, but that can't be helped. Me wanting to go to even lower floors is because of my own circumstances. Thinking that the viewers wouldn't want to see the same hunting the whole time, I wanted to bring them fresh content. Of course, I understand that this is dangerous, but at this rate, there's no way I can become first place in the total ranking. I also have to put in the work in order to make up for the late start in the first half. 6 days remaining. More than half is gone. I am currently in 4th place. Thinking about the fact that I was originally distancing myself from my viewers, you could say I am putting up a good fight here, but it would be better for me to think that I need something more powerful in order to take first place, which is my objective. If I am too optimistic and it ends up as too bad, you got 2nd place, there would be no point. I want some wiggle room by reaching first place in 3 days. Well, if you want to go to the 4th floor, I will tag along though. Rifria, me too. If you're going to bring me to the 4th floor, I would welcome it greatly. Naya. I don't think I will be able to help out much, but if I get a feel of the terrain, I will be able to act as a scout there. Naya. Grateful. So the two went for the conservative. Okay. But it is true that going down to the 4th floor is dangerous. We won't be hit by slimes with my dark sense, but there's no doubt crabs and lizardmen are powerful foes. If we go deeper, we would need to fight even more dangerous foes. If only we had one more strong warrior like Rifria with us, we would be able to fight with a pretty safe margin, but it really would be reckless to do so with this group. The battle power will be higher than me going down alone, but in terms of risks, there's different dangers, and the dangers are not only on the level of I got wounded, there's the chance we have to pay with losing them for eternity. It would be one thing if I were to take the risk by myself, but there's no way I can push these members along my ride. No, you are right. Let's leave the 4th floor for some other time. It is not like we have finished exploring the 3rd floor after all. Hikaru, we haven't met the Garden Panther either. I want first place, but I can't go betting the lives of these two. No, we are already putting our lives on the line in the 3rd floor. It is simply that the exploration is going well, so that feeling isn't that pronounced. One mistake can still wipe us out. The reality is that I should get better at fighting too. Even if training doesn't increase viewers much, then we will be going to the 3rd floor today too. You will be training your spirit ability while at it. Hikaru, eh? Rifria, what's the matter? I said just now that we wouldn't be going to the 4th floor though. Hikaru, was she not listening? No. I was just thinking about not training my spirit abilities for a while. Rifria says while scratching her cheek. It has only been a few days since she started training. Is there a reason why? Hikaru, it is not like that. That's right. I am simply tired. Using abilities over and over is taxing. That's why I am fine with not training. So let's concentrate on exploring. Okay? Rifria, saying this, Rifria pulls my arm persistently. What a bad lie. The day before, she said that she would be going to the Great Spirit in order to check if she had new abilities. She said she would be checking if her tier had increased too. In that case, it probably didn't work at all. Even so, she must have thought I would be hurt if she were to tell it straight to me. That's probably what's happening here. However, it has only been a few days. The effects should be showing up from here on. Is what I think, but the person herself is going as far as lying in order to stop it, so there's no need to force her to. It is not like I don't feel as if my proposal was a pain for her, but it can't be helped. Then, no spirit ability training. I would like to fight a garden panther at least once already. It would be nice if Shadowbind works on it. Hikaru, it is not a monster with that much physical strength, so I think it would work. It can even immobilize a troll after all. Rifria, is that so? Hikaru, while we were having that talk, we arrived at the straying big mist garden. This floor has a fountain with drinkable water, and there are explorers who rest there. It is a floor that has a more relaxed atmosphere than the second floor. This place is rough for beginners, but it is true that this is quite a lot easier than the fourth floor. This difference in difficulties must be what sets it apart from a game. The first floor has mostly skeletons walking separately, so it is easy. But the second and third floor are plain hard. And then the fourth floor suddenly comes for your throat. That's the kind of balancing there is here. The second floor is especially dark, so it isn't suitable for exploration, so it ends up with the mid-experienced explorers aiming for the third floor. With things like that. Things like this can happen. Ooh. Isn't that Rifria-chan? I heard your party disbanded recently, but you were diving into the dungeon. Huh. Yeah, I have obtained a new party member after all. Rifria, the one who came to talk to us all familiarly, was the scary-looking explorer that spoke to us at the guild before. Looks like they are exploring the third floor with a party of 6. I don't know what their rank is, but they have proper gear, and it is a party that gives me the impression of being a cautious party. The scary-looking man wields a battle axe, and looks like a lumberjack that would welcome a fight with a treant. I honestly thought this was troublesome, but even if I were to use darkness fog to hide here, it would just stand out. Wait, oi, isn't that your little brother there? Bringing him to the third floor is reckless. Are you using him as a porter? So I really did get dragged into it too. But this is an opportunity. The viewers have stopped increasing, so troubles like this are welcomed seasoning. It doesn't really threaten my life, so I wouldn't mind getting hit once or something. I was computing that. But Rifria did something unexpected. With lightning speed, she took out her great sword, and placed it right on the throat of the scary-looking explorer. Oi, Rifria-chan. What joke is this? I will not forgive any further insults. I warned you before, right? Rifria, insults, you say? He is your little brother, right? Also, he is still only bronze rank. The third floor is still too soon for him. Is there anything wrong with what I said? He is not my little brother. Also, we have defeated all monsters in the third floor aside from the garden panther. Rifria, that's thanks to your strength, Rifria-chan. No, that was mostly him. Rifria, wait, stop. Rifria, lower your weapon. Hikaru, Rifria was objecting to the scary-looking explorer with a blank expression, but no matter how you look at it, she isn't calm here. Maybe she is an unexpectedly short-tempered person. She didn't look like that type in the time I was hanging out with her though. Chapter 078, Garden Panther and Inside the Mist. I am sorry for my party member. Come on, Rifria. You apologize too. Hikaru, don't wanna. Insulting Hikaru. I can't forgive that. Rifria, he wasn't insulting me or anything. Hikaru, if we were to talk down every single one that came to mess with us, there would be no end to it. More so when she is even using her sword for it. What an unbelievable mad dog. The world of explorers is technically the Yakuza world. They may have a view of it being the end if you get looked down on. So Rifria might have acted upon those sets of values though. Rifria, I don't mind you getting pissed when you yourself get mocked, But please don't do that on my behalf. I don't think much about it, and I have said this before. But being bronze and being an explorer beginner is true. Hikaru. If you say so, Hikaru, that's fine then. Refria. What, you guys were going out? The scary-looking explorer made a shocked expression. Even his party members began to gather after seeing our exchange. Tilda? So it really looks like that, huh? It does, huh? Refria, with how touchy you are with each other? Of course it would look that way. But that Refria-chan that was rumored to have no interest in men. To think her type was flimsy guys like this. That's a misunderstanding. It is nothing like that. I am simply having Refria-san help me out in exploring for a limited time. Hikaru, misunderstanding, you say? Hikaru, you are pretty terrible. Refria wraps her arms around mine. Well, she did say she liked me. And even if it was in the heat of the moment, those feelings of hers must be real. I am using her while fully aware of this. But Refria-chan, I understand you wanting to explore together with your boyfriend, but isn't the third floor too dangerous for that? One mistake and you can die, you know? Looks like he still can't get away from the idea that Refria brought me here. Well, I don't mind him keeping that misunderstanding, but it is slowly turning into a pain. As I said, I am the one who asked her to bring me here. Of course, I am fully aware that this is life-threatening. Hikaru, even if that's the case, the silver ranks have to be an example for the ones below. You may have your circumstances, but bringing a bronze rank to the third floor shouldn't be done. I was surprised by what a reasonable thing the scary-looking guy was saying despite being that scary-looking. It is true that you would want to say a word or two about a beginner brat like me sticking to the back of a princess. Geez, this is a pain. How about showing him a bit, Hikaru? To this blockhead. Refria, huh? What do you mean by that? That he is far stronger than me. If he is baggage, then there's no way I would be able to come to the third floor alone. Refria, you are joking, right? Only a few handful of explorers can climb up to silver rank. You achieved that in just 1 year, Refria-chan, so saying this brat is stronger than you? That's one ill sense of humor you got there. While I was listening to that exchange of theirs, something else bothered me. We are in a third floor. It is not like we are in a safe haven or anything. Even though they are speaking in a loud voice at a place like this, no monsters are approaching us. It is not like the dungeon is crowded with monsters, but there's enough monsters that you get into a battle every 1 minute of walking. More so when there's 2 parties here. It is coming. Watch out. The spirits were making noise. I could certainly hear faint voices that were warning me. Refria. Something strange. Be careful of your surroundings. Fool, come to my side. Quick. Hikaru. Just like the name of Straying Big Mist Garden states, the whole floor is covered in deep mist. And you can only see 100 meters ahead of you. One mistake and you could end up allowing a monster to approach you really close. And the mist is denser than usual today. The distance of our vision is lower than usual. No, can't even call it half of it. I hide grateful at my back, and try to get as close to the wall as possible. Oi, you all as well, don't lower your guards. Something is coming. Hikaru. Huh? What is a newbie brat saying all of a sudden? We are veterans here, you know? There's only ghouls showing up this close to the entrance. It would be nice if that's the case. Hikaru? What's the matter? Just like he said, there shouldn't be any strong monsters showing up around here. Refria. The spirits are raising a ruckus. It might be better to return to the second floor. Hikaru. Wait Nyan. I hear footsteps Nyan. Grateful's ears twitched and she muttered this. And then, her eyes opened wide. Garden Panther. It has come really close Nyan. Grateful. The next instant Grateful shouted this. A giant snow-white something suddenly jumped out from the white mist, and it bit onto one of the members of the scary-looking explorer party. You idiots. Refria, let's go. Hikaru, why yes. Refria. The garden panther is a giant feline wild beast, and it is bigger than the lion or tiger I saw at the zoo. It is most likely 4 meters in overall length. The color is pure white, and it is expelling faint white steam from its back. It must be hiding itself with that steam. Contrary to its beautiful appearance, its face is fierce, and it has a mouth packed with fangs that could swallow a person whole. The scary-looking explorers party member that got hit by the surprise attack still had the upper half of their body into its jaws, and was taken away in an instant. I can't even begin to infer where the garden panther is after it has disappeared into the mist. Dark sense over there. Hikaru. Fortunately, dark sense still worked inside this mist. The garden panther had already moved close to the outside of the effective range of the dark sense, but it was scraping it. Judging from the effective range of dark sense and the actual denseness of the mist, there's only around 40 meters of vision in today's 3rd floor. Is this the mist that the garden panther made? Or was today just coincidentally dense? I don't know, but if we let it get away, we won't be able to find it. Unfortunately, the explorer that got bitten first has perished with that one attack, but I don't plan on letting go of a monster that showed itself once. I ran together with Refria. It seems the garden panther has also noticed us. I can tell that it is lowering its posture in order to gather strength to jump. Phantom warrior. Hikaru, summon. Night bug. Hikaru. The phantom warrior noisily hits its shield with its sword as it approaches the garden panther. The night bugs rush at it while making noise with their wings. The panther increases its caution after the sudden increase in enemies. After confirming that its attention was diverted from me, I hide in the darkness and approach it from a different direction. That's right, no matter how strong the enemy, what I do won't change. Let's do this, Refria. Hikaru. Chapter 079, Pure White Beast and Warrior of Light. The panther jumps onto the phantom warrior. It sprang forth with its elastic muscles, and its motion to bite off its throat was like a released arrow. If it hadn't been a phantom made from darkness, they would have died in one hit. What fearsome instantaneous force, what threatening speed. If it were to aim for you at close range, even if you understand that it is coming straight in front of you, there's no doubt you wouldn't be able to avoid it. And if you get bitten by it, it is the end. So that means the title of strongest monster of the 3rd floor is deserved. Huh. If the mantis that's the strongest of the 2nd floor is a 4th floor level monster, this might be a 5th floor level monster. Just in case, I bring out a Lizardman Chaos Spirit Stone from the Shadow Storage. At worst, I will need to use Create Undead. It is clear that the Garden Panther is stronger than the Lizardman. The Panther is solely showing caution to Refria, who is getting closer to it, and the Phantom Warrior that's showing motions to attack the whole time, and it is taking distance while growling at them. Unfortunately, it looks like the night bugs are barely working. So that means the attacks of small bugs are not that effective against a giant body like that. Huh. But it seems like the Phantom Warrior is working well in diverting its attention. So it looks like it hasn't noticed me approaching it. By hiding in the shadows, I close the distance in one go, and spread the range of the darkness. The surroundings get ruled by darkness in an instant. The panther that was swallowed into the darkness had its body twitch slightly, but it growled and regained its calm immediately, strengthening its caution of its surroundings. And then, it looked at me. The eyes of the panther shone fiercely, and were looking straight at me. Its row of fangs were shining threateningly even inside the darkness. Crap, Hikaru, it definitely can see me. I see. Cats are nocturnal. I completely forgot that. Or more like, does that mean the cats here have the same traits as the ones in our world? Even though the totally catfolk grateful can't see in the darkness fog at all, the darkness of the fog is true darkness with no light in it. Even if it is a cat beast, I don't think it can see perfectly here. But my presence has been discovered. So my advantage has technically been erased here. Shadow bind. Hikaru, before the panther jumps at me, I tie it up with shadow bind. I control darkness fog at the same time, and take out the panther from the range of the darkness. Refria. Hikaru, in terms of timing, it is barely scraping it. But I don't know if it is because I have casted an ability on it. The panther's attention was on me, so that served as a plus. Ha! Refria. Refria ran and slammed the panther from the side with a hit that packed all her might. No matter if it is a giant wild beast, if an iron rod of around 150 centimeters were to hit their weak point with your weight put on it, they wouldn't be able to endure it. The panther went on its knees and rolled in a way to take distance from Refria. But it is still showing its fangs and its fighting spirit hasn't diminished one bit. Grrrr. It isn't dying with that? Hikaru, sorry, I missed the weak point by a bit. Refria. Animal-type monsters are actually rare. The monsters that show up in the dungeon are mixed ones. In other words, there's a lot of demi-human monsters. The weak point spot of animals feels different from that of demi-humans. So it can't be helped that she can't hit it with pinpoint accuracy. Grrr. It is coming. Shade shift. Darkness fog. Hikaru. It must have seen that I am an easier opponent than Refria, who has a giant weapon. It sprang back to adjust its distance from Refria. It is still on guard of its surroundings, but it isn't taking its gaze away from me. Looks like it intends to kill me first before fighting Refria. The panther lowered its body, and took the posture to jump. I steel myself. In this critical juncture where I can lose my life, my brain turned its gears at astounding speeds. I will die if I make a single wrong move here. This is a superior opponent that I normally wouldn't be able to defeat, but I already knew that from the very beginning. And this is the situation I was wishing for. There's no need to confirm my status board. This fight is definitely attracting the eyes of the viewers. They should be able to tell that I am in a perilous situation after all. The garden panther sinks its body as if it were a bow being pulled. I am on a straight line in its path. If that gets released, I would be turned into a stone in a few seconds without being able to say anything. It is impossible to take on that lunge. Even with both darkness fog and shade shift at play, I am simply increasing the evasion rate by a slight amount. However, no matter how good its eyes are in the dark, if it jumps from a bright place into a dark place, it should take some time for its eyes to get used to it. I thought for a second about bringing out the lizardman undead, but I don't have the time to do that anymore. Shadow bind. Phantom warrior. Hikaru. Before the attack of the panther came, I cast several abilities at once. I could feel my body getting slightly hotter. No matter if I have the affection of spirits, it is not like I can use abilities without any limitations. Especially Phantom Warrior and Dark Sense, which are higher tier abilities. The consumed spirit energy is high. The Phantom Warrior disappeared just now, so I could bring out a new one, but using many abilities consecutively can invite my spirit energy to be exhausted. The noise the warrior made took the attention of the panther for an instant, and in that very opening, the dark tentacles wrap around it. The bind managed to immobilize it for a few seconds, but being able to buy that slight time is big. I ran while using the darkness, but the panther was still targeting me. Its gaze still set on me. Maybe it has something close to night vision or a resistance towards dark spirit abilities. Normally, it should be more wary about Refria, who has higher attack, but the panther was targeting me consistently. Does it have the trait of attacking the spirit users with higher tier? The bind ran out, and the garden panther that had accumulated its strength sprang out. I jumped to the side with my life on my sleeve. Maybe because I have defeated countless numbers of monsters in the dungeon already, my body moved faster than I thought, and I managed to barely evade this charge. Me using several spirit abilities to impair its movements must have saved my life here. But I can only do this once. If it jumps at me multiple times, it will be impossible to evade them. The panther that failed to finish its prey spun its body immediately, and searched for my presence. Everything happened within the darkness. The garden panther is inside the darkness, and it is fighting me while being distracted by the phantom warrior, Bind, and night bugs. Of course. It doesn't see Rafria, who is outside the darkness. I control the range of the darkness fog and shout, Rafria, now. Hikaru, okay. Light. Rafria. I regained my posture, and the moment it looked at me, light was casted. The light that we have practiced countless times as an attack. The violent light source that appeared in that instant made the movements of the panther stop. It was inside the darkness fog until now, so it was trying to open its eyes wide to look at me. It must have been super effective. This is the end. Rafria. The great sword was swung down with enough momentum to cut off the head of the panther. Just when its neck was about half cut, the garden panther's giant body changed into a spirit stone. At that moment, the mist filling the surroundings dispersed, and returned close to the normal field of vision of the third floor. We did it. This is my first time defeating a garden panther. Rafria. That was strong. It ain't fair to bring out a feline beast in a place filled with demi-humans. Hikaru. It is like that giant monkey. A demi-human is skillful and can use weapons, but their base is that of a human. So it resembles a battle between humans. In other words, you can directly apply your training between humans into battle. But what of battles against wild beasts? My sure sword or the thin sword of Grateful probably wouldn't even be able to deal damage to it. The sword of Rafria that managed to slay it with only 2 swings is truly a beast slayer. Is that sword specialized for monster hunting? Hikaru. I somehow asked Rafria, who was heaving while retrieving the spirit stone. That's right. My master was an explorer, so I was told that I should learn to use a weapon like this in order to dive into dungeons. Rafria. Your master was quite the high-ranked explorer, right? Hikaru. Yeah. The dazzling Canopus, a former salamander rank explorer. Rafria. Oh, salamander rank is the highest rank. Hikaru. For someone like me who is in the lowest rank, the spirit's rank, it is like an unreachable existence. It is normally a person that would be impossible to ask for their teachings though. Rafria. So you have your circumstances? Hikaru. Master is for some reason working at the cafeteria of the Light Great Church. When I was training on the sword alone, they probably couldn't endure watching me, and taught me in their break time. My house is right by the side of the Great Church. Rafria. She then continued by saying that the great sword she has was made through a connection from her master. Rafria, having survived for 1 year in the dungeon, must have been thanks to her following the teachings of her master. Master often said, if you are going to explore the dungeon, select your party members carefully, especially the spirit users that have a high caste limit. Make sure to bring them to your side. I myself am not good with spirit abilities, so I had complicated feelings about that. But you really are amazing, Hikaru. There haven't been records of people defeating a panther in these few months. Rafria. It apparently rarely appears after all. Hikaru. I understand that the ones with high caste limits are strong. Spirit abilities are by no means certain kill techniques. At the very least, all my abilities only serve to support in battle. The ones dealing the killing blow are the people. In that case, there's the need to have a high number of uses. If it were a certain kill technique, it is fine to only have a few uses for the decisive moments, but spirit abilities don't fall in that category. That's why, Hikaru. The 2 weeks are going to be passing already, but I would like to. Rafria. Rafria-chan. What a relief. You are alive. I have been searching for you, Nyan. Grateful. Rafria was about to say something, but the voice of grateful and scary-looking explorers that were looking for us cut her off. I think the place where we were attacked at first and the place we were fighting at wasn't even 100 meters apart. but they probably couldn't find us. This mist might have the effect of muffling sounds. Oi, what happened to the garden panther? Hikaru and I defeated it. Refria, no way. There's no way a panther can be defeated with only 2 people. There's no way I would lie about that, right? Refria showed the giant spirit stone to the scary-looking guy. It is not a chaotic spirit stone but a water spirit stone. But it is pretty big. It isn't as big as the one of the giant monkey, but I would say it is pretty close to it. Seriously? I am sorry for doubting you. To think you were that strong, Refria-chan. I am telling you over and over that it is not me that's strong but Hikaru, right? Refria, right. You did your best too, brat. Thanks. Hikaru, they are looking at me with lukewarm gazes. But well, it looks like they have acknowledged me at least. They didn't see the actual fight, so they are probably still finding it hard to believe. Well, I am glad it ended without my abilities being seen though. Alright. What happened to Ash? It pains me to say that his stone is over there. Hikaru, I see. Ash must refer to the explorer that was first bitten by the panther. The scary-looking guy trudged his way to the spirit stone, picking up the ID tag and the stone. It isn't a transparent stone, but a colored one. A fire spirit stone. He must have been a renowned explorer. Refria, grateful, let's go. Hikaru, right. Refria, let's go now. Grateful, it is a shame that an explorer died, but that's the kind of place this is. And if we continue this line of work, we will one day end up like this too. Seeing how the explorer has ended up turning into a spirit stone without a say in it, my brain just begins to imagine that future by itself. Even so, there's 6 days counting today, Hikaru. My viewers have suddenly increased to 1 billion all of a sudden with the attack of the garden panther. A decisive battle against a giant and beautiful wild beast. The life that was lost from this attack. For the viewers wishing for my death, their hands must have been sweating in a different meaning at this development. They must have been disappointed at me surviving. I don't mind dying if it is after reviving Nanami. Hikaru, for some reason, I managed to honestly think like that. Maybe it is because I have gotten way too used to this place called a dungeon that's filled with death. My body had grown accustomed to death. I even felt as if I would gain respite from dying. 6 days left. As I thought, the viewers increase when there's a chance for me to die. I will try dying while avoiding death. That's the only thing I can do. Refria, grateful. I think there will be dangerous happenings like this in the future. But only 6 days. Please tag along with me for only 6 days more. Hikaru, grateful said, I have been hired. Rather, I would like you to hire me forever. Nyan. Refria laughed vaguely. That day, I also participated proactively in attacking, and we hunted close to 100 monsters. Chapter 80. Exclusive chosen bulletin board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 3308, -409, anonymous from Earth. The garden panther is super cool, -410. Anonymous from Earth. A beautiful female warrior swinging a humongous sword against a giant white panther. That's almost the stuff of legends, -411. Anonymous from Earth. The amount of viewers has increased like crazy, -412. Anonymous from Earth. The update of God that allowed us to at least see silhouettes in the darkness was big, or more like. There were quite a lot of requests for that. It seems, -413, Anonymous from Earth. Millimeters is also dark as a whole, so it is hard to tell things apart there. I also sent a ticket for that. What's with that high-end body coordination? -416, Anonymous from Earth. I would like them to also make it possible to see inside the darkness for past footage as well. God should be able to do that, right? -417, Anonymous from Earth. Chosen who battle really are popular. Real battle really is stimulating on a whole other level. -418, Anonymous from Earth. The slice of life chosen are not bad either, but the chosen that battle also have their own lives. Or rather, there's a balance between the two, and it even multiplies the amusement. -419, Anonymous from Earth. I feel like Peter would explode from a video of an animal being hit by a giant sword. -420, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has some courage there. If that were me, my feet would buckle and I would faint. -421, Anonymous from Earth. The garden panther is not only big, but also quick. It is normal to have an instinctive fear. It normally would be impossible to fight a feline wild beast even if you have a few spirit abilities. Moreover, that thing is bigger than a Siberian tiger. That's nuts. -422, Anonymous from Earth. I feel bad for the scary-looking old man. He was an actual good guy that gave advice to Alex and his party too. -423, Anonymous from Earth. It is his fault for ignoring the warning of Hikaru. -424, Anonymous from Earth. Grateful-chan is seriously cute. -425, Anonymous from Earth. I didn't miss it. The sight of Full-chan clinging on to Hikaru when the garden panther showed up. -426, Anonymous from Earth. How did Hikaru know the panther was coming? -427, Anonymous from Earth. Don't know. Maybe he has the super senses that furries are said to have. -428, Anonymous from Earth. The thick scent of beast. 429, Anonymous from Earth. Naruodo. I don't Naruodo at all. There's no glory to that. -431, Anonymous from Earth. That's why it is on the low stratum of jobs. Even so, that way of dying. It really doesn't feel real. -432, Anonymous from Earth. It is not low in the sense of that world. The explorers that have a decently high rank can apparently accept normal bodyguard jobs and such. -433, Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is a job anyone can do, so there's also the part that it is easy to begin for the ones who are broke. -434, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru doesn't seem to be that bothered even when an explorer died. He must have gotten desensitized by it. -435, Anonymous from Earth. He was scavenging the dead bodies of people in the beginning after all. His values on that front must have dulled a long time ago. -436, Anonymous from Earth. No, you have to throw away your values of the modern world or you won't be able to survive in that world. -437, Anonymous from Earth. There have been a lot of chosen who actually died because of that after all. There were way too many who died after being deceived by the natives. -438, Anonymous from Earth. Even so, what's with there being these many monsters based on the fantasy monsters of Earth? -439, Anonymous from Earth. There has already been a whole ton of analysis in that front, so don't go bringing it out here and just Google it yourself. -440, Anonymous from Earth. Putting out just the conclusion, the fact that humans and Earth can even exist is the work of God in some way. God must have designed that world through the fantasy genre of Earth. -441, Anonymous from Earth. Or we are all hallucinating. -442, Anonymous from Earth. The names are different though, or more like, the names the natives call it and the names we from Earth call them are different. Aside from the literal translations like Lizardman though. -443, Anonymous from Earth. By the way, hasn't Hikaru increased his tier quite a bit now? His movements are slowly turning inhuman. -444, Anonymous from Earth. He has been hunting monsters on his own after all. The physical strength of Rifria is impressive, but the monstrosification of Hikaru has advanced quite a bit already. Does he himself notice it? -445, Anonymous from Earth. The people that have become monstrosities use too much money for their food expenses. They are the first to die if there's any food issues. -446. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has made a name for himself overseas as the ninja. -447. Anonymous from Earth. He is a user of the killing blade after all. He truly is utilizing darkness properly. -448. Anonymous from Earth. It really must be because he is the brother of those twins. It is like he has a proper grip of himself, or like he has no hesitation. -449. Anonymous from Earth. Regardless of what's said, his actions have consistency, and he doesn't fumble around. It is rare to see someone that doesn't space out. -450. Anonymous from Earth. Just the fact that he is diving that dungeon on his own as if normal already puts him at the level of inhuman. No matter how many uses of spirit abilities you have, it should be impossible. A single mistake means death, you know? -451. Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of chosen who have talked big game but have gotten scared by monsters. There's a lot who also are completely separated from battle in their lifestyles. Hikaru is evaluated highly in those points as well. -452. Anonymous from Earth. The fourth floor is pretty scary. Isn't Hikaru the first one to go down there all on his own? -453. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know about that, but I am actually grateful that he does commentaries. -454. Anonymous from Earth. He is so bad at it that he is practically speaking in monotone there though. It is impossible for him to become a YouTuber. -455. Anonymous from Earth. Now that you mention it, Ikakin said he was going to go meet Hikaru. As expected of the guy that is the attitude of proactively clubbing with the people that have the numbers. -456. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Ikakin at a pretty far away location from Hikaru? -457. Anonymous from Earth. There's an ocean dividing them, so there's the need to cross on a ship. It is a big adventure. -458. Anonymous from Earth. I definitely wouldn't want to ride a ship in an isekai. -459. Anonymous from Earth. You are going to be made to eat a biscuit full of maggots. -460. Anonymous from Earth. There's only beer for drinks. -461. Anonymous from Earth. No matter how many points you have, if the ship capsizes, there's no chance for you. -462. Anonymous from Earth. No. At worst, you have the random transfer. -463. Anonymous from Earth. That's technically picking your poison. -464. Anonymous from Earth. You can do random transfers. -465. Anonymous from Earth. It is technically like a rescue button that was prepared for the ones that are troubled with points. You can get 10 points for a random transfer. Only God knows if you will survive where you get transferred. -466. Anonymous from Earth. It's a trap. -467. Anonymous from Earth. If your death is assured from capsizing, that's your only choice. -468. Anonymous from Earth. Really? That might be true. -469. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, about the loved one chosen that had been imprisoned in the church and was told through messages about the reality of their situation. They used the random transfer, but they died in a desert. -470. Anonymous from Earth. That's the worst. -471. Anonymous from Earth. There's only so much you can do even if you increase your level. After all, random transfers are a big hurdle. -472. Anonymous from Earth. You must have actual survival skills after all. That's not something that can be solved by getting 10 points. -473. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, what's the rank of Hikaru? -474. Anonymous from Earth. There's 5 days remaining and his total rank is 3rd. His real-time rank is 1st, so he is fluctuating between 3rd and 4th, but the top 2 are way too cemented there. Especially Jean-Chan with her protagonist lifestyle. Isn't it impossible to win against that? Minus 475, Anonymous from Earth. In terms of viewers, Jean-Chan has around 800 million, so if there's some sort of explosive development, he might have a chance. But Hikaru is already doing his best in the current state of things after all. Minus 476, Anonymous from Earth. Having 800 million people watching from the 8 billion in the world is already an hegemony in terms of content creation though. Isn't it impossible to win against that? Minus 477, Anonymous from Earth. The TV had a high number of viewers in the long past. There were only a few TVs, so the amount of people wanting to watch it was a lot. In the modern era, close to 100% of households have televisions, but there's so much choice with the internet and other things that it is hard to increase viewers. Even in a situation where you can watch from whichever computer terminal, Jean-Chan having 800 million viewers makes her history's biggest star in this era. Do you think Hikaru is made to fight against that? He is your regular introverted high schooler, you know? Minus 478, Anonymous from Earth. It is true that he is an introverted high schooler, but his twins are like the biggest stars of this era too. Minus 479, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is also on the high side in terms of viewers, but it is also true that it is in part because of the skillful branding of his little sisters. Minus 480, Anonymous from Earth. Celica is pretty honest about taking 1st place, and is speaking about her plans to reach that. But she is so serious it is scary. Their way to use the media and their way of throwing their money is not normal. Minus 481, Anonymous from Earth. I was dumbstruck when one day the TV programs were protecting Hikaru. Minus 482, Anonymous from Earth. What do you mean by that? Minus 483, Anonymous from Earth. They suppressed the negative opinions of Hikaru with money. You can say whatever you want, but the TV still has a lot of effect on people, and if there's programs featuring Hikaru, the viewers will naturally increase. Minus 484, Anonymous from Earth. On top of that, we are talking global scale here. Even if they have hired an agent, the whole world probably already knows that Hikaru is doing his best to revive his childhood friend. That's also why his viewers are increasing. Since the beginning of the race for around 3 days, Celica and Karen have manipulated the world in a way that it would turn out this way. Minus 485, Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? You must be exaggerating there, right? Minus 486, Anonymous from Earth. I am serious. To win, Sis apparently gets 1 billion monthly with their streams, and all other stuff. Minus 487, Anonymous from Earth. Leaving aside the earnings, there's also a big part here in the world that sympathizes with how hard 12-year-old girls are working. Minus 488, Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was the first one to reach 1st place in viewers, so his potential viewers is pretty high. To win, Sis is monopolizing the market in terms of the edited videos of Hikaru. It is so well made that it doesn't allow any competition. Minus 489, Anonymous from Earth. Also, the ones managing the subscription video service of The Chosen's edited videos, Globe Heroes, are Celica and Karen. Minus 490, Anonymous from Earth. You gotta be kidding. Isn't that the one that has the top share of the videos for the Japanese Chosen and the minor ones? The monthly subscription is cheap, so I am also a member of it. Minus 491, Anonymous from Earth. Karen called her comrades that are good at video editing, and created this by buying a video editing company somewhere. The company president is in name someone else though. By the way, Rumors say they are earning quite decently there too. -492. Anonymous from Earth. Even in Globe Heroes you can watch the edited videos of Hikaru. But the shrewd part of Celica and Karen is the part that everyone can watch the videos of Hikaru for free. -493. Anonymous from Earth. Their revenue from ads is apparently already outstanding after all. It may be small compared to the ones with top shares, but the total number of people into this is high to begin with. -494. Anonymous from Earth. It is content that easily passes the hundreds of millions after all. -495. Anonymous from Earth. If they created that aiming for this flow of events, Celica and Karen might be true prodigies. -496. Anonymous from Earth. No, they are prodigies. -497. Anonymous from Earth. Even so, we can't write off the hard work of Hikaru. If the ingredients are crap, even a godlike chef would have their limits. -498. Anonymous from Earth. True. -499. Anonymous from Earth. He was bashed a whole lot at the beginning, being framed as the killer of his childhood friend, Nanami. It is hard to believe now. -500. Anonymous from Earth. The ones flaming Hikaru have become the minority now, despite the culprit not being found yet, and the theory of Hikaru being the culprit still rooted deeply. -501. Anonymous from Earth. A Japanese high schooler chosen wouldn't get that much attention normally anyways. -502. Anonymous from Earth. No one imagined having family members with language proficiency in mega brains would become an advantage to this extent. -503. Anonymous from Earth. The actual broadcast is all in Isekai language, so the common thing to do is to translate it while watching. You could say that in a sense, there's no language barrier, or like, everyone has the same barrier. You can watch both chosen of your own country, and chosen from other countries all the same. -504. Anonymous from Earth. Twin Sis has the right for the AI translation program, and uses the latest in translations. There's no way they aren't strong. -505. Anonymous from Earth. If the advantage of countries played too big of a role, then China would be too strong. No, they are plenty strong already. -506. Anonymous from Earth. Xinyan Sensei is nice. TLN, it is a Chinese name, so I am not sure if I am right here. Help greater than dash. -508. Anonymous from Earth. Because of that, the viewers end up gathering to the edited videos. Their position in the viewer count race is 30th. -509. Anonymous from Earth. The original one is pretty gory after all. -510. Anonymous from Earth. It is impossible for Hikaru to get first place. Zhan-chan has been first place this whole time after all. If he wants to pass that, he would have to get an overwhelming number of viewers more than her. -511. Anonymous from Earth. Even if we tell her the situation, I don't think Zhan-chan would hold back after all. -512. Anonymous from Earth. If it is Max Sama in second place, he might. -513. Anonymous from Earth. If he goes at this pace, he could win against Max Sama. Being able to see in the darkness even if only for a limited amount is big. The wind is blowing our way. -514. Anonymous from Earth. Shouldn't he be increasing the love segments with Rafria-sama? To be specific, sex. -515. Anonymous from Earth. Celica said, Unai-chan is super serious on that front. -516. Anonymous from Earth. Well, sex is plain strong. Everyone wants to watch that. I also would want to. -517. Anonymous from Earth. If it is only that the whole time, it would be boring, but if it was in these 2 weeks, I will make Rafria fall for me. It could have been exciting. The problem is that she has already fallen, but on this occasion, that doesn't matter much now. What's important is the result. Minus 518. Anonymous from Earth. May Refria-sama have a kink for bondage. Minus 519. Anonymous from Earth. I would like bunny suits. Minus 520. Anonymous from Earth. What are you talking about? What's good about Hikaru is that he is simple and upright. You Eurobrats that connect everything to sex should just go back to your hole. Minus 521. Anonymous from Earth. But if it is Refria-sama who is attacking? Minus 522. Anonymous from Earth. I wanna see that. Minus 523. Anonymous from Earth. The male viewers shot up the moment he made a party with Refria-sama after all. Minus 524. Anonymous from Earth. The exclusive advertisement videos of Hikaru that Karen makes are half Refria-sama. Minus 525. Anonymous from Earth. Those twins use anything they can use with no hesitation after all. Minus 526. Anonymous from Earth. More like, Karen is the type that can make a clear line between those kinds of things, while Celica is the more noisy voice of reason. Minus 527. Anonymous from Earth. I would have liked to become the brother of those little sisters. Why do I only have little brothers? Minus 528. Anonymous from Earth. It can't be helped. We have no choice but to live in reality. Now, let's go to work. Minus 529. Anonymous from Earth. I don't wanna. I will watch Hikaru's journey to first place. I definitely won't go to work. Minus 530. Anonymous from Earth. I understand how a massive number of NEETs were born from this ice kite transfer business. Minus 531. Anonymous from Earth. Putting the joking aside, wouldn't Hikaru get more viewers if he were to open his messages? Minus 532. Anonymous from Earth. That's something only we can say as we can see the whole picture. Hikaru is completely unaware of anything, you know? The hard struggle of the twins, and the fact that most of the viewers support him. Minus 533. Anonymous from Earth. He won't be opening the messages. He wouldn't be ignoring them so vehemently unless he had quite the strong trauma towards it. Minus 534. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru thinks all the messages are negative towards him. Moreover, he can't just choose and open them by reading the title. So he has to read them in order. It is a pain. Minus 535. Anonymous from Earth. The beginning was actually all flaming after all. Celica apparently sent quite a lot, but won't his heart break by the time he reaches there? Minus 536. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is solely aiming to get viewers in a way that he doesn't die. Even though he is doing his best there, he still doesn't open his messages. That means he is aware that there are parts there that if he touches them, he would die. This is just me paraphrasing what Celica said though. Minus 537. Anonymous from Earth. Well, it is true that I have also sent supporting messages to him and would like him to open them. I want him to know that everyone is cheering for him. Minus 538. Anonymous from Earth. The ones in this thread are mostly on that same sentiment. However, there's also the evil part of me that wants to see Hikaru in pain and crying. Minus 539. Anonymous from Earth. I feel it tilde. Minus 540. Anonymous from Earth. But why is Refria-sama not showing off her photon ray? If she used that, their exploration would be easier. Minus 541. Anonymous from Earth. It must be the complicated heart of a maiden. Don't make me say it. It is embarrassing. Minus 542. Anonymous from Earth. She can use photon ray? Did I miss it somewhere? Minus 543. Anonymous from Earth. Refria suddenly said she won't be doing spirit ability training, right? At that moment Celica said it. Minus 544. Anonymous from Earth. According to Celica, she definitely can use photon ray now, so she said there's no need to do ability training anymore. Minus 545. Anonymous from Earth. Really? But why? There's no need to hide it, right? -546. Anonymous from Earth at that moment in the stream. She must be able to use photon ray now. Ana-chan is dense, so it seems he hasn't noticed though. She lied because she thought she wouldn't be able to stay with Ana-chan. Is that so, Nitilda? TLN, the original says Narudni I tilde. Probably her finishing it with Ana, which is brother. Greater than yup. In other words, she is trying to choose a future together with Ana-chan as an explorer over her future as a Templar. But will it go smoothly? 547. Anonymous from Earth. That transcript of Karen must have had slighted intent in it. Lol. -548. Anonymous from Earth. Celica doesn't seem to like Rafria much. -549. Anonymous from Earth. Their beloved Ana-chan was taken away from them, so she must be jealous. Don't make me say it. It is embarrassing. -550. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, can women tell instantly? I couldn't tell at all. -551. Anonymous from Earth. It is okay, I couldn't tell either. -552. Anonymous from Earth. Watching twin, sis. They saw through it immediately before anyone even had the time to notice it themselves. -553. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, it is scary how the transcript was immediately there already. -554. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it natural as a fan? -555. Anonymous from Earth. Yeah, or more like, the fan site has the transcript data all there. -556. Anonymous from Earth. Heart tilde, is that so? -557. Anonymous from Earth. That mysterious phrase of Karen is infectious. -558. Anonymous from Earth. Karen is pretty, but she is different from the communication lord Celica in that she is an introverted otaku. Her way of speaking is otaku-ish too. -559. Anonymous from Earth. Communication lord, lol. -560. Anonymous from Earth. You could even call her a communication god. She can communicate with people from the whole world, you know. -561. Anonymous from Earth. Her mental strength is also strong like Orichalcum. -562. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen being amazing is them being prodigies, but Celica's powerful communication ability is an individual trait that stands out. Your normal prodigy doesn't have this. That ability to take decisive actions like going to the family of Alex to greet them is not normal. -563. Anonymous from Earth. Wonder what kind of man would be able to go out with Celica. -564. Anonymous from Earth. The President. -565. Anonymous from Earth. She would be the strongest First Lady. -566. Anonymous from Earth. The Rice government is going to have an eye on her. -567. Anonymous from Earth. There's already eyes on them like the FBI and the CIA. Source, me. -568. Anonymous from Earth. We are talking about the Little Sisters again. -569. Anonymous from Earth. So in short, what does that mean? If she can use photon ray, she won't be able to stay with him? -570. Anonymous from Earth. Rifria said she came to the dungeon to earn money and to train her spirit abilities, right? In order to become a Templar, you need to learn photon ray. Turning that around, you can become a Templar if you can use photon ray. It seems like there's an age limit as well, so once that happens, she has no business with the dungeon. Of course, she won't be able to play around with Hikaru anymore. -571. Anonymous from Earth. I immediately noticed she could already use photon ray. -572. Anonymous from Earth. Calling it after the fact. -573. Anonymous from Earth. Even if she has fulfilled the requirements to become a Templar, it should be fine to hang around with Hikaru. right? -574. Anonymous from Earth. It is not that simple of a thing. He isn't a modern Japanese person that can easily allow throwing away matters of the family. Even Japanese people have their strict parts, and would prioritize their family over everything. -575. Anonymous from Earth. That's why she is lying. Huh. That's so lovely. -576. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is super dense. -577. Anonymous from Earth. But Hikaru took the risk of revealing to her that he can use the 8th ability. You know? What's this about hiding your true strength because of your own convenience? -578. Anonymous from Earth. Rifria-sama must be feeling conflicted here as well. She probably didn't even imagine that she would be able to learn how to use it in just a few days. -579. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe the effects were high because she was training by the side of a loved one? -580. Anonymous from Earth. There's also the possibility that she felt bad about having Hikaru give her expensive potion after expensive potion. -581. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru would definitely tell her to go back home now that she has learned Photon Ray. I can even bet on it. -582. Anonymous from Earth. Well, rather than working as a low job like an explorer, it would obviously be better to work as a Templar at her homeland. -583. Anonymous from Earth. No. It is better to be by the side of the person you love. I don't mind betting on it, but I will definitely regret it. I regretted it. -584. Anonymous from Earth. As I said, stop throwing heavy topics. -585. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru is actually a good catch of a man. -586. Anonymous from Earth. The problem is what Hikaru himself will do. -587. Anonymous from Earth. True that. Chapter 081. Emergency and Resolve. After finishing the exploration, we went to the guild in order to sell the spirit stones as usual. Hikaru, how about coming with me every now and then? I am always going there to sell them by myself. So the guild staff seems to be doubting you. They aren't saying anything because they are trying to be considerate with me though. Rifria, no, it is okay. We even have a stone of a garden panther. It would instead be suspicious if I turn up now. Hikaru, saying something like that again. Your promotion exam will get more difficult, you know? Rifria, I have no issues with it getting somewhat more difficult. The promotion exam for Ebony rank is the first floor or the second floor, right? If it is that, I will be able to manage somehow. Hikaru, that's true, but... Rifria, while we were having that talk, we arrived at the front of the guild, and there was a group of explorers with blood still on them running here with their faces pale white. Please move aside. Move aside. The warrior that was at the front had pure light blue full armor that looked pretty high quality. They are most likely gold rank or higher. Please open the path. It is not like we were blocking the path or anything, but they must have been pretty hurried. They pushed us aside and the explorer party entered the guild. Now that I look closely, they are all beaten up. There's 4 people. 2 might have died. What's going on? Let's go in and check it out. Rifria, it is true that I am curious. Hikaru, my heart is racing here. Nyan. Grateful. It is not like I have been using this guild for long, but this is the first time I see something like this happening. We turned the curious onlooker mode on, entered the guild, and perked our ears up towards the explorers that were saying something at the counter. A demon lord. Demon lord. It showed up on the 5th floor. Thank you for the report. Is there no mistake of it being a demon lord? What was its shape? If I remember correctly, a demon lord is like the boss of the monsters that show up in the dungeon. The guild staff member was calm in contrast to the explorers who were talking a storm. Demon lords might unexpectedly show up more often than I thought. A crazy big wolf, It even spits out fire. We have to subjugate it at once or it will be bad. It might be better to bring the Templars as well. A wolf? In that case, it shouldn't be that mixed though? I don't know. It is not like we had a good look at it. Our comrades were killed in an instant, and we ran while throwing smoke bombs and dried meat. But it was a monster we have never seen before, and its lord stone was growing muddy. There's no doubt it is a demon lord. They are talking in loud voices, so everyone can hear them. A demon lord. Isn't that the one that is made solely of chaotic spirit energy? Hikaru, I speak to Rafria who is spacing out by my side. That's right, but this is bad. When a demon lord appears, no one is allowed in the dungeon aside from the subjugation team. Rafria, lynxes can't enter either, so it will be a break until then. Nyan. Grateful, really? But it showed up in the 5th floor, right? It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the other higher floors though. Hikaru, the demon lord moves through floors. If it has shown up in the 5th floor, it will soon go up to the 4th floor. It won't take that many days for it to reach the 3rd floor. Rafria, going through floors. Hikaru. Yeah, moreover, each time it goes through a floor, the demon lord's chaotic color deepens bit by bit. And putting it simply, it becomes stronger. The best thing to do would be to defeat it on the 4th floor. Rafria, hearing this, I immediately decided to secretly go there on my own. A demon lord has appeared. I could tell from instinct that this would be the bomb that would serve to get me to first place. If I fight it, I will most likely die, but if I play it well, I might be able to get away with just barely scraping with my life. There's also the method of gathering as many chaotic spirit stones as I can, and fighting it by throwing undeads at it. At worst, even if I don't fight it, there would be that suspense of not knowing when I could encounter the demon lord, so my viewers would increase with just that alone. Give the official announcement already. The ones in the 4th floor are in danger too, you know. Understood. Any entry to the dungeon from explorers will be prohibited, effective as of now. The staff members moved around busily, and one of them brought out a bulletin board and rope as they ran towards the dungeon. Looks like they will be prohibiting the entry and prioritize the subjugation of the demon lord. Anyways, it looks like there will be no exploration tomorrow. How long does it normally take to subjugate a demon lord? Hikaru. A subjugation team will most likely be formed the day after tomorrow, and will be entering the dungeon. It would be great if it can be subjugated on that very day. But there's barely any instances of that happening. I would say it would be after 3 to 4 days. Rafria. They said they would call the Templars. Hikaru. Yeah, there's a lot of former explorers within the Knights that protect this city after all. It is normal for demon lord subjugations to be done by a large group of people. Rafria. With that kind of battle style, there might not be an opportunity for me. Can I participate in that? Hikaru. No. Demon lord subjugations are so dangerous that a number of deaths show up from it, so you can't participate unless you are silver rank or higher. Rafria. I see. Hikaru. Well, it should be no problem if I just mix in the group casually. I could get reprimanded by the guild from doing that. But right now getting viewers is more important. I am silver rank, so I think I will be participating in the subjugation. As for you, Hikaru. It is a shame, but you will be taking a break from dungeon exploration until the demon lord subjugation ends. Rafria. I see. Too bad, but it can't be helped. Hikaru. I personally would feel safer if you were to participate as well though. The demon lord subjugation reward is big, but it is also dangerous. Rafria. Well, the rules are the rules. Hikaru. I answer with that while thinking about what to do, wondering if there has been a chosen who has fought a demon lord. After selling our spirit stones, we decided to go eat. The place we are going to is that shrimp thermidor place again. The 3 of us got strangely addicted to that taste, and it has recently been a favorite of ours. There was something I had to tell the two. After sitting around the table and ordering, I spoke. Rufria, you remember that I told you to please help me out for a limited period of time, right? Hikaru, yes. 2 weeks, right? That's why. There's 6 days left. No, 5 days, huh? Rufria, but the Demon Lord has appeared, so we won't be able to go to the dungeon together. Hikaru, yeah. Rufria. It seems Rufria finally noticed and placed a hand on her mouth. That's right. If the subjugation begins the day after tomorrow, there might not be a chance for us to go to the dungeon together. Hikaru, even if the subjugation is done the day after tomorrow, there would only be 2 days left. If it gets longer than that, there really wouldn't be any time at all for dungeon exploration. Has your objective been accomplished, Hikaru? The exploration itself was going well, but I noticed that you were in a hurry, as if you were being chased by something, you know? Rufria. I haven't accomplished it, but that can't be helped. Hikaru. Then, what will you do? Rufria, for now, the party is disbanded, I guess. That's a shame though. Hikaru, eh? Rufria was shocked by those words and she looked down. I am also sad about this. However, from now on, it is my adventure alone. 5 days remaining. If I can defeat the Demon Lord, I should be able to get first place in the viewer count race. No, I don't have to defeat it. What's important is to challenge it, but you will be diving into the dungeon again once the Demon Lord is defeated, right Nyan? At that time, I would like you to hire me again Nya. I have never gotten a party as good as this until now, so I would be sad Nya. Grateful. Yeah, I do intend to do that. I don't know any other lifestyle after all. Hikaru, then that's fine Nyan. I won't be called to be a scout till the Demon Lord subjugation is done, so hire me after that. It is a promise Nyan. Grateful. She laughed and stuffed her cheeks with shrimp. Well, she is a comrade, but she is hired. She must have experienced many parties disbanding. So cruel. Even though you know my feelings, you are talking about disbanding. Rufria mutters complaints while still facing down. I originally had her help me out for 2 weeks. Now that it has come to this, I feel like it can't be helped. But it looks like she doesn't like this. I unreasonably delayed your return home, so I have no choice but to end it now that the time has already ended, right? Hikaru, saying it has ended is just. Rufria, sorry, I didn't choose my words well there, but Rufria, you will be returning to your country to become a Templar, right? I delayed that, so I can't just have you stay with me for my own convenience. Hikaru, but I still can't use photon ray, you know? Rufria, but you said you wouldn't be training in the dungeon anymore, right? Hikaru, if she won't train in the dungeon, there's no point in dungeon diving. She should be able to train even after returning to her home. Her battle power itself towers above others, so she might even be able to pass the test. Can't I to stay with you? Rufria, she asks me with an upward glance. I steel myself here. I honestly want to be with you. I am happy that you said that to me, and it would make me happy to continue exploring with you, but I can't. I have my circumstances. Hikaru, are those circumstances something that you can't tell me? Rufria, once everything is over, I will tell you. I promise. Hikaru, once it is over. I see. Got it. Promise, okay? Rufria, telling her about my circumstances would mean that I have to tell her that, even at this moment, she is being watched by all of Earth, and the fact that I am being accused of being the killer of Nanami. No, hated as her killer. I don't know what kind of eyes are directed at her simply from the fact that she is with me. A pitiful girl that doesn't know anything and is being utilized by the killer? Or maybe it is hate the boss, hate the company. Just for being my comrade, she is hated too. The reality of this is that seeing her beautiful face, clouding at the fact that we are separating, was making me not want to part from her. Is this childish possessiveness, or some ethical pride? It is not clear for me. But whichever the case, I can't be with her. Grateful as well, I probably won't be teaming up with her again. No matter the results of the viewer count race. No matter if I live or if I die, I will be walking that path ahead alone. Chapter 082. Alone and the entrance of the dungeon. Early morning of the next day, I came to the guild. My pansy self ended up looking around searching for Rafria, and I was annoyed at myself for that. But it looks like she hasn't come. Even if she were here, I had no intention of speaking to her. I have already told Rafria that our party has disbanded, so I am alone today. The disband was on my own whim and one-sided. But the viewer count race should have originally been something I should have done on my own. There was almost no merit for her, and there was only the gigantic demerit of being watched by several hundreds of millions of people without her knowing. She probably would have cooperated with me even if I told her my circumstances. But that's because she wouldn't really understand the reality of being seen by several millions of people. There's not even televisions in this world, so there's no way there would be anyone in this world who would be able to understand that. There's no way it would be fine to just accept an okay from her just because she said so. I decided to do anything in order to revive Nanami. That feeling is still burning strong. However, it looks like I am not that strong of a person to accomplish my own objectives with the sacrifice of others. I don't mind if I myself get hurt. I don't mind dying if it is after reviving Nanami. However, I can't utilize Rafria, who doesn't even know my circumstances, any further. The kinder she is, the more beautiful she is. Every time she smiles at me, I find myself drawn into that innocent smile, and every time that happens, they become heavy shackles, constricting my heart. The world has returned to gray now that I am alone, but this is the world I am supposed to be in. That's why. This is fine. This is how it should be. There's a lot more people than usual. Hikaru, the dungeon is closed, so the explorers with nothing to do must be loitering around. It was strangely noisy. They shouldn't be able to enter the dungeon, but, all right. We will now begin taking applicants for the Demon Lord subjugation. Looks like they are taking applicants. The details of the Demon Lord subjugation team were written at the worn-out notice board. Only silver rank or higher explorers. Participants will be issued 5 silver coins each day. -30 silver coins will be awarded to all participants on the success of the subjugation. -10 silver coins will be awarded to the unit that finds the Demon Lord. Depending on your contributions, special rewards might apply. I see, even if it is called a Demon Lord, it is still only one monster. If there's several tens of participants, this would be a sweet event that you can earn money from without needing to put yourself in danger. By the way, the guild is apparently the one taking the Demon Lord's Spirit Stone. I am pretty interested in the Demon Lord's Spirit Stone since I have the undead summoning ability, but that just can't be helped. Even so, there's unexpectedly a lot of silver rank explorers and higher. Hikaru. They are not as big as the weapon of Rafria, but the weapons they carry are big. And they feel like veterans used to battling monsters. All of them most likely can use spirit abilities. The many scratches and dents that can be seen from the battle-worn metallic armor, giant shields used to stop the charge of monsters, the long spears used to fight at a safe distance, they all look like equipment that would cost a good amount of money. In comparison to that, there's me with my cheap black clothes as usual. My only decent equipment is the gauntlet and the short sword. I am completely out of place. Right now this guild is for the sake of the adventurers that are silver and higher, so the unrestrained gazes sent to me were painful. I quickly left the guild and headed to the dungeon. The crystal spiral column was there as always, but there was a slight off feeling. It is slightly muddy? Hikaru. The gigantic column crystal was not transparent. It was releasing light as if there's sparkling stars spread around it, as if it were a chaotic spirit stone. Is it because a demon lord has appeared? In that case, The arrival of a demon lord can be seen from the outside too? Hikaru. The entrance of the dungeon has 4 soldiers as usual. Those soldiers might be what they call Templars. They are hired, and it is a job that you wouldn't be able to accomplish without a decent degree of strength after all. On top of that, there's a board standing there, and the entrance is closed off with rope. There's most likely not a single person inside the dungeon. The Demon Lord subjugation team will be entering tomorrow. Now then, let's go, Hikaru. I use darkness fog, and decide to sneak into the dungeon when I find an opening. I only have 5 days in the viewer count race to revive an army. There's no way I can just pass the time without entering the dungeon. The tier of Shadowbind and Summon Nightbug are going to reach 3 soon. When that happens, it should turn into a 1-step stronger ability, and if possible, I want to meet the Demon Lord. I am sure that being reckless is the bomb that will allow me to reach first place. Darkness fog. Hikaru. I hide in the shadow of a tree and cover myself in darkness. Today is nicely clear, and honestly speaking, I stand out covered in darkness. There's the chance I will get caught. If I get caught, there's the possibility of being imprisoned. If that happens, a lot of time will be wasted. I decide to spread the range of darkness fog, cover the whole entrance, and enter in the confusion. I don't think the soldiers have night vision. Of course, the soldiers will strengthen their guard, but right now that doesn't matter. I run while expanding the range of the darkness. It will go well. Or it should have. Light. At the same time as that voice rang at my back, a dazzling light appeared in front of me. My darkness was cleared and I showed up. The soldiers obviously noticed that light. Why? But that voice just now was, Hikaru. I knew it. I was sure you would come here, Hikaru. Rafria. Hikaru. When I turned around, the one standing there was Rafria. Were you keeping watch here thinking I would come? Hikaru. No, I saw you in the guild, so I followed you. More importantly, Hikaru, I saw the records of the guild. In the days when you said you were taking a break, you were diving into the dungeon alone, right? Rafria, so you found out. Hikaru, when we went to the 3rd floor, you were so calm it was hard to believe it was your first time, so I investigated a bit. Rafria, there's a chance the word personal information doesn't even exist in this world. More so when it comes to a party member. If she asks, the guild would answer right away, huh, you were diving into the depths alone? Rafria, it is not to the point of calling it depths. I simply went to the 3rd floor. And saw a bit of the 4th floor. Hikaru, why do something so reckless? Is it because you can't trust your partner? You can't trust me? It is true that my spirit abilities leave a lot to be desired, and I am even around the middle in regards to my skills as a warrior. Rafria. She closed in and showed a saddened expression, but I can't tell her the truth, and even if I did tell her, I know that she wouldn't understand it, which was scratching my throat. Rafria is the best party member. Me being able to put such a fight in the viewer count trace is more than half thanks to her. But that's why I can't just depend on her, because that's also proof that Rafria is gathering the attention of Earth. Rafria, that's not it. I told you yesterday, right? That I have my circumstances. I have to test my own power. That's why I needed to dive on my own. Hikaru, but alone is just. That means there won't be anyone to save you if something were to happen, you know? Rafria, I know, but that's why I had to do it. Hikaru, I am the one that understands the most that this is reckless, but it is because I understand that I do it. Being reckless is the best way for me to obtain viewers. And so, you plan on diving today as well? Even though there's a demon lord. What would you have done if you had encountered it? Don't tell me you were planning on fighting it alone. Rafria, no way. I was simply thinking about playing around in the 2nd floor. Hikaru, you are also terrible at lying, Hikaru. Rafria, it seems like the lie showed in my face. I was thinking about going to the 4th floor, and was thinking that maybe if things go well, I would meet the Demon Lord. This isn't an adequate place to talk, so let's go. Rufria grabbed me by the wrist tightly, and pulled me along. The soldiers were walking our way. Rufria-san, what's the matter? Is he the one you were searching for? She was searching for me at the entrance of the dungeon before. They must be referring to that. Yes, sorry for the trouble. Rufria gave a half-hearted response. She walked on as if shaking off the soldiers, and I was dragged along by her. Almost literally. She was doing so with unbelievable power, and it is not something I can oppose. I am powerless like this. Whichever the case, she has already found me, so I won't be able to go into the dungeon anymore. Even so, do the viewers find this situation interesting? I was thinking this while I was being dragged without being able to fight back, dragging me into the marketplace that I rarely go on the light of the day. Chapter 083-084, The Place of the Heart and Gorget Plate. Rufria, I won't run away anymore, so how about letting go? Hikaru, don't wanna. I won't be letting you go the whole day. Rufria, it would be troubling when going to the bathroom. Hikaru, I will go too. Rufria, seriously? Hikaru. Rufria walks on and on as if trying to get as far from the dungeon as possible. Walking in the city holding hands with a beauty stands out a crazy lot. However, she doesn't seem to have any intentions of letting go. I gave up. And so, where am I being taken to? Hikaru, let's go buy armor. Rufria, armor? Why all of a sudden? Hikaru, this is something I have been thinking about this whole time. You are dangerous, Hikaru. At this rate, I feel like you would die in a place I am not even aware of. And the reality is that that feeling of mine was correct. Rufria, it is not like I want to die. Hikaru, going alone to a dungeon where a demon lord has appeared is a suicidal act. More so when you are a loved one. If you were found by a demon lord, you wouldn't be able to run away just by hiding in the darkness, you know? Rufria, a loved one is even loved by a demon lord. Huh. Now that I think about it, she did tell me that. Even so, I am surprised you could tell that I was trying to enter the dungeon alone. Hikaru, of course I would be able to tell. I have been watching you this whole time after all. I was actually suspecting the break days too, you know? But I thought that you would hate me if I were to pursue it too much. However, I thought that I must stop you here today. Rufria, I see. Hikaru, when I went to the dungeon alone, I was hit by a treant and was wounded. I lied to her telling her that I went fishing and fell down, but I probably didn't manage to deceive her there. Also, there's no way I would just ignore a person that's making such a terrible face, right? Rufria, face? Hikaru, it is not like there's mirrors anywhere in this world. You could say there's rarely any chance to see my own face compared to the time in my previous world. That's why I don't know what kind of face I am making right now. Maybe I should have bought a hand mirror with my crystals, today and yesterday as well. You have been making a pale white face this whole time, Hikaru. It is as if your heart is not here. That's why, when you said you were disbanding the party, I got really worried that maybe you would disappear somewhere. Rufria, I couldn't deny those words. If I could meet the Demon Lord and get first place, I wouldn't mind dying. My heart has been entrapped in my previous world this whole time. If I can bring Nanami back, my work coming to this world would be over. That's how I thought of it. Even Rufria, who is walking by my side. I haven't been looking at her properly. Just how was she feeling while watching that state of mine? Even though I would have been able to notice if I had thought about it even a little bit. The heat transmitted from her hands was certainly proof that I am here, and it made me realize that I have not even faced those feelings of mine. Even though she has been watching me this much. Now, we have arrived. Rufria, armor shop? Isn't this an expensive store? Hikaru, the place I was brought to was a splendid store that I would find hard to believe is an armor shop. It is a two-story building that has used wood unsparingly, and the white painted walls were in a city that has a lot of dirty buildings. So it really contrasted the fact that it is a fancy store. It is an armor shop for explorers silver rank and higher. Refria. If it is armor, we could have gone to the blacksmith's place, right? I don't have that much money. Hikaru, if you don't have enough, I will pay the rest. I brought you here after all. Refria, even if you tell me that. You also don't have that much money, right? Hikaru. I did earn money too. I have no problem if it is to buy your armor, Hikaru. Refria. I entered with Refria pulling me by the hand. The armor that's placed on the shelves were all the type that protects from the neck to the shoulders. In other words, it is armor to protect the weak point of the living beings in this world that is the center of the spirit veins. The shop assistant was a gentleman wearing a classy shirt and pants hung with suspenders. I felt so out of place with my dirty outfit. Ooh, Refria-sama, have you come today to inspect the armor? No. I was thinking about getting a gorget plate for this person. Refria, ooh, a referral. Thank you very much. The hard-to-describe gaze of the shop assistant after taking a glance at me. Well, Refria is like a noble lady and a guest of honor, so the fact that the one she brought was a dirty brat that looks like he would be swinging around a club must be disappointing. Forgive my rudeness, but can I ask for your name? Hikaru. Nice to meet you. Hikaru. What type of gorget plate have you been using until now? Judging from the flow of the conversation, a gorget plate must be the armor that protects the spirit vein center, a part of a metal plate armor that covers the neck, shoulder, and back with a thin sheet of metal. Refria obviously has one, and even the lynxes have them equipped. It is basic equipment for explorers. I didn't know about that, so I don't have any. I am a newbie, so this is my first time buying one. Hikaru, first time, huh? The shop assistant glances at Refria. His face is fluently telling. It is a face that's saying, our products are expensive. Can this guy pay for them? Well, I don't know if I can actually buy them, but the Garden Panther's stone was sold at quite the high price. So it is true that I have a bit of leeway in my pocket. Hikaru, a mithril gorget plate would be good. I normally don't take it off, and since it is something you have to constantly have on, it would be better for it to be light and sturdy. The ones made of iron are sturdy, but the maintenance is a pain, and it is heavy. In that case, leather ones would be better, but that has its own worries. Refria, mithril, huh? Hikaru, I don't know what kind of metal is mithril in the first place, but it seems to be an impressive metal that is light and sturdy. Is it like titanium? The shop assistant that was listening to Refria brought a sparkly armor from the shelf that's probably made of mithril. If it is for you, customer, I would say there would be no issues with this size. Please try wearing it. It is made in a way so that it goes through the head, and you adjust the size with strings to tighten the open spaces. The inside of the armor has thick strings, and wearing it doesn't feel uncomfortable. It seems mithril itself has a stickiness to it, and there's no feeling of obstructing my movements. My neck feels a bit constrained though. It looks nice on you, Hikaru. Refria, I have never equipped myself with armor, so it feels weird. Even so, this metal is light. Hikaru, I would say it isn't that much different from leather. It is thick at the base of the neck, but it is made thinly as a whole. Mithril is a special metal. It comes with the high price, but its lightness and sturdiness doesn't fall short to steel. Mithril is also called the magic silver. It is made by elves borrowing the strength of spirits. Refria, elves? Hikaru, you haven't seen them before? There's a number of elves who do dungeon exploration too. Refria, I don't show myself at the guild that much after all. Hikaru, in the first place, I don't meet with other explorers that much inside the dungeon. The dungeon itself is big, and when I feel the presence of people, I would try to change routes whenever possible, So there's also that. And so, how much is this? Hikaru, right. Since this was a referral from Refria-sama. How about 1 gold? I don't know the rate right now, but if it hasn't changed much, there would be 40 to 50 silver coins. It is not cheap, but it is a price I can pay. A night in an inn is 2 small silver coins. So if we take that as 5,000 yen, then 1 silver coin is 20,000 yen. 1 gold coin would be around 800,000 yen to 1 million yen. I understand why Refria said she does diving in order to train her abilities and for money. The products here don't have ornaments, and they are the simplest ones. So if you find something that's to your liking, please tell me. These kinds of isekai stores must be a side that the viewers should be interested in. I honestly don't mind whichever we get, but I try checking all the shelves for now. Looks like this store was exclusive for gorget plates. However, the materials go from steel to mithril, and there are even ones made of a mysterious metal that has astronomical prices on display as well. The one I tried out was the cheapest one of the mithril, and the metal carved ones are even more expensive. However, it is not like the performance increases because of the metal carvings, and I will be hiding it with black cloth, so this simple one was plenty enough for me. Chapter 084, Magic Tools Store and the two alone. What will you do, Hikaru? Refria, I am going to buy the one I am wearing right now. It feels good to wear too. Hikaru, that's great. We match. Refria, now that I look closely, Refria is wearing the same one I am about to buy. Well, that must mean it is the most practical and cheapest one. I bring out silver coins from the shadow storage and pay for it. The shop assistant probably didn't expect me to buy it without hesitation. He showed a face of surprise he couldn't hide. Well, it must be the first time he has a customer like me. I decided to just think it was that. By the way, the rate of gold is 46 silver coins. I leave the store while still having it equipped. Normally, there are a lot of cases where they need to adjust the size, but it was fortunate that I am not blessed with a good physique. It was a size that was apparently tailored for women, so it would be a lie if I said it didn't bother me as a man. We match. Refria laughed in an unseemly manner, and soon after exiting the store, she linked arms with me. Even if we match, it is armor we are talking about here. Is that something to be happy about? Thanks for showing me a good store. Hikaru, you're welcome. Refria, I was thinking about eventually buying armor that protected my weak point. I am exploring a dangerous dungeon that can kill me at any moment, but it is not like I am seeking my death. If I can avoid it, of course I would avoid it. More so when I see explorers who become cold stones that tell no stories. It was an unexpected purchase, but she introduced me to a nice store. If it had just been me, I probably would have chosen a leather one. So, what do we do now? Hikaru, I will have you accompany me to the tools store. I want to buy a variety of things for the Demon Lord subjugation after all. Refria, I have almost never used a tools store either. Or more like, I probably haven't used most of the facilities in the city. If I get too close to the church, the Great Spirit would get out from the church and would come to eat me after all. But even without that problem, I probably lack way too much proactiveness. Refria entered another fancy-looking tools store while still having her arm linked to mine. It is not the kind of store that has a lot of miscellaneous things lined up, but one that is one rank higher than that. Inside the glass showcase, there are a number of weirdly shaped tools lined up. Hikaru, do you know what this is? Refria, nope, first time I see one. Hikaru, knew it. You really don't know anything. Hikaru, this is also a magic tool. Refria, magic tool. Hikaru, I remember hearing from somewhere before that there's tools that use spirit stones as energy sources. So this is that. Huh. There's a price tag on it, and it is outstandingly pricey. I wouldn't be able to afford one at all. Are you buying it? Hikaru, no. I simply came to take a look. I had a bit of an interest. Refria, I see. So, what can this do? Hikaru, I could only describe this as a box that has a metallic board installed to it. The box part seems to be made from sturdy-looking wood. There's intricate carvings to it, and at a glance it looks like decoration. This is a magic tool that lets you know a monster is approaching by making noise. Refria, there's something like that? That sounds handy. The price is amazing too though. Hikaru, it is 5 gold coins. The price is overwhelming. But this will most likely be more important as you go lower in floors. With this, you can catch your breath in the dungeon safely, and there's no worries of getting attacked by surprise. That benefit is immeasurable if you do dungeon diving. Undyne rank adventurer parties always have this with them. Refria, then, what about this one? Hikaru, that's a healing pot. A healing magic tool that has the same effect as water healing abilities. Refria, there's even something like that? Hikaru, if there's something like this, there's no need to think about the use limit of spirit abilities. Everything would be resolved with magic tools. Magic tools are useful, but only elves can make them, and only a few of those elves, so they are expensive. If it is spirit tools, they are more affordable though. Also, you need spirit stones to use them. Refria, spirit tools and magic tools are different? Hikaru, magic tools move with chaotic spirit stones. It apparently moves a variety of spirits in order to bring forth their effects, so only an elf well versed with spirit abilities can make them. Chaotic spirit stones themselves are expensive, so you can't use them freely unless you are in a party with a lot of spare cash. Refria, chaotic spirit stones go for several times more than the normal colored ones. On top of that, it seems like a healing pot uses a decently big chaotic spirit stone hole for just one use of it, making its fuel consumption pretty bad. Well, being an explorer, one use of healing could decide your life or death. You could say this works as insurance. Spirit tools can use both transparent and colored spirit stones, and they are not that expensive, and they can be made by others aside from elves. They all have simple effects though. Refria, the ones lined up at the shelves instead of the showcase seem to be the aforementioned spirit tools. The price is still pretty high, but there's stuff like a canteen that gushes forth water, and something that resembles a lighter. They seem to be pretty convenient for everyday life. It is true that they are plain compared to magic tools, but spirit tools are plenty useful too. I would actually want the canteen and the lighter. I see. This is interesting. There's quite high engineering skill here, or like it uses spirits as energy, and turned into an industry. Huh. Hikaru, you are using pretty difficult words there. Hikaru, it is true that a gathering of alchemists to manufacture things is called an industry or something like that. Refria, that type of stuff is called factory system manufacturing, right? Hikaru, it is a form that I learned in school, and it is most likely the latest form of industry in this world. If I knew this would happen, I should have studied harder. If I properly had modern era knowledge, I could have lived more intelligently. There's no doubt there are chosen who are using that knowledge and getting a much better footing than me. Then, let's go to a different store. We are going through all of them today. Refria, I will accompany you, princess. Hikaru, haha. Follow me, my loyal vassal. Refria doesn't stop smiling as we go through a whole lot of stores with our arms linked. We entered a tool store for explorers, and bought smoke bombs and dried meat. These smoke bombs and dried meat are called the two most important items for dungeon explorers. When things get hairy, you run away with smoke bombs. If it is an opponent that dried meat works with, throw them and run away. They may be called explorers, but life goes above everything. It is natural that you would prioritize your safe return over anything else. By the way, I also have smoke bombs and dried meat in the shadow storage. It is important to be ready when anything happens. After that, We entered a clothing store, and I bought brand new black clothes. Even so, they are second-hand clothes, so they weren't that expensive. On top of that, I also bought an overcoat that hides my neck. I am finally a weirdo in full black clothes. Well, because of the nature of my abilities, this is the most practical form though. Rafria also bought a few ones as well, but it seems like there's the concept of fashion in this world too. It was unexpectedly stylish. Or maybe it is just that the base is good, so she can wear anything and still look good. How is it? Does it look good? Rafria: yeah, you look cute. When you wear dark blue, your fair skin is accentuated, and it suits you a whole lot. Hikaru: is that so? Yuhi. Rafria: when I said my honest opinions, Rafria laughed in a bit of a creepy manner and her face went beet red. My little sisters told me, when someone changes their look, allude to it, and then praise them. They really drilled that into me, so I ended up applying that. After eating lunch, Rafria taught this clueless me about this city while walking around. But my day with her is far from over. You could even say, this is where it began. Chapter 085-086 Windmill and Touching a Colorful World. This city has 4 places where there's Great Spirit churches. They are pretty tall buildings, so I don't think you will be getting close to them as long as you are careful, but please watch out for that, Hikaru. Rafria: yeah, the fact that the fried noodles store was out before must mean that it should be okay as long as I am around 100 meters away. Hikaru: right. I tried asking inconspicuously before on a break day to a priest Sama, and it seems like the distance a Great Spirit Sama can find a loved one is around 100 meters. However, it would be better to take distance from a church with a bit of breathing room. Rafria: I will be careful. Hikaru: it was so natural that I was about to just pass it off, but Rafria used meters, which is a word from Earth. The automatic translation is working here, so it probably changed it naturally to the measurement of the place, but in my ears, her voice is being heard in Japanese, so it really is mysterious. Or more like, I am imagining that she is speaking in Japanese. She obviously isn't actually speaking Japanese, and there's no way she would know what meters are. I am a bit scared about what would happen if this translation were to suddenly disappear. Are there people who have begun without the automatic translation? Speaking of that, are great spirits strong in battle? Have there been records of humans having subjugated one? There's the possibility of me being chased again by chance, so it would be a lot easier on me if I knew whether I can run away from them with darkness fog or not. Hikaru: Hikaru, you really are foolhardy. A Great Spirit Sama is so strong that they could defeat a demon lord without a single scratch, you know. Also, I don't think there has been any past instances of humans defeating a Great Spirit Sama. Or more like, they wouldn't even think about it, you know. Normally. You are unexpectedly aggressive, Hikaru. Rafria: aggressive, you say? I just wanted to confirm. I don't want to be eaten after all. Hikaru: the reason why there's no record of defeating a Great Spirit Sama is because they are the allies of us humans. The Great Spirit Samas are kind and gentle, you know. Just that they have an attachment towards loved ones. Rafria: that's the problem. Hikaru: the avatar of darkness that I met in the forest must have been the Great Dark Spirit, and that Great Dark Spirit defeated the flame orangutan in an instant. Well, the giant monkey was sleeping at that time, so you could say it was a surprise attack, but even with that, it wasn't a normal opponent. That she says there's no record of being defeated means that they can be defeated? Whichever the case, I should be careful of great spirits at least. Hikaru: have you gone to the ruling territory of the Great Wind Spirit Sama? Rafria: is it the east side? Haven't. It is full of cultivation fields, right? Hikaru: yeah, and also windmills. Have you seen windmills before, Hikaru? Rafria: I haven't. Hikaru: I actually have. There was a giant white windmill in my hometown on Earth for energy generation, but the windmills in this world are probably not like that. Then, let's go see them for a bit. The scenery there is good and I like it. Rafria, and then, I was half forced to the east side of the city. Rafria was a bit pushy. I wasn't displeased about being pulled along by her. Maybe because I haven't walked through the city on the day when the warm sun shines on it. After passing the ruling territory of the Great Water Spirit, that is stores lined up, we suddenly arrive at the ruling territory of the Great Wind Spirit, where there's huge plantations spread far and wide. It was a shocking drastic change, but it mysteriously felt harmonious. That's most likely the standard of this world. A world that stands together with spirits and nature. Even though I haven't thought about it once since coming to this world. How mysterious. I hold hands with Rafria, and walk through the small path at the side of the fields. The fields continued on all the way to the horizon, and hundreds of farmers were endeavoring in their work. There's white mountains at the other side of the horizon peeking out slightly. And in terms of direction, the forest I got out from should be at the other side of those mountains. The small stream was reflecting the light of the afternoon and it was pretty. The wind is not as strong as I thought it would be. I thought it would be strong since there's windmills. Hikaru. It is the contrary. The wind is being controlled by the Great Wind Spirit Sama so that strong winds don't happen. Also, sending the wind towards only the places where the windmills are. Rafria, you can use them in such a convenient manner? Hikaru, great spirits are like natural phenomena, and are close to gods, and yet, they are using beings like that as a convenient energy source, so the people of this world are pretty fearless. You can see them there, the windmills. Rafria, there were 3 windmills where Rafria pointed at. They're currently not moving, as if saying it is not the time yet. But they're quite big. It feels like it is the size of a 5-story building. The body is made of stone bricks, and the windmill part isn't the material used to make those fans. Mithril? Hikaru. I am surprised you could tell. It is a light and sturdy material, and it doesn't rust from the rain, so mithril is used. Rafria, it feels like it is prone to stealing. Hikaru. If you steal that, you would be killed by the Great Spirit Sama. Probably. Rafria, that's scary. With the A's of the Great Spirit, there's no one who would try to steal those. Or more like, it would be impossible to steal a metal sheet of around 10 meters in size. When I take a glance at the inside of it, they seem to be using them for grinding. That probably means you can get wheat from around here. And so, we made a long turn, and continued our walk in the Great Earth Spirit ruling territory at the north. The Great Earth Spirit's ruling territory is mostly fields too. Great weather, isn't it? How is it? Being under the sun every now and then is nice, right? Rafria, right. Now that I think about it, it has been a while since I have spent time like this. Hikaru, really? I wonder when was the last time I walked through a place so bright it even hurts my eyes. It might be the first time since coming to this world. Now that I think back on it, it has already been quite a while since I have come to this world. Even so, I have been cooped in the dungeon the whole time till now, and didn't watch this world properly. It is truly beautiful. Was this world always this colorful? Hikaru, I wanted to think that coming to this world was something of a dream, or a mistake of some sort. I dreamed countless times that maybe the real me was in my original world even now, watching the Chosen care freely together with my little sisters. But no matter how many times I wake up, I am always in the dark room of the inn. It is no dream or mistake. I'm living in this world. The viewer count race had begun, and by concentrating on getting first place, I wanted to forget about this reality. But even if I get first place or not, this reality will continue till death. Me being here, Rafria smiling at my side. All of these are my reality. It is until now that I managed to notice this. Rafria made me notice. Then, I am glad I brought you with me even if by force. I don't know what's pressing you to this extent, but living on the edge that much is definitely painful. Rufria. Did I look like I was pushing myself that much? Hikaru. Cause you know, even when you are so strong, even when the explorations go well, even when you are earning that much money, you are not smiling at all. Rufria. Since that time when I read the messages from Earth, I have become weird. My mind was being ravished by the idea that people were watching me while wishing for my death. Even if my exploration is going well, even if I have a surplus of money, I couldn't feel worth in them. But it is just as she says. Things are going well enough for it to be fine to smile. There's no end to the things you teach me, Rufria. Thanks. Hikaru. I try to push myself a bit here to smile, and Rufria made a face as if she had seen a ghost, and then made a radiant smile. Chapter 086, Unexpected Gift and Shaking Off the Light. Haha. I seriously thought you would hate me because I brought you out forcefully. I have been worried about that this whole time, you know. I am so glad. Rufria, there's no one who would hate you, Rufria. Hikaru. Then, you like me? Rufria. No comment. Hikaru. Ahaha. As for me, I like you. Rufria. I jokingly answer like that and play around. Even while we are like this, the viewer count race continues, and it might break my chances to get first place. That thought was swirling in my head the whole time. But it is also true that my vision was narrowed. If I were to fight the Demon Lord, my viewer count would increase, and I might get first place. Even though it would turn to nothing if I were to die, I thought it would work out somehow. Without anything backing that confidence. Even though I can't even win against the Garden Panther by myself, and it might even be impossible to run away from it. Why did I think like that? Hikaru, I have been tired of living in this world this whole time. I was making an excuse for myself by saying I have to push myself in order to get first place, and in the end, I might have been searching for a reason to die. Even though wanting to revive Nanami is without doubt my true feelings, I myself wasn't strong enough to sincerely face that. It is impossible for me to get first place. That it would be impossible for me unless I am reckless to the point that I could die. Maybe I have been using that as an excuse. Maybe what I have been doing has been a slow suicide. There's no way I haven't been pushing myself. Before coming to this world, I was just a normal high school student that no one paid attention to. The truth is, I have long passed my limit. You always managed to find me, Rufria. Hikaru. If I hadn't met her, I would have been even more reckless for the viewer count race. Not only the 4th floor, I might have even gone down to the 5th floor. The meeting of people with people really is a mysterious thing. If this cheerfully smiling girl hadn't found me, I might have long given up on living in this world. Eh? Did you say something? Rufria. No. Nothing. Hikaru. Tilda? Now I'm curious. Geez, Hikaru, making such a kind expression. Rufria. Don't say such weird things. My face is normal. Hikaru. However, it has been a while since my heart has been at peace. That might have shown in my face. The vegetables in the ruling territory of the Great Earth Spirit are tasty. So we had dinner at a diner that Rufria has come to once before. I feel like it has been a while since I have eaten vegetables properly. It has been a whole lot of meat and shrimp after all. After our meal and leaving the establishment, just before we went our separate ways, Rufria asked me as if making sure. Hikaru, I will be going to participate in the Demon Lord subjugation tomorrow, but you are not going to be pushing yourself anymore, right? Like going down to the dungeon alone. Rufria. This is probably something she has wanted to ask me this whole day. Someone like me that's in the lowest rank of explorers can't dive into the dungeon until the Demon Lord has been subjugated. On the other hand, the silver rank Rufria will be participating in the subjugation. If she were to be together with me the whole day like today, she would be able to keep an eye on me, But that's obviously not feasible. She is worried about me. I want to answer that kindness. I do have that feeling as well. But, sorry, I can't promise that. I will be participating in the Demon Lord subjugation even if I have to sneak in on the confusion. Hikaru, no matter what? Rifria, yeah, I know I shouldn't do that. But I have to go. Hikaru, I have no intention of going alone anymore. But if it is with the subjugation team that is silver rank and higher explorers all around, and maybe even Templars, I should be able to reduce the danger to the minimum. If I fight on my own and manage to win, I might be able to get first place, but it is equally important to calmly think about what I can do and act upon it. If it is for the sake of bringing back Nanami, I don't mind dying. There's no lie to those feelings of mine. However, that doesn't mean it is okay for me to die without being able to even revive her. Hikaru, you really are going. No matter what, right? Is it that important to fight the Demon Lord? Rifria, yeah. If I don't, I probably will regret it for the rest of my life. I know that that's not good though. Also, it is weird saying it myself, but I don't think I will be dead weight. Hikaru, as long as I am not stingy with my abilities, my dark spirit abilities should be pretty useful assisting in battle. There's apparently no dark spirit users in this city, so that's even more the case. Then, since you tagged along with me today, this is my thanks. Rifria, she stopped in the middle of the road, let go of my hand that she hadn't let go this whole time, and she gave me something. It looks like a blackboard. This is? Hikaru, a porter authorization proof for the Demon Lord subjugation team. I plucked one out real hard. Rifria, wait. What does this mean? Hikaru, it means that, with this, you will be able to cross the gates as a porter, and enter the dungeon together with the subjugation team. I figured you would be saying you will be going anyway. Normally, I wouldn't be able to get a porter just for myself, but I told them my achievements until now were thanks to my porter and some random stuff in order to have them issue this. Was it a bother? Rifria, that's a surprise. I didn't think Rifria would do something like that because I haven't told her the reason why I go dungeon diving. The reason why I must go down into the dungeon no matter what. However, she noticed that I wanted to fight the Demon Lord, and made it so I could enter the dungeon. Can I really enter with this? That I am a porter means that I can't fight? Hikaru, once the battle starts, it doesn't matter. Let's go get that reward. Rifria, if it is the pattern where I stealthily go with them, if I get caught, I would get thrown out, and there would even be the possibility of Rifria's standing worsening since she is from the same party. But with this authorization proof, everything is cleared. Thank you. Thanks, Rifria. I am truly happy. Hikaru, you fufu. Hikaru too. Maybe you didn't want to let go of me? Rifria, that's... Hikaru, I was about to say it, but I couldn't voice out the remaining part. The expectation-filled face of Rifria, as if she were enduring a smile, as if enduring tears, making such a face. I didn't know what to do. There's 5 days remaining. No, 4 days before the viewer count race ends. I plan on being alone again after that. It was clear to anyone no matter how dense they are that Rifria still wants to continue exploring with me. Stuff like, are you fine with your Templar exams? Or is it okay to not drain your spirit abilities? I don't know her circumstances well, but she wants to prioritize her time with me. Even without telling me outright, I can tell that from seeing her attitude and expressions. I also find dungeon diving together with Rifria and grateful to be fun. There's a sense of fulfillment that I didn't feel at the time when I emptied my heart and dove alone. If this had been a normal ice kite transfer, I could have chosen that. But it can't be done. The more pure and beautiful she is, the less I can be with her. Then, I will come pick you up tomorrow morning. Hikaru. Hikaru? Rifria, I take 1.2 steps away from her, and give my farewells. She has her own dreams. I have my own unavoidable circumstances. I close my eyes in order to not see the uneasy face of Rufria. I make my heart hard and cold as steel, and turn my back to her. Good night, Hikaru. I run with my all so that the lingering feelings and emotions can't catch up with me. Carrying those heavy emotions in my heart. Sir Audio X21's helper. This is up to date as of the 8th of June 2021.